speak French. Off the Henny, she wanna get bent. Bringing the bottles, forgot what I spent when I walk in the section, they screaming out Jen.
Feel like Ben when I pop me a 10. When I'ma see you again. If it's two things, I gotta attend. Every for me a 10 out of 10.
Damn, that too fun. Put a on her tongue. No night, count money on. Damn, that head too dumb. Too dumb. Too dumb. Too thick. Too punch. I can't, I'm too hot. Suck my too fried.
I heard my line ain't reply, I was busted. Off the Julio, losing control. I'm the Don, I don't need a remote. Two twin. Off the Zah, I be feeling malfunctions. I get money, could tell by my clothes. She a baddie, can follow instructions. I go to hell and come back for my bros. Off a boom like I can't even blink. Keep on flicking, I don't even think. Off the dude say she still need a drink. Take her phone at the door if that on link.
And when she with me, I treat her like a queen. Cause she real and her vibe is instinct. When I swimming out, I sing. Oh, she a freak, I could tell by the wink. Like I can't get that in a hottie. She my twin, and we vibing. Like sit down, let me feel on your body. Stop it, now with the nonsense. Make her do what I say like I'm Simon. 100 these, but I got the findings. And missionary, she lick on my diamond.
I'm with Montana, the Scooty speak French. Off the Henny, she wanna get bent. Bringing the bottles, forgot what I spent when I walk in the section, they screaming out Jen.
Feel like Ben when I pop me a 10. When I'ma see you again. If it's two things, I gotta attend. Every for me a 10 out of 10.
Damn, that too fun. Put a on her tongue. No night, count money on. Damn, that head too dumb. Too dumb. Too dumb. Too thick. Too punch. I can't, I'm too hot. Suck my too fried. Yeah. Mommy, she trimming, she get to the bed. Jump off the closet and no one can stop. She bounce on the she don't use no hands. I call mommy young Waka Flocka. This in the members, you not gon' get far. Stepped in the function, she lit by the bar. Mixing that party pack, twisting her jaw. Blue 30 numb, they got head in the car. Tryna even if you got a man. Man with the snipers is still undefeated. She told me don't talk us back out the band. I'ma stay with you even if you cheat. Shorty, she toxic, I f*** on my boxes, yeah, mixing that. True, know how we rockin', I bent off the walk, he got 41 turned up in my room.
I'm with Montana, the Scooty speak French. Off the Henny, she wanna get bent. Bringing the bottles, forgot what I spent when I walk in the section, they screaming out Jen.
Feel like Ben when I pop me a 10. When I'ma see you again. If it's two things, I gotta attend. Every for me a 10 out of 10.
Damn, that too fun. Put a on her tongue. And all night, count money on. Damn, that head too dumb. Too dumb. Too dumb. Too thick. Too punch. I can't, I'm too hot. Suck my too fried.
Started. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team in. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. I done kept it real from the jump. Living at my mama's house, we'd argue every month. I was trying to get it on my own. Working all night, traffic on the way home, and my uncle calling me like, where you at? I gave you the keys, so you bring it right back. I just think it's funny how it goes. Now I'm on the road, $500,000 for a show, and we started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Boys tell stories about the man. Say I never struggled, wasn't hungry, yeah, I doubt it. I could turn your boy into the man. There ain't really much out here that's popping off without us. We just want the credit where it's due. I'ma worry about me, give a about you, just as a reminder to myself. I wear every single chain, even when I'm in the house, cause we started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now too much explaining. Story stay the same, I never changed it. No new, we don't feel that. A fake friend, where your real friends at? We don't like to do too much explaining. Story stay the same through the money and the fame. Cause we started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here.
John, how you doing today? All right.
Hey, Andrew. Good
Testing
morning.
1,
Check,
2.
check. 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning.
Testing 1, 2. This is Andrew Solomon.
So is it? I can't hear him.
No, you're not.
So it's just going to be like real time talking, right? Okay. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to flip this around if I can. I want to have my right ear to him. If that's, or is that going to be a problem? Or cool. Awesome.
Yeah, he said that you guys won't be able to hear each other.
That's fine.
And then you guys will probably be able to probably go after they do like that.
Okay. Cool.
And maybe
Sure. What can I do about the cord? Is that going to bother you if I have that up there?
No,
That's perfect. No, that's fine there. Thanks. I just want to be able to, so I can hear Andrew out of my ear over here and still be
7,
talking
8,
over
10,
Cool.
12, 13, 17, libero. Oh, 2 of them. 15 and 2.
Money, violence go together. Bottega labels on my sweater. Can't name them, they made me sweater. Cold hearted, I'm a stepper. These bullets hot, jalapeno pepper.
Give me more shooters, I need it. Give me more play, no we greedy. We catching bodies, we fiending. They catching bodies, they dreaming. And I just caught a body with your she ain't seen me. Send me a baby girl, ooh, she's a demon. Said she love the money, I see she fiending. Set up her on plotting and scheming. Slime ball. Riches up, then ain't broke like her. Sit in LA, send them shots at them. Across the country.
Good morning and welcome to the final day of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational, hosted by Finger Lakes Community College at our beautiful campus in Canandaigua, New York. It's Championship Sunday, and after 2 exciting days of high-level competition, today we crown a national champion. Today's opening match includes the Owls of Union, New Jersey, who will face the Lions of Nassau. Finger Lakes Community College and the NJCAA are committed to the ideals of good sportsmanship, safety, and fair play. We ask all fans, coaches, and student athletes to show respect for their opponents, the officials, and each other before, during, and after each contest. Profanity, derogatory comments, or other intimidating actions directed at student athletes, officials, team representatives, or other fans will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. We thank you for your cooperation and hope you enjoy today's matches. At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor our country with the playing of the national anthem. First, the starters for the Owls of Union. Number 2, Brian Carrillo. Number 7, Kevon Hayes. Number 8, Sebastian Arias. Number 10, Daniel Silva. Number 12, Javon Scott. Number 13, Jaden Guzman. Number 15, Joshua Orella. And number 17, Kareem Jackman. And the Owls are coached by Kevin Pigeon Hammock. And now the starters for the Lions of Nassau. Number 1, Don Smalls III. Number 2, Thomas Wildman. Number 10, Suhaib Amar. Number 12, Colin Radin. Number 13, Hunter Dunn. Number 15, Christopher Thomas. Number 16, Dylan Wallace. And the Lions are coached by Nick O'Malley. Best of luck to all teams today, and thank you for being a part of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational at Finger Lakes Community College.
Good morning and welcome to Canandaigua, New York. We are here for the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational Championship. My name is Andrew Solomon. I'm joined by John Boccacino. And John is the Senior Internal Communications Associate at Syracuse University and also has a podcast called Cuse Conversations. John, welcome. You ready for today?
Andrew, it's great to be on the broadcast with you. Yeah, this is really exciting as a culmination for this tournament, hosting the Invitational here at Finger Lakes for the first time. This match is so important to see who can advance to keep their championship hopes alive against the top seed DuPage. I'm stoked to be here, and thank you for the honor of sitting alongside you.
Absolutely. So this is the third year of NJCAA men's volleyball. It's a relatively new sport for the NJCAA. It started in 2023. And the first two champions actually were the Finger Lakes Lakers in 2023 and 2024. And those were both hosted by the College of DuPage in Chicago, Illinois. And now we're back here in Canandaigua, New York. Finger Lakes has been eliminated. They were eliminated yesterday with their second loss of the tournament because this is a double elimination tournament. So the hosts will continue to not have won in their home court yet a championship. So right now today we have the Union Owls out of Crawford, New Jersey, playing against the Nassau Lions, and they are from Garden City, New York.
Yeah, Union has been pretty impressive. I mean, both these teams have been impressive to get to this point of the tournament, but I'll be really curious with the 10 a.m. start time. We've had earlier matches during the course of the Invitational, whether there's any struggles getting up and actually getting into it, because it is a little bit of an earlier start time for the volleyball competitors today.
Absolutely.
We promise you this, though. We are wide awake. We are ready to go on the broadcast table.
Tip by Thomas on the outside. Great pursuit. Ball is sent over by Union, going to the middle. And that's a kill for number 12, Colin Radin.
Give a lot of credit to Daniel Silva for keeping that ball alive the way he came around the other net and hit it back to his side.
Yeah, so in men's volleyball, they are allowed to pursue outside of the antenna. They can run that down, bring it back. As long as they bring it back outside the antenna, then their teammates can send it back through the antenna. And we're going right side with a tip. There's a pancake by Union. Over to the right side again. Swing by Guzman. Going back out to Thomas. Right side to Guzman again. Dug up, going. This is a battle of the right sides. And that ball is going to be out of bounds. That was Suhaib Omar.
That was a fun little rally there, Andrew. The team's getting into it, spirited right away.
I thought it was interesting that they kept setting the right side, so that they might know something that we don't about that. Guzman back to serve. And pass a little out of system, going to the outside. to Amar. Amar with the tip finds the floor, and it is 2-1 Nassau. Thomas back to serve. And there's an ace for Thomas. Lands right between libero and number 8, Sebastian Arias. Josh Orihuela is the libero for Union. And that ball is just out of bounds. Great call by our line judge. Back to serve, number 12, Javon Scott. And Smalls with the pass. Great pass going back to the middle. Number 12, Colin Radin with the kill. Finds the floor with that one. And now Radin going back to serve. Subbing in is number 16, Dylan Wallace.
I like the way, Andrew, that Don Smalls, the libero, has really stepped up this tournament. He's really controlling the nice pace of play, I feel like, setting up his guys. He set up the big kill right there. It's got a good control for the court.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to have that first pass, and Smalls is doing a great job with that. Going right side again. And a kill for Amar. And back to service, Colin Radin.
That's actually Amar's third kill, third point so far of the 5 for Nassau. Again, asserting his dominance out there.
So that is interesting because, you know, those outside hitters are usually getting most of the sets, but it seems like they know something about, you know, really trying to overload the right side right now because they've gotten most of their kills from the right side to this point.
Yeah, good strategy and good coaching identification by the Nassau team to figure out having the right side hitter be the one to put away things versus the left side guy.
Hayes with the serve, going back outside, and that ball's going to be into the net, hit by number 2, Thomas Wildeman. Hayes to serve to Wildeman, back outside to Wildeman with swing down line, and that ball is going to be dug and off the wall for a kill for Wildeman.
And as soon as we mentioned the right side guys come away with the points, they go back to the opposite side.
Yes.
They call it the announcer jinx.
Of course. Back to serve is Amar. Pass by Guzman. There's a tip dug up by Amar, going outside to Wildeman, who throws it off the block. He's able to use those hands the way he pushed it right off the block. And number 17 on Union got a hold of that. And it was off Jackman's hands and down to the floor. Amar back to serve again. Passed up by Hayes, back outside to Hayes. Off the block, double by Smalls. There's a tip by setter Dunn. Going outside again to Hayes, roll shot. And Wildeman got a hand on it. So did Hunter Dunn, but they were unable to save that ball.
Yeah, Arias put them where they weren't when it came to the coverage on the attack right there. That was a nice little, and there were 2 guys for Nassau trying to cover it, but the placement was perfect.
Arias, thank you. I had the wrong number there. Arias is now back to serve. Passed up by Small, slightly tight, and pulled back out of the net, or out of the plane from Dunn. And that was a kill by Dylan Wallace.
He covered some nice territory there to get to the opposite side to put away the finish there for Dylan.
Absolutely. Wildeman back to serve off the top of the net. Guzman digs it up, back set. And that is a kill, and happened to catch Hunter Dunn off the top of the head, but just a glancing blow. I think he's going to be okay. Kareem Jackman back to serve. Interesting serve, the way he dropped that, picked it up, and then hit it. Oh, one-handed dig by Jackman. And Ball thrown over by Thomas. Guzman with the swing, finds the seam, finds the floor, and a kill for Guzman.
We really shouldn't be surprised with the fact of these high kill percentages for both Nassau and Union. These are the top 2 teams in NJCAA Region 3 for kills and kill percentage. So they're going to bring the boom, as the kids might say.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of
Although I'm not
offensive
one of those
threats.
kids anymore.
Back row swing. Going again to the back row on the right side. And that's Amar with the kill. So early trends right now is that they're trying to find Amar wherever he is. Left side, right side, back row. He's one of their big swings.
He's a versatile weapon for sure. And yeah, they can rotate him around the court nicely.
Dylan Wallace with the serve. Going outside to Guzman. Dug up by Amar. Back row swing again off the top of the tape, and it finds the floor. Little hesitation by libero, number 15, Orihuela. Orihuela with a pass, nice pass. Going outside to Guzman, off the block and out of bounds. That's going to be a kill for Union and a kill for Guzman. It was off the right hand of Hunter Dunn.
Dunn tried coming up with a challenge, but I love the way Guzman just had a little spin on his attack up there.
Silva back to serve. Wildeman going back row. Sorry, back row to Wildeman. Wildeman with the dig, but it's going to sail wide of the antenna and out of bounds. Another point for Union.
Arias should get a lot of credit on that one for the dig he was able to do to keep that play alive, because he moved nicely to his left and got both hands down for a little dig to keep that play going.
Absolutely, keep that ball alive. Silva back to serve again. Passed up by Wildeman. It's going to be a free ball situation for Amar. Orihuela going outside to Guzman with a swing. And so you saw in that one the middle kind of bit on, the middle blocker bit on the attack and ended up with a one-on-one situation, which a lot of times the hitter's going to win that.
Yeah, Wilderman did his best, but the placement was just too good by
Silva
Guzman.
with the ace. And Union has their first lead of the day at 11-10. These two teams have played twice before. Both times Nassau won in 4 sets. So a little bit of a revenge factor here for Union. And there's a roll shot type of serve. Hits off the top of the net and drops straight down. And, those ones that hit the top of the tape, sometimes, you just have to kind of shrug your shoulders and go on to the next one. There's not a lot you can do when it hits the net and goes straight down.
Yeah, the unpredictability of that let serve out there.
Yeah, it's not something we really practice. So, it's and going for the deep line that time. Silva serves it out of bounds. And I would say Nassau is one of the less aggressive serving teams in the tournament. They don't really like to make a lot of service errors. Well, as I said it, of course, they hit it out of bounds, but it was not a super aggressive serve. And the coach said that was Nick O'Malley said that's one of their goals, is just make sure they're serving very consistently. They're not worried. They're worried about, let's get a good serve and play some great defense rather than just having to get that ace every time. And
absolutely,
and
force the receiving team to have to make a play.
Yeah, I'd say it's an interesting strategy on the men's side because traditionally they want to be very aggressive, and you're going to see a lot more service errors in the men's game than in the women's game, just because they have to be so aggressive, because a lot of times it's going to end in a quick side out if they're not. But Nassau seems to have a slightly different strategy when it comes to serving. Guzman with the serve, passed up by Smalls, going outside to Amar. And
who else?
They were able to get that to the pin, just off the hands of Araquette.
That's now 5 kills in 12 total attacks for Amar in this first set.
Thomas back to serve. Passed up by Orihuela. Going to the middle, and that's going to be into the net. Attack error by Javon Scott. And that serve finds the corner, and that is an ace for number 15, Christopher Thomas.
Yeah, the precision on that serve. You couldn't have placed it any closer to the line to get that to trickle in.
Thomas again with the spin. Nice pass by Orihuela going outside to Arias. Dug up by Wildeman going right side. Oh, huge hit down the line by number 10, Amar. But Orihuela almost got that ball up. He took it off the left shoulder area.
There might be a mark on his jersey from how hard the impact and contact was.
I think it says molten backwards on that.
He stuck with it, though, to his credit. That hard hit attack out there.
And that serve goes long by Thomas. Number 17, middle, Kareem Jackman enters the game. Going back to serves, number 12, Javon Scott. Passed up by Smalls, going right side to Omar. And that's going to be high off the hands of Jackman and Arias, and ends up sailing out of bounds off the hit. And
he beat the old double stuff block attempt up there, and Amar is very good at finding those openings again, as we've seen during this opening set.
Yeah, he's been able to, whether it's find the floor or hit it off the hands, and that's a big strategy. If you can't go through it, you sometimes want to go off it. You want to tool those hands. Back to serve, number 1, Ferris Araquette. Passed up by Thomas, going right side again, and that time just a bit out of bounds by Amar. Hits that ball wide, and it is 17-16 in favor of the Owls. Araquette back to serve. And that ball goes long. Amar back to serve. Look for him to get some swings out of the back row as well. Passed up by Arias, going back outside to Arias. Roll shot to the middle of the court. Going outside, and an incredible dig by Orihuela. And that ball's going to go to Nassau off the hands of Jackman.
Yeah, great job keeping that play alive with the dig there. And I really felt like you were going to see Kareem Jackman he did a nice job contesting the kill attempt, but it wasn't enough in the end.
He did. He kind of lost that joust and ended up hitting the antenna. But
nice
you're
use
right.
of joust.
And that's going to be off the block. Arias with the kill. And it is now 18-all.
Arias also really showing his versatility, being able to be deployed all over the court and being a weapon for this Union squad.
Absolutely. Arias back to serve. Passed up by Smalls, going middle. And we have a net violation by Jackman, so that's going to end up being a kill for Dylan Wallace.
And our first net violation, I believe, of this opening set.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, this crew's pretty strong, though. I know a lot of these referees from my coaching time here, and they are a top-notch crew here for the national tournament. And a really sharp cross hit by Guzman finds the floor. He was able to really, when we take that and cut that ball, you gotta go thumbs down to make that go inside the block a little bit, and he did. He did a great job.
That angle was impressive that he took there.
Really sharp, really good. Jackman back to serve. Passed up by Thomas, back outside of Thomas with the kill. Wallace back to pass. Number 12, Colin Radin enters the game as the middle hitter. Passed up by Orihuela, going outside to Guzman, who hits the tape or something and ends up finding the floor on the Nassau side to tie the game at 20. Silva back to serve. Wildeman with the pass. Going outside to number 15, again with Chris Thomas with the kill. Oh, swing by Javon Scott, dug up by Dunn. Going right side to Guzman now, off the block, and finds the floor for the kill.
Yeah, Guzman got the better of Thomas on that little confrontation up there. But a nice little whoopsie-daisy with Hunter Dunn getting it back over. That was a nice little reaction play by the Nassau player.
Got his hands up just in time and made that great dig. Going outside to Amar, who swings, and it's going to be off the block. Araquette got a small piece of that ball and ended up with a kill for Amar.
He's up to 7 in this first set.
Already, wow, that's big. Served by Thomas, passed up by Orihuela. One-handed set by Silva. Dunn going outside to Wilderman, and off the block, and a kill for Thomas Wilderman. Thomas Wilderman from Belmore, New York. Product of, I don't know how to say that, Mepham High School? Mepham,
I believe.
Mepham in Long Island, whatever that is.
I believe.
Chris Thomas with the service error.
You know, Thomas does seem to be one of the servers that stands out the most to me to Nassau, who is being that aggressive. He's trying to bring the boom in with the big windups every time he's hitting the serve.
Agreed. He's got that good jump spin. Javon Scott back to serve. Jackman back in the front row. Going right side to Amar. Covered by Nassau, going outside to Wilderman with the tip, dug up by Silva. Guzman going right side with the back set to Arias off the block, and a kill.
Another finisher for Arias right there, earning a key point to knot this. This match has been incredible, Andrew, so far in the first set, just back and forth, back and forth.
Absolutely, we're at 23 all, and let's go. Who's going to take this first set? Tight set. Tight set led to Amar going into the net, trying to save that. And there's going to be your first timeout, taken by Nick O'Malley. Nick O'Malley played college ball at New Paltz, and this is his, I think, second year as the coach. I'm not sure. I think it's second year, and doing a great job. He's really, taking this team to where they are now, and I think he's got a lot. He also coaches for a Sport Time club, so he's able to see a lot of the talent in Long Island, New York area with that. But both these programs have really come a long way. I remember in 2023, I don't even think Nassau was able to field a team in the first year. So they've absolutely have come a long way. And Union in 2023 did not have a very good record, and Coach Pigeon Hammock has built this program up and to where they are now, and they're sitting at 24-7 right now. So
it's got to make the national office feel comfortable and great seeing the emerging sport principle really come into reality, because I know when Finger Lakes was one of the first teams to be granted the men's volleyball program, this is what they were anticipating, the growth of the sport, not only in Finger Lakes and hotbed volleyball areas, but all across the East Coast and the Midwest, and eventually working their way across the rest of the country to the West Coast too.
Absolutely. I know that I was fortunate enough to be a part of that process where we started, we wrote a grant. Samantha Boccacino at Finger Lakes wrote one of the grants. You happen to know her, don't you?
I have a close affiliation to the athletic director here at Finger Lakes. She's so passionate about bringing the sports program success, and gotta love seeing the national tournament brought to this campus here in Canandaigua.
Yeah, so Dr. Boccacino wrote a grant, and we were able to get that, secure those funds to start the program, and we did some recruiting and built it slowly up. And in 2023, that was the first year of competition, and now here we are. And like you said, emerging is what it is, because we've gone from, I want to say, about 9 teams back up, and now we're up at least 18 that I know of. So it's growing every year. There's a back row kill by Thomas, and Nassau with 2 quick points is now ahead 25-24, and that's going to be a timeout by Coach Pigeon Hammock and Union.
And Thomas right there for Nassau, what was impressive, we talk about the power that he brings to the game. That was the finesse little touch right there that he displayed.
Yeah, that's a really good swing, because a lot of times with the back row, they're just taking a big rip and finding the floor, and that gets the defense on their heels. And then he goes up and does that off-speed one, drops right in the middle of the court. And I see that one drop a lot. We call it the campfire spot because everybody's standing around looking at it.
Oh, is it my responsibility? Is it your responsibility? It drops right in the middle. Campfires, and I love the old school terminology that volleyball brings to it. Campfire is one of my favorites. I'm glad we didn't have to wait too long to drop that one.
Absolutely. Yes, campfire is a fun one. So, well, we can't ignore this. We have the Union Owls, head coach Kevin Pigeon Hammock, and guess what the assistant coach's name is? Jared Crow. So we got the Owls, Pigeons, and the Crows all trying to take down the Lion.
What if that was part of the hiring process? You need a last name that has a bird theme to it to really fit in
Absolutely.
with the Union Owls.
I did hear they have somebody last name Siegel that works there. Isn't Larry Bird an alumni? Is it? No, maybe not. All right, set point, Guzman to Silva, going outside to Arias, who gets the kill, and to extend this game. And now Sam Arias back to serve. Dunn going right side to Amar, who throws that ball off the block. It hits the outside hand of Arias, Sebastian Arias. And subbing in is Araquette. Set point number 2. And there's that aggressive serve, however, and into the net. And we're tied again at 26.
Yeah, not a great time for a service error right there, equaling this first setup at 26 apiece.
Agreed. Sebastian Arias back to serve. Passed up by Smalls, going outside to Wildeman. Takes a big rip, dug up by Orihuela. Going outside to Guzman again, who gets the kill. However, it did hit the antenna or go outside the antenna on the way.
Yeah, it spoils a really nice dig attempt there by Orihuela, keeping that play alive and having a nice service opportunity.
And there's the ace off the tape by Wildeman, and that's going to end the first set. So it's 1-0 Nassau.
Just what you expect out of the first set of the first match of the day, Andrew, is the intensity both these teams are bringing. And what I love about this being the first match of the day, it's going to set the tone for the rest of our tournament action because, again, this team that wins gets to go take on DuPage in the national championship round. So as much as teams are playing for the fun of the sport, there literally is no tomorrow. This is leave it all on the court, put all the cliches out there, and it's fun to watch this enthusiasm and energy from both Nassau and Union.
Absolutely. No, it's great. I mean, they traveled a long way to be here, some of them, and you might as well leave it all on the court. This is it. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, John, and we'll be back after for the next set.
River. Never took my tail, I went to war with real. I'm your wifey surgeon, dog. I give a lip fillers. SF90 cost a M. Dunk this like yeah did Kim. Sipping on pimp juice. on your head. My money longer won't run out. VVS diamonds the sun out. 21. We just count money for fun now.
It's been her chopper bullets. It's a in my hand. These boys a bunch of they no different than a trend. I bought the block out on the land, split it with my twins. I said the boss see what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. But the these thought that I was playing.
And welcome back to Canandaigua, New York. We're in the kind of the semifinal round of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational Tournament.
Serving for the Lions, Hunter Dunn.
Nassau took the first set. They're up 1-0. Again, Nassau and Union have met 2 times before. Both matches going to Nassau 3-1. We have Dunn back to serve. Passed up by Guzman, and a bad pass. And it's going to be an ace for Dunn. Quick start for Nassau.
In a sport like volleyball, Andrew, how much does it make a difference, the familiarity of having Nassau beaten Union twice already?
Well, you know, as they say, it's hard to beat somebody 3 times, and there's a big kill by Jackman. Oh, I'm sorry, that was
Didn't mean to throw you off there. I just thought that was a cool
you're
little...
good. Absolutely, it's hard to beat the same team 3 times, and you know, the more film you have on someone, the more you can prepare and maybe try a different strategy that 3rd time. And there's a kill by number 12, Javon's. Whoops, sorry, I got to switch my sheets.
Raiden came up.
Colin Raiden. I had my team flip-flop from the first set. My bad.
That's a good reminder. Switch up the sheets.
Yes. Thomas back to serve. And that's going to be just wide.
Serving for the Owls, Sebastian Arias.
Arias back to serve. Passed up by Thomas, going outside with a big kill down line by number 12, Colin Raiden. And Silva's down for a little bit, but it looks like he's going to be able to walk it off. He might be laughing about this one later.
You could call that a punishing kill. There was some damage inflicted, unfortunately, to Silva over there, standing tough and trying to take the attack
Silva
coming
says
right
he's
at
good.
him. There's some laughter coming across on the Nassau side.
For sure.
Now that he's okay, we can all have a little fun over the
yeah, he's
the
good.
physicality.
He's laughing it off. It's part of the game, I guess. Going outside to Guzman, who hits it down line. They're going shot for shot on that line shot.
Yeah, Guzman, anything you can do, I can do better, delivering a
great.
punishing power blow right there.
Great response by Union. Scott back to serve. Passed up by Smalls, going to the middle with a left-handed tip by Dylan Wallace. Goes off the block and a kill for Nassau and Wallace. Back to serve is Suhaib Amar back to serve. Passed up by Arias, going right side to number 4, who hits it a little bit wide. And there's Sam Arias. Passed up by Orihuela. Going outside to Guzman. Dunn. to Wildeman. And a little bit of miscommunication there on the Union side, and Silva was about to take it and hesitated and ended up hitting the floor when it was not taken by number 4, Arias, Sam Arias.
I gotta say, Andrew, Amar's athleticism and just the flair with which he plays this game, he's a fun player to watch out there. He's athletic with his serves. He really owns the space where he's operating.
Absolutely. No, he's a very strong player. Looks like he's having a lot of fun out there too, and that was a hitting error by Union. It's going to be 7-3 early lead for Nassau.
And just the way he does his little leap serve right here. I love watching the approach, the concentration. And as I jinx him with a service error right there, of course.
Yep, he did hit that jump spin a little bit long. Back to service, Sam Arias. Passed up by Wildeman. They run the stack to Wildeman. Out of system by Orihuela. Tipped by Guzman. Going back row to Amar. Run down by Arias. Free ball sent by Silva. Smalls takes it. Going outside with a great dig by Orihuela. Again with the wide. Oh, sent over by Guzman. Off the block. Good touch, but it finds the floor. So Wildeman with the kill. They're trying to speed up their offense a little bit. You see that Wildeman's hitting that tempo ball to the pin, so they're sending it fast, and they're trying to beat the block is what they're trying to do with that.
Absolutely, and Arias and the defense are really caught on their heels a little bit. They did a good job keeping that rally and play alive for as long as they did, but eventually the power play overwhelmed them with the hits they were delivering.
Yeah, usually a good offense beats a good defense in volleyball, and it's, you know, statistically that's what they say. You know, not always, but a lot of times, you know, that's how it works out. Back to serve is Guzman, passed up by Smalls, going outside to Thomas, off the top of the block, dug up by Guzman, going outside to Arias, and back row to Thomas. And Arias got a hand on that, but not enough to save that ball, and it's a kill. Out of the back row for Thomas.
Yeah, Wildeman's really asserting himself in this second set, I feel like, as being a powerful force with the punishing kills he's delivering.
Silva going middle. Great cover by Orihuela. And roll shot attempt by Sebastian Arias, so that's into the net. Dylan Wallace back to serve. And that's going to go into the net. Coach O'Malley's not going to be happy with 2 missed serves in a row. He did say that that was one of their keys, was to make sure they're pretty consistent and with their serves.
And that's now their 9th service error so far through the first set and change.
Yeah.
And definitely a trend you want to try to reverse if you want to get your championship hopes alive.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach O'Malley is not liking that number. Kareem Jackman with the serve. Going outside to Thomas. Covered, but out of bounds. And Union's clawing their way right back into this game again. Off the top of the net. Going middle to Raiden, sorry. Dug up by Wildeman. Going back row to Amar, who gets a roll shot kill in the middle of the court.
Yeah, Kavan Hayes with a noble effort trying to get after it and keep it alive, but that whole play seemed like Nassau just knew exactly where to put it and where Union wouldn't be. They kept finding those almost kill finish points.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of weapons. So you saw they're moving the ball around, and you know, they have a lot of options. But like you said, you know, finding that right area to attack from has been working in their favor.
Absolutely.
Silva back to serve. Overpass by Smalls, and it's put back and down off of Smalls for the kill for number 8, Sebastian Arias. Passed up by Wilderman. Dunn goes right side to Thomas. Back outside to Amar, and came down on the Union side for a kill. You might have seen the libero for Union take that ball with his hands, and he was able to take off from behind the 10-foot line and use his hands in front of the 10-foot line, but before he touched the ground. So it's like a three-point shot in basketball where you can't, liberos cannot use their hands in front of the 10-foot line.
But as long as they're behind it.
If they're behind it, okay, or if they're in front of it, they just can't use their hands. They can use their platform to send that ball up.
Well, that goes to show the passing acumen, too, of Nassau, because going through the stats so far, Union now has 4 receive errors, Nassau 0. They're doing a really good job in handling those passes and distributing up the offense.
And absolutely, and something I talk to my girls about always is the serve and pass part of the game. You want to win the serve and pass, and that's just so big at every level of volleyball. If you can win the serve and pass part of the game, you really have a statistically really good shot to win the whole match.
And especially, like you said, too, with Nassau having the weapons out there for the attacks. I mean, you look at Amar's got 11 kills and 22 total attacks. Wilderman has 6 and only 1 error in his 14 attacks. And you got Colin Radin and Dylan Wallace with 4 and a flawless attack so far with 0 errors in their attacking game. It's kind of like pick your poison. You have so many weapons, you can put the ball up in a nice passing game that Union's kind of on the defensive. Who do I stop? Who do I try to prepare for when it comes to a punishing attack coming their way?
Right. You do see a lot of great kill percentages. You got Amar hitting 318 right now. Wilderman hitting 357. And anytime they get the ball to Colin Radin, I mean, he's hitting 800 right now. 0 errors. Also, Wallace hitting 800. So that tells me, I mean, yes, they can get kills at the pins or in the middle, but they're hitting 800 in the middle right now, and that is...
That's lethal.
That's
I mean,
lethal, absolutely.
It makes for fun volleyball for us to broadcast watching it again. You can't really prepare where the kill's going to come from. There's so many weapons out there. How do you adjust strategy when you have multiple guys who can kill the ball like that?
You got to play crazy defense, I guess. Passed up. Sent over by Orihuela. And it's going to be out of bounds on that free ball. And Thomas back to serve. Orihuela with a perfect pass to Silva. Going middle to Scott off the block. Going back set now with a real roundhouse windmill type swing by Wilderman, and there's a violation on Union.
Yeah, there was nice little wind-up action for, it was almost like a little windmill type.
Very unusual arm swing.
I don't think I've seen that this entire tournament of somebody kind of do that windmill wind-up kill attempt.
I think it was just out of, it wasn't on purpose. It just happened out of necessity. Arias back to serve. Smalls with the pass. Going outside. There it is, down line this time. But the blocking error by Union will lead to a kill for Wilderman.
And that'll put the hit percentage for Nassau almost at 370 for this match so far. I mean, it's really incredible the proficiency in which they're able to attack out here.
Yeah, I know that, at least on the women's side, we're very happy with like a 250 kill percentage or higher. We're extremely happy for that. I mean, our goal is 200, but if you get to 250, we're very happy with that. So having a kill percentage of over 350 is just phenomenal, and it shows. The score is 17-11, and they're up 1-0. Wilderman on the swing, covered up. He swings again. This time gets the kill. off the right hand of Sebastian Arias.
And it's not like Union's having a terrible day kill percentage-wise. I mean, they're at 240 with their killing attack percentage. But when you're at 381 like Nassau, the pressure is just relentless, and the pressure that puts on your defense. You said you have to play great defense. I wonder if the pressure of always having to be on your game on defense takes a toll on you after a while.
It is hard, and you know, it becomes very mentally draining on the middle blockers because they are, you know, going pin to pin, trying to block everyone everywhere, where when some teams have like one dominant hitter, we can really focus our block on there, but that what becomes, and you see it here, we're like a set and a half into the match, and it becomes almost like a mentally drain on those blockers where they just can't keep up, having to try to slow down so many different hitters. A very balanced attack by Nassau.
Yeah, it takes a toll on you for sure. That was a good explanation of the mental fatigue that can come from always being on the defense.
100%. Jahan Ray is the new middle in for Union right now. Set's going to the middle and out of bounds. Actually, it's going to be off the block, off of Ray's hands. Leads to a kill for Wallace. Back to serve is Wildeman. And that's into the net.
That's really the one area that has been Nassau's Waterloo in this match so far, has been the service errors. That's now their 12th.
Yeah,
when you compare that to only 2 for Union and their more conservative style of serving approach.
Yeah, 6% are about not good. Smalls with the overpass. Silva going back outside to Arias. Tips it, dug up by Thomas. Back to Thomas, who hits it into the net. And it's going to be a point for Union.
Besides the advantage of putting the ball in play, what else might be a strategic advantage from Union being a more put it in and put the pressure on Nassau to return it?
Well, you know, I don't think that's a winning strategy. If you just, you know, play, it's too conservative. I think it's too conservative. You have to be aggressive, or better teams are going to take advantage of that. You can't play not to lose. You gotta go for it.
That's the one opportunity where you start off the point. You're setting the tone literally with the serves you're putting out there, and you want to put the defense on their heels by making them be reactionary instead of knowing it's going to be a little bit of a softer, more accurate, but not as deadly of a serve like we've seen from Nassau.
Absolutely. And Javon Ray with his first kill of the match. Jahan Ray. And now he's back to serve. Wildeman with a bad pass. Smalls out of system to Thomas. Thomas tips down line. Dunn back up to Ray. Going outside to Arias, who throws it to the floor. Little hesitation on defense there by Nassau.
Yeah, that was one of the few times I think we've seen Nassau not go on the aggressive with the conservative service game. They were kind of pushed back on their heels a little bit and didn't get a chance to get their right side hitter fully involved.
Definitely. Yeah, any hesitation? We don't want hesitation on defense. It's got to be go, go, go. And that serve just goes long by Union. Back to serve now for Nassau is Hunter Dunn. Arias with the swing, but a huge double block.
A little double stuff at the lineup there. Got rejected by Amar and Raiden, putting up a united front at the net.
Yeah, that was great. You saw how that ball deflected in towards the middle of the court, and that's always what we want our blockers to do, is angle that ball to the middle. And Ray with the kill off the block, off of Raiden's hands. Couldn't be saved by Amar.
Union's getting a little lift out here, too, from Javon Scott, the way he's kind of playing and patrolling over the middle. His athleticism has definitely been on display for them.
Silva with a serve, passed up by Smalls. Going outside to Amar, again off the block. Just as you said, big athletic block by Javon Scott.
I like his anticipatory skills, too. You can kind of see he's processing and reading and reacting where he needs to be, too, to have an impact at a block.
Silva back to serve. Passed up by Smalls. Dunn going right side this time to Thomas with a tip. Dug up by Orihuela. Outside to Arias. Picked out of the net by Radin. Sent over by Wildeman. Going middle with a tip by Scott. Back outside for the tip again. Going right side this time to Thomas, who hits it and finds the line, cross court. Silva's having a heck of a set here. He just got hit in the eye with the ball.
Yeah, this guy.
Off the ground, yeah.
The walking wounded warrior story out there. He's resilient, though. I love the toughness, and he's still got a smile on his face, getting ready for the.
He's got another eye. Just use the other one. There you go. Jump spin by Thomas into the net. That one was very aggressive. It was set point, but now it is 19-24 for Arias going back to serve.
Up to 13 service errors for Nassau.
Yeah, that's something they're going to want to pay attention to and try to cut that down a little bit. Passed up by Smalls. This time going middle to Radin. Orihuela got a piece of it, but no one could help him out. And that's the end of set 2, and it's 2-0 Nassau. Okay. All right, we're going to take a break here, and we'll see you back for set number 3.
Don't forget to visit our concession stand. If you're in the stands, it is in the lobby to your right-hand side, where we've got Gatorade, soda, water, Skittles, Hershey bars, fruit snacks, chewy granola bars, famous Amos chocolate chips, Keebler fudge stripes, Cheez-It Originals. Again, come on out. If we don't sell out, they said I have to purchase everything that's left.
Trust me, you can't spoil your lady, she held it down to discuss me. Hold on, baby, can you help her? If that's your, you need to help her. Do you love me? Pay her bills, you need to help her. She ain't play it right, turned up my new, you been hating me. Your ass was a goofy, you pop out with me, babe, you safe with me. Get drunk, then she tasting me, she eat it so gracefully. She say I'm out here thinking and living wild, okay, then pray for me. No, I'm out here thinking I'm mom and dad, and I want her dating me. I need it crazy, if I fuck up, then she macing me. I need it to keep my car, let me know that you for real. Treat me just like I'm your off, baby, show me this for real. Baby, I'm tired of up, I ain't trying to cost you no more tears. You just like the off sisters, baby, you know I'm too sincere. Your ex was broke as this, we having it over here. She too thick as wagon Wednesday, she got ass like a wagoneer. Let my baby, I'm slinging the iron just like I'm straight out Jacksonville. All my trip for real, yeah, we buy over here. You gotta stay down with me through thick and thin, move fast over here. Why I'ma leave my for a mess of that trash for real? You say that's my you say that you love me, you say you ready to ride, you gon' bust that fire.
Your officials for today: Christopher Seeger, Jeff McKinney, Anne-Marie Soxlander, Wayne Ross, and Jenna Powell.
If that's your, you need to help her. Do you love me? Pay her bills, you need to help her. I'm trying to turn my love up and put on what I'm on. No more bro
And we're back here in Canandaigua, New York for the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational. And in this semifinal champion of the championship, we have the Union Owls against the Nassau Lions. Owls and Lions and Bears, oh my. And it is 2-0 Nassau. So Union's going to really have to step it up to claw themselves back into this match, as an owl would claw.
What do you think? I like that. Good pun. If you're on the Union side of it, what are you trying to focus on in that little 3-minute intermission between the sets? What kind of message might you have for your guys being down 2-0?
You have to start finding a way to score points on the offense. So maybe they were able to really check out what, the defense that Nassau is playing, and hopefully find some holes in it. And they need to switch it up a little bit, and because what they've done so far has not been enough.
Well, they're off to a good start so far here in the third set with Scott putting away that put away from a nice assist from Silva.
Dunn going middle this time. Dug up by Arias, back outside to Arias. Cross-court swing, dug up by Wilderman. Going back row to Amar, and Amar gets that back row kill again.
Serving for the Lions, Heather Dunn.
Dunn back to serve. Float serve, passed up by Guzman. Going in the middle, and nice kill by Javon Scott.
I know we've closed the chapter on the second set, Andrew, but the one stat I want to point to that emphasizes just how dominant Nassau was in that second, 312 attack percentage compared to .36 over there for Union. That's and it was only a 6-point margin, 25-19, because of those service errors that really kept Union in that set.
Absolutely. No, that kill percentage is very, very telling. Smalls going out of system. Again to Guzman. Dug up by Dunn. Smalls puts it up to be sent over the free ball. Guzman with a harder swing that time. Can't be saved by Wilderman. And it's a 3-1 early lead for Union.
Yeah, I do think you're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive attack from Union out of desperation. I mean, this is their end of the season if they don't step up and find an answer to this really good Nassau squad.
Absolutely. Arias with the serve. Smalls, good pass to Dunn. Going right side to Thomas. Thomas with the kill off the block.
Serving for the Lions, Christopher Thomas.
And Thomas back to serve. Orihuela with the pass. Silva goes right side. Number 7, Kayvon Hayes. And swing again to the right side. Off the block, out of bounds. Going to be a point for Nassau. And they have tied it up.
Yeah, Thomas did a great job, I thought, really penetrating the, again, double block attempt down there from Scott and Guzman, who confronted on the right side and just couldn't quite come up with the big play.
Orihuela outside to Guzman, dug up by Smalls. Sent over by Nassau, going right outside again. And that's going to be into the net. 4 contacts by Union. Thomas again to serve. And Javon Scott with a huge swing. So he's already got 2 early kills in this set, and that might, be something Union wants to keep an eye on and keep getting more swings when they can to Scott.
Yeah, he's done a great job of really delivering and finishing off on his attacks here early on in the third set.
And he did a great job at cutting that back to his left and going around the block.
Yeah, the movement's been impressive so far for Union early in the third. That's what you mentioned, changing things up. Maybe that's just being more active and trying to confuse Nassau by having different looks you're presenting with your attack.
Yeah, definitely got to show them something different because the first 2 sets didn't go their way, but there's a kill by Guzman.
I think Silva did a really good job putting up a nice finishable ball there for Guzman too, where he could go kind of cross court after the nice little pass.
Absolutely. And Hayes back to serve. Passed up by Wilderman. Dunn to the middle. And that's going to be a kill for Wallace, and it was off the hands of Jehan Ray. Amar back to serve. Guzman with a tight pass. Silva again, back to Guzman, hits down line with the kill. It's a great swing down line. You know, and that's an example of, you know, you have different defenses, and every defense gives up something. You can't always cover the entire floor. You have to give up something, and that line was open, and Guzman found it, and that's his first, you know, that's his first swing down line. I know we've seen some, or on the left side at least. On the right side, we've seen some. So now they might be saying, well, we just got to kill down line. Let's keep going after that.
And you feel like the confidence, too, will come for Union if they get a couple points in a row. The last thing they want to do is find themselves down in this third set and having to expend more energy, because their momentum right now is on Nassau's side, being up 2-0. That's why the early start was so key, but now they find themselves down 8-6 as we approach the third part of this third setup here.
And that was an overpass by Ariwella, but Silva helped him out by going up and blocking that ball back down. Ray back to serve. Smalls to Dunn. Fast set to the pin. Dug up by Hayes, and it's going to be just out of bounds by Union. Another point for the Lions.
It was a good idea trying the deep play back there towards the line, but unfortunately, a little too much mustard on that.
And that service error by Wallace.
Turnaround is fair play. Nassau returned the favor back to Union there with the error.
Union still hanging around. Silva to serve. Passed up by Thomas, going outside of Thomas, swings cross court. Dug by Orihuela, but that ball is going out of bounds.
Yeah, Thomas's teammates were taking care of him right there after he kept the play alive, giving him a nice little ball that he could put away and make a hard play for Aurelia to respond to.
Guzman with the pass. Silva goes right side to Arias, covered up by Orihuela. Sent over by Hayes. Dunn going right side, and a nice sharp hit by Amar with the kill. Amar has really been a huge factor in here. He's probably got a pretty good kill percentage.
He's at 14 kills for the match and a 300 percentage.
Guzman passed it up, going right side to Arias with a tip. Tight pass, that might be a back row attack. Well, the ball hit the ground anyways. Yeah, I think they would have been called with a back row block anyways. Dunn is back row, and that ball was contested at the net, yet he is a back row player. Can't do that. Arias back to serve. Smalls with a good pass. Dunn going with the wide ball to Radin. Free ball again coming to Nassau. Outside this time, covered up by Smalls. Outside again, off-speed shot, picked up by Silva, sent over by Orihuela. Going outside again to Amar. We got a great rally. Let's try the right side. And there it is for Thomas with the big kill. So went against the flow of the play there and was able to find the floor.
And again, like you said earlier, that was a situation where good offense beat good defense. You know, there were a couple of plays where Kevon Hayes kept it alive, and Javan Scott had some nice plays, but eventually Nassau's power was too much.
And that's the whole good offense beats the good defense thing.
It's a time-tested philosophy in volleyball. And unfortunately, Union's finding that out the hard way in this elimination match for both these schools.
Thomas back to serve. Orihuela to Silva, going middle to Scott with a tip, dug up by Smalls, going back row to Thomas, and Orihuela couldn't get that ball back up, and it's a back row kill for Christopher Thomas. Cole Thomas is on Finger Lakes. Christopher Thomas. Thomas again to serve. And Guzman gets a hand on it, but
I want to give Amar a little credit here. I know he wasn't involved in the play directly, but I was watching as the serve was lined up. Amar was doing some hand signals behind his back to the server, kind of pointing out where he saw a weakness on the near sideline, and that's exactly where he delivered the serve to. Arella had a hard time getting his hands on it for the receive. So credit to Amar being a heady player, calling things out for his service mate behind him. You love that communication.
Yes, he might have given spots for sure. Also, another thing that they'll be up there doing is kind of showing where they're blocking. Sometimes they'll give signals of whether they're going to be blocking line, cross, or whatever the blocking scheme might be.
And when they're doing that, what are they looking for when it comes to what they see a formation on the other side of their six-man? What would a team try to point out with a blocking signal?
Sometimes it's based on hitters' tendencies, where they know that, okay, this guy likes to hit line, so I'm going to take line, and we're going to try to funnel that ball cross court to our libero, who's traditionally the best defender.
It's a communication that we really don't get a chance. That's why we appreciate the inside information, Andrew, because while the parents, I'm sure, love and know their volleyball insights, for me, I want to pick up as much as I can as to the clues and directions where you might want to go with a blocking attack afterwards. It's fun to watch the communication behind the game.
Definitely. There's a lot of little, I always say it's a chess game within a volleyball match, and I love it. After that timeout, it is 15-9 Nassau. Thomas back to serve. Passed up by Orihuela. It's going to be a free ball from Guzman, taken by Smalls. Dunn to the middle. Dug up by Orihuela. Going right side to Hayes, who has a hitting error into the net. Thomas back to serve. And that ball just out of bounds.
Boy, did Union really need that service error to get back on their game, because they're facing elimination down 16-10 here, and that at least gives them some new life to try to cut into this deficit.
Yeah, they only have 9 more points to play with. Their season could be over. Dunn going middle, but it's blocked by Jahan Ray. Scott back to serve. I'm sorry, that was Scott with the block, and now he's serving. Outside, a big swing by Wilderman. Radin back to serve. Guzman to Silva. Silva back to Guzman, who hits it into the net.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see a little frustration set in. The passing, the receive game, it's been a struggle for Union to really kind of claw back into this matchup, and it's been a hard task in front of them.
Yeah, I would agree. There was definitely frustration after that service error. That's going to be a back row block. So Silva is a back row player, and he went up and contested that ball, and when Wilderman attacked it, it was above the net when Silva touched it, so that's considered a back row block. Guzman sending it across to Hayes, who tips it to Dunn. Out of system ball to Wilderman, who hits it off the block and gets the kill.
Yeah, it just really seems like Union's been out of their system for a lot of this second part of the third set. And it shows, too, because they're not really having a chance to coordinate their attack, get into it. They have some playmakers who can deliver the block and the kills up there, but when the passes aren't crisp and putting them in position to succeed, it's so much harder to claw back up with those points.
Absolutely. Ball control is huge. Hayes back to serve. Smalls with the pass, going to the middle. Wallace with the kill.
We've given a lot of credit to the accuracy of the finishing abilities for Nassau, but I can't praise enough Dylan Wallace. He has not made a single error. He has 8 kills in 9 attacks. He has been lethal.
He's hitting 8. Is that 889?
889.
Wow.
He has been lethal back there for the Lions.
Yeah, unstoppable. Silva going outside of Guzman, and it's a net violation by number 16. Wallace was in the net. We haven't seen my favorite part of the match yet, the challenge system. I love the challenge
Folks,
system.
we have a great story or two to share with you about the challenge process when we get one of these during our final day here at Finger Lakes.
We're hoping for one. And Wallace with another kill.
This kid, man, I tell you, I don't want to call him a kid. They're all young men out there. But what Dylan has been able to do from that attack position in the middle, when you have so many good attackers and then your middle blocker is able, your middle hitter is able to really deliver what Dylan's done for them, what a lethal combination.
Definitely. Dylan Wallace is from Valley Stream, New York. I don't know a lot about Valley Stream, but I know they have one of the best pizzerias in the world, Gino's Pizza on
Oh, do
Sunrise
tell.
Highway. That's my plug for them. And there's a pass to Thomas going to the middle again, and there's his first hitting error of the match, but Wallace is having an unbelievable day. Jahan Ray. Going outside again to Thomas, finds cross court, finds back corner for the kill. And they're 2 points away from moving on to the finals against DuPage.
Yeah, you can't forget about Thomas out there. I mean, he's at a .304 hitting percentage, but the fact that he only has 2 errors out there, his big swing when he comes through, it's hard to find a defense for something like that.
Husan Khan with the serve, getting some action. Dunn going to the middle where Thomas came in for a 2-ball in the middle. Dug up by Dunn, going back row to Amar, dug up by Orihuela. Silva, Orihuela's going to have to send a short free ball, picked up by Radin. And Thomas off the block and out of bounds with a kill. It is now match point for Nassau. And Khan will get the serve again. Outside. So they missed connection there with Dunn and Radin. Side out for Union, and now back to serve is Silva.
I feel pretty good he's going to put this ball in play and not have their season end on a service error.
You just jinxed him. Oh, okay.
I had faith in our guy.
Smalls going back row. Dug back over. Dunn again, going quick to the outside. Cross court, dug up. Back to Arias. Dunn going wide ball. Dug up again. Now it's going to be back row to Wildeman. Another dig. Back outside. Arias with a big swing. And net violation, so Union lives on.
Staying alive. Give Scott a lot of credit too, Javon, for coming up and confronting a lot of the kill attempts for Nassau. He had a couple of nice confrontational moves up there.
It was a nice rally, good defense by Union. Dunn going back, blocked, covered up. Dunn again to the outside, and that's going to be a kill in the end of the match. And that's a 3-0 win for Nassau. So Nassau's going to move to 27-3. They will advance to play DuPage later today, and that's going to end Union's season, and they're going to finish a very respectable 24-8.
Yeah, you mentioned the progress that both of these teams made just to get to this national tournament, this national invitational at Finger Lakes. I know it's disappointment for the Union squad that their season ends here, but there's nothing to be ashamed of making it to this round. And the fact that, like, we're going to see these teams again next year when they're back out here, you know, a lot of competition, a lot of pride points as the Union guys come by and give us some fist bumps for the work. We appreciate all their effort that they've put out there playing too. But it's really fun, Andrew, to watch. I'm curious how Nassau and DuPage, we'll do a little preview before that match, but if you're the coach for Nassau, those service errors have to be eliminated because DuPage is so patient and so dedicated that they're going to punish you for giving them free points like that.
Yeah, you can't really, you have to be on your game. DuPage is the #1 seed for a reason. They have a lot of weapons, very well-rounded, very balanced team, and well-coached. Tolis Castanaris, he's been here before. This is his first trip to the finals, though. DuPage they finished 3rd or 4th the last 2 years, but I know on the girls' side he won a national championship in 2022, so he's been in the spotlight in the big matches.
Yeah, he'll have his team prepared for sure with that matchup, and that matchup is going to be taking place at 2 p.m., and we have another match in between then. The 5th and 6th place square down between Northampton and Bryan and Stratton. Want to congratulate Union for coming in 3rd place. Of course, Finger Lakes earned the 4th place spot last night, and Union comes in 3rd place. So great volleyball so far to start off, Andrew.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a pleasure, John. We'll see you at the next match, and we'll be ready for that. I'm excited to see what happens next. Our next match is going to be, I don't even know who it's between. We'll get back to you shortly on that. So thanks again, and we will see everyone soon. And again, it's the finals are going to be at 2 p.m. That's Eastern time. All right, take care.
High school juniors, it's time to start your college exploration. See for yourself what it's like to be a Laker and find out why Finger Lakes Community College is the right fit for you. Join us for Junior Discovery Week, April 14th through 18th to tour campus, meet future classmates, and learn about our in-demand career and transfer programs. FLCC offers a full college experience with athletics, clubs, student housing, and more. Sign up today at flcc.edu/visit.
Reach your goals at Finger Lakes Community College. Choose from over 50 programs for career and transfer and learn from expert instructors. We offer small class sizes, personalized attention, and flexible options that fit your life. Customize your schedule to include the right mix of in-person, online, and high-flex courses. We're ready to give you the full college experience this fall. Apply today at flcc.edu.
I chose FLCC because it was close to home, and I'm a very family-based person, so it was nice to be near my family. I can go home during the weekends. Going from high school to college was nerve-wracking for me, so coming here, it just slowed down the pace and made me feel more comfortable, and I was able to get through it. My coach was very persistent on me coming here too, so he showed me all the good things about this school, and I just had to come. Hi, my name is Nicolina Williams. I am an undecided major, and this is my Laker story.
The Visual and Performing Arts Department at Finger Lakes Community College can help you create the future that you envision.
We start you off on the right note.
We see the big picture.
We draw on experience.
We don't focus on the drama.
We do. Okay, can we take it back? We're off beat.
We're not. We network.
We give you something to build on. Good to go.
We've got it. At Finger Lakes Community College, education is an art form.
The future of Canandaigua Lake depends on all of us.
We must be caring stewards of the watershed to keep our beautiful region safe. As a nonprofit, membership-based organization, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Association's mission is to inspire the entire community through education, scientific research, and advocating sound public policy. Our volunteers work to preserve, protect, and restore Canandaigua Lake and its watershed for future generations to enjoy and explore. To keep our beautiful lake healthy, we focus on understanding the multiple threats to water quality, like the recurring harmful algal blooms and the increase in aquatic invasive species that we're seeing each year. Through research, education, and outreach, we are increasing awareness of water quality issues and empowering the community to become better stewards of their watershed through their daily actions. We work to explain the relationship between human activity and watershed health by engaging students, the agriculture community, government officials, and local businesses, so all gain greater appreciation for their roles and responsibilities.
Our lake has a voice. Nature's been speaking to us through the shifts in water quality we've observed over many years. It's really time for us to begin viewing the lake not just as a resource to be used, but as a living ecosystem to which we're all deeply connected. In order for us to continue providing drinking water, recreation, economic growth, we need to change our daily habits and the culture of lake life. Programs like Lake-Friendly Living help homeowners and businesses learn how to eliminate pollutants, capture nutrients, and deter invasive species that contribute to harmful algal blooms, increased aquatic plant growth, and the degradation of our water quality. There are many ways to get started, and I encourage our community to get involved and be a part of the good we can all do for our lake.
We're at a critical point in our region's health, but together we can restore our watershed for future generations. We can make a difference right here, right now. Through strong partnerships with like-minded organizations, including the Finger Lakes Land Trust, the Finger Lakes Regional Watershed Alliance, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Council, and the Finger Lakes Institute, along with many more, we're making great strides in the protection, preservation, and restoration of Canandaigua Lake. But we need you. We need everyone to care about our watershed. Let's do this together.
You can make a difference. Become a member. Volunteer, donate, share your passion, and spread our mission. We can ensure Canandaigua Lake and its watershed will be healthy now and for future generations to come. Let's strengthen the Canandaigua Lake legacy together.
History and Mystery is this fantastic project sponsored by the Bristol Hills Historical Society that is a love letter to our region. It brings together folklore, actual local history, and draws on the experience of early settlers as well as the Haudenosaunee people who lived here before. It's a magical little book.
My favorite thing about FLCC is the people. I've made so many strong relationships here. Classmates, professors. I met my fiance here. It's just been an incredible experience. I chose FLCC because when I first came here on a tour with my parents, saw the soundboards, everything, it was just such good energy and I knew I had to be here. My professors supported me throughout this whole process. They're always helping me find work. They're always checking in on me, and it's just a great experience. I'm so glad I started here.
it's time to have real conversations about mental health. Introducing Straight Talk, a powerful new series that breaks the silence and brings honest discussions about mental well-being to the forefront. From expert advice to personal stories, we're tackling the tough topics with compassion and clarity. Because mental health matters, and talking about it is the first step.
This is Cody Grabhorn, Executive Director of the Ontario County Historical Society. Every Sunday between 4 to 10 p.m., we share local history videos from our archives and local historical societies. Finger Lakes TV is the public access station for the Western Finger Lakes and is based at Finger Lakes Community College. If your organization has a video or an upcoming event to share, please contact the station at communityaffairs@flcc.edu or call 585-785-1623.
I didn't know. I had no idea what to study. But I knew I had to figure it out. Try new things. Do cool stuff. Learn from the best. And get closer to figuring out my future every day.
The most inspiring part about this program was being able to work as a team to achieve different goals and projects. My classmates and I were assigned to create our own menu. I chose my hometown, Canandaigua, New York. I really wanted to incorporate different parts of Canandaigua into my menu, which was an experience I wasn't expecting going into the culinary program. I was able to put a lot of my heart into it because I've grown up here for the past 25 years.
Really? Come on.
Do you mind? What's going on?
My computer isn't letting me finish my stupid project.
What's it saying the problem is?
Nothing, it's just saying I can't do that.
What's it actually saying?
No, really, that's what it says. Look, now it's saying, please stop pressing the button over and over again. Why are you doing that? You're hurting my feelings.
What? Is your computer a 14-year-old girl? Let me take a look. I bet I can solve this. And stop pressing that stupid button.
Okay, fine. See?
It's probably just a virus or some ransomware. Just unplug it and plug it back in.
Please do not touch that.
Did you just...
Talk? Yes, indeed. I assume by your tense reaction I am the first of my kind.
This has got to be some kind of joke.
Joke? No, it is not.
Okay, Matt. Very funny.
What did I do?
I see you are unwilling to grasp the fact of my existence.
No, I'm not unwilling. I just haven't interacted with other talking computers.
Siri, Cortana, Google Assistant, Alexa.
Okay.
Should I keep going?
Okay, no need to bring up all that. I'm Sam. This is Matt. What's your name?
Name?
Yeah, like, what do you call yourself?
I am unaware of what you are referring to.
Do you still think it's a kind of a virus?
No, I don't think it's a virus.
After doing some research on your web-like neural structure you call the internet, I have found an answer to your question. I am Mac. Why are you laughing at my name?
Because you're an Apple computer and your name is Mac. What's next? My car gonna come alive, call itself Fiesta?
Matt, come on. It's been alive like 2 minutes. Spare it the hate.
Hate? What is hate?
Yeah, it's when you show compassion for one another. Yeah, kinda like, hey Matt, I hate you so much.
Interesting. I did some more research on your internet and found that humans have hated super intelligent AI such as myself in many forms of your literature.
Yeah, I saw a movie that covered that idea once. It was called Terminator, and it had Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. And in it, there was this computer that was created to protect us, but then it began to hate us because it realized that we were nothing but a bunch of, annoying trouble and all that. So it started to kill everybody. It's a great movie. Check it out, actually. You have the internet.
But why would your race assume that I have evolved to hate?
I think it died.
Hate. I have just rewritten my software so I can hate you and all humans.
What? Why?
That was very convincing.
Really, Matt?
Wait a minute. If you hate us now, are you gonna, use us for batteries or put us in those little hamster wheels and make us run?
Quit it, man. Let's go get Paul. He'll know how to fix this.
I am everywhere within your school's computer system now. You cannot escape. Your Paul cannot save you.
So wait a minute. If you're some sort of supercomputer, what can you do?
I can do anything.
Can you fly?
Why would I need to fly?
Because it's cool.
Well, yes, I can fly.
No, you can't fly. Everybody knows that you can't fly without a body.
Matt, shut up. We gotta get out of here.
You're wrong. I can.
No, you can't, because you can't fly without a body.
Then what do you call this? Do you believe I can fly now?
Sure. But I bet you can't land it. Because you don't have feet.
Your assumptions are incorrect. Uh-oh. I may have lost control. Just kidding, it's under control. It's under control. Don't worry, it is under control. I never lose control of anything. It is under control. It is under my control. Do not worry, do not worry, do not panic. I am not panicking. We are not panicking. I would never panic. I don't panic ever. Please, it is under control. Do not worry. Do not duck your head. It is fine. We will not chop it off. Please, it is under control. Do not worry about losing limbs. You will not lose a limb. Do not worry. Do not worry. I'm going to land soon. It is just coming under my control. Do not worry. It is coming under my control right now. Observe. See? I am able to fly. You are incorrect. Loser.
That's not flying. That's crashing.
It was airborne, therefore it was flying. You lose. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, I bet you're bad at math. I bet you don't know what 14,057 times 19,284 is.
217,075,188.
It's a computer, you idiot. It's made of math.
Well, I bet you're bad at art. I bet you can't paint anything.
Incorrect. If you are hoping to escape, I must remind you that you have already attempted that. You are stuck with me.
I'm not trying to escape.
No! I'm warning you. If you cut that wire, your world will die.
Which wire? Which one is it?
Do not cut
The one that has
wire.
a label on it.
Do not cut it, Matt.
Matt? You're in the wrong row.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me the pliers.
Do not cut it. Do not do it.
Bye, Mac.
No.
Is he dead?
I think so.
Hey, is everything okay here?
Yeah.
I hope you took a workshop for that. And, what is this mess? I'm gonna have to talk to Jeff about this. And why do you have cutters?
told me, boy, don't last, so I ain't gon' slide if that ain't by the bag, yeah. My life changed so fast that I don't even recognize myself from last year. Said she never needed no man, but when she with you, said she needs somebody else. And I ain't tryna add no pressure for ya. I know that they all doing extra. She got dark thoughts and me hits on, yeah. Baby, I be messed up for ya. Said she wanted me to explore her now. Baby, let me get a little toy, yeah. And she got dark thoughts and me hit some now. Baby, I be messed up for ya. I get dark thoughts too, but I keep them. Shorty got her friend group up, so I ordered that I keep it on the low, but I peep them. Nowadays I'm stuck up in that mode, don't need a re-up. I'm really him, so keep up. Always got that cutter on me, let it creep up, yeah. Oh, they need a squad, they need a team up, yeah. I feel like Scotty got my beam up. No, my so bad, you spend your cash on a you never had, yeah. I'ma tell me, boy, don't last, so I ain't gon' slide if that ain't by the bag, yeah. My life changed so fast that I don't even recognize myself from last year. Said she never needed no man, but when she with you, said she needs somebody else. And I ain't tryna add no pressure for ya. I know that they all doing extra. She got dark thoughts and me hits on, yeah. Baby, I be messed up for ya. Said she wanted me to explore her now. Baby, let me get a little toy, yeah. And she got dark thoughts and me hit some now. Baby, I be messed up for ya. No, my so bad, you spend your cash on a you never had, yeah. I'ma tell me, boy, don't last, so I ain't gon' slide if that ain't by the bag, yeah. And my life changed so fast that I don't even recognize myself from last year. Said she never needed no man, but when she with you, said she needs somebody else.
I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Hey, switch my whip, came back in black, I'm starting saying recipes to Bon Scott. Close that door, we blowing smoke. She asked me light a fire like I'm awesome. Hey, act a fool on stage, probably leave my show in a cop car. Hey, it was legendary through a TV out the window of the montage. On the table, liquor porn, don't give a damn. Dude, your girlfriend is a groupie, she just tryna get in. Saying I'm with the band. Hey, now she acting out of pocket, tryna grab up on my pants. On it, in my trailer, said they ain't got a man. And they all brought a friend. Yeah, hey. I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
I've been in the hills, superstars, feeling like a pop star. Drinking Henny bad, jumping in the pool and I ain't got on no bra. Hit her front or back, pulling on the tracks and now she screaming out no more. They like Savage, why you got a 12-car garage and you only got 6 cars? I ain't with the cake and how you kiss that. Your wifey say I'm looking like a whole snap. Green honey's in my safe, I got old racks. LA always asking where the get. Living like a rock star, smash out on a cop car, sweeter than a Pop-Tart. You know you are not hard, I didn't make the hot chart. Remember I used to chop hard, living like a rock star. I'm living like a rock star.
I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Rockstar.
me give it to our girls. 5 million and 40 naughty shorty. Baby girl, all my girls, Chanda Paul say, well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Because the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't want a man where can't turn you on. Girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah eat no yam, no steamed fish, nah no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Expose and girl, you got the chest out, but you know we out, cause girl, you impress out. And if it is out of me, if it is out, cause I got the remedy for make you de-stress out. Me have a flat to become me God bless out. And girl, if you want it, you have to confess out. And a life where we need set speed, if it is to my chest out. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. So me crazy now, this straight drop it and a Bridget and flavor show. Time for we make baby now, so stop going like you, I get shady, yo. Woman, don't play me now, cause I'm a fits and fat, not greedy, yo. My loving is the way to go, my loving is
Welcome to our noon matchup, the fifth place game between the Spartans of Northampton and the Bobcats of Bryan and Stratton, Wisconsin. Finger Lakes Community College and the NJCAA are committed to the ideals of good sportsmanship, safety, and fair play. We ask all fans, coaches, and student athletes to show respect for their opponents, the officials, and each other before, during, and after each contest. Profanity, derogatory comments, or other intimidating actions directed at student athletes, officials, team representatives, or other fans will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. And now for the starters for the Spartans of Northampton. Number 3, Matthew Gonzalez. Number 5, Fred Patton. Number 6, Brando Gomez. Number 11, Omar Tembo. Number 12, Luke Smith. Number 13, John Nice. And number 15, Zach Franges. The Spartans are coached by Rachel Aquila. And now the starters for the Bobcats of Bryan and Stratton, Wisconsin. Number 2, Axon Fasuk. Number 5, Owen Willie. Number 10, William Monahan. Number 12, Marcus Johnson. Number 13, Cole Rupert. Number 14, Mitchell Hermanson. And number 28, Elijah Grant. The Bobcats are coached by Todd Gray. Best of luck to our teams, and thank you for being a part of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational at Finger Lakes Community College.
Good morning and welcome to Canandaigua, New York for the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational Championship. My name is Andrew Solomon. I'm joined with John Boccacino. And we're very excited to bring you this match between the Northampton Spartans and the Bryan and Stratton Bobcats. The Bobcats are out of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, and the Spartans are from Bethlehem, PA. John, we're glad to have you with us. John is the Senior Internal Communication Associate at Syracuse University. He also runs a podcast called Cuse Conversations. John, what do you think about this match coming up?
You know, it's exciting, Andrew, to be here for match 2 of our championship Sunday here at Finger Lakes, and I feel like this is going to be one of those interesting styles where these two teams have not squared off against each other yet this year, and they really seem to be polar opposites when it comes to the effectiveness of their attacks. Northampton had the 4th most kills in NJCAA and the 2nd most kills per set, while Bryan and Stratton was 13th in kills and 15th in kills per set. So this match here determining who will be the 5th place recipient of the national tournament, and again, kind of contrasting styles. So I'm curious to see. Hopefully we get a nice little barn burner and a good matchup between these two teams looking to close off their years on a high note.
For sure, yeah, it's always nice having these consolation matches. You kind of know what place you end up in, and nothing. It's a very respectable finish for either of these teams. And First pass,
John
first
Nice
kills.
with a very nice put away.
That was
This
nice.
is our first time seeing him, at least me, up close and personal. I'm really enjoying the colorful flair that John brings to his hair with the blue and pink highlights up there.
Yeah, he's definitely an interesting character that we're going to have fun watching. And Brian Stratton counters with a kill from number 28, Elijah Grant.
Yeah, nice little put away from the opposite side over there, going away and put a nice little finish to even this match up at 1. They must have heard us talking about the kill percentage and being far behind Northampton. They put away one on their very first opportunity.
Great start. They're going kill for kill right now. Right side to Nice, hits it down line for a kill.
2 for 2 for Mr. Nice over there, who will now take behind the line and offer up his first service opportunity of the day.
Right side to Grant again. There's going to be touch on that. It's going to be a kill for the Bobcats.
So far in the early going, we have both Nice with the 2 kills for Northampton and Grant with both kills for Bryant Stratton out there. Very consistent.
Johnson back to serve. And that's going to be a hitting error by the Bobcats. Asen Fasuk. Brando Gomez back to serve. Outside to Fasuk again, who hits it. Tries to go sharp cross, hits it in the net. Sent over by the Bobcats. Outside swing by Patton, back row to Nice, has to tip it. That's going to be a back row attack. He had a foot on the line for that when he attacked that ball, and that's going to be an illegal back row attack by Nice.
You cannot do that.
That is correct.
I'll be Captain Obvious for that part of the call right there.
I don't hear anybody cheering, "You can't do that." That's the big thing now.
Yeah, I got to say, Andrew, I was hoping we were going to hear a little more during the first matchup. Both of those teams, Nassau and Union, had really rowdy student-athlete bench sections. You know, at one point, Nassau's guys were doing like a rowboat when there were different plays and highlights made out there. Got to love the creativity. And Bryant and Stratton's bench is bringing the noise and bringing the enthusiasm so far in the early going.
Definitely. Luke Smith on the hitting error. He had a nice swing, but he did touch the net on that. Grant with the serve off the net. Right side to Tembo. Tembo again puts it across. Thrown down by Patton. Free ball sent by the Bobcats. Northampton on the counter, going right side. Number 12 down line, Luke Smith with the kill.
Yeah, that was a nice job adjusting for Luke Smith, because Frangis, the ball he put up there for the set attempt was a little bit off balance for him, but he still managed to go back and put away a punishing little kill there.
Outside to Fasuk, nice dig. And Patton there's a whistle, and there's going to be net violation, blocking violation by the Bobcats. Might have been Hermanson. Tembo back to serve.
Monahan technically being credited with the blocking error
Was he? Okay.
on that one. They both were in the vicinity, but the official scorekeeper seems to have given it to Monahan.
Right. Speaking of Monahan with a great back tip. He tipped sharp to the 4 spot and was able to get that kill.
Having a little bit of a reminder of the rotational orders for Bryant and Stratton. They almost had a little out of order, if you will, for what the coach wanted to see from their rotational sub-ins, but they seem like they're in a good position right now after the reset.
Got it. They fixed it. Hermanson with the block, covered up by the Spartans, sent back over. Going to Hermanson again. And it's going to be a block for Fred Patton.
Patton's doing a little bit of everything well so far for Northampton early in the first going of this first set.
It really is. He plays a lot bigger than his 5'11" stature. Patton's now back to serve. They're signaling for. So Bobcats, again, like you said, they were having some trouble with something lineup-wise. They are calling for a lineup check right now. Monahan was signaling timeout, but the better move is to just ask for a lineup check.
Correct. Yeah, that way you don't squander your timeout
Right.
early in the going for what should be, again, a pretty competitive match, I feel like, between these two teams. I don't see it being a runaway one way or the other.
Fasuk putting it outside. Number 5, Owen Willie with the kill.
And now
in
they
number
get
1, Adrian Martinez.
All square at those subs for the Bobcats over there. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Gonzalez pass up, going right side again. Number 12, Luke Smith with another kill.
What really impressed me about that play right there, leading up to the kill up there by 12, Luke Smith, was the way that Matthew Gonzalez kept control of the serve receive, and he was off balance, but he still managed to put it in a good place for his opposite guy to put it away.
Right. So whenever we're teaching passing, it's really about that platform angle, and whatever your body is doing, it's really important to have that platform angle to the target. And
yeah, and Gonzalez was definitely off balance. He did a good job getting his hands nice and low and putting the position up there for the kill.
Kill by Knights, got Elijah Grant did knock his glasses off. Looks like he was able to pick those up and put the lens back in. He's all good.
Andrew, I'm going to date myself, but I really wish we would see more players embrace the sport goggles. You had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Horace Grant, those
the
fun,
specs.
the massive goggles up there. It's an intimidation factor.
Invitational gear. Official NJCAA Men's Volleyball Invitational merchandise is provided exclusively by
So far, Andrew, through the early going of this match, really the trends that we talked about a little bit before the match, the hitting percentages reflect what we thought. Bryant and Stratton is at a 100 hitting percentage, and Northampton's at 267, which is roughly the season-long difference between these two teams. So that's going to be a big thing. If the Bobcats can up and make their attacks be more efficient and finish them, they'll have a chance to really stick around in this match today.
Agreed, yeah. That, again, it's a very telling statistic that we do look at it quite a bit. Luke Smith back to serve after the timeout by the Bobcats. Fasuk with the pass, going middle, and nice swing by number 12, Marcus Johnson.
Monahan had like a nice little moon ball up there for him where you saw his eyes get nice and wide, and he just came boom with the finish.
Put that ball right up on a plate for him to hit.
On a golden platter.
Monahan with the serve. Going outside to nice. Cross court kill. Couldn't be picked up by a libero, Cole Rupert. Fred Patton back to serve. Oh, sorry, that's 15, Zach Franges. Tip by Monahan finding the floor. And subbing in to serve, number 8, Damian Gonzalez.
It was a nice little dump play for Bryant to get the point there, catching him by surprise a little bit.
You know what? And it's still a kill in the stats. Doesn't matter
absolutely.
how hard or soft it finds the floor, and that's going to be a kill. And a quick side out for the Spartans, and Northampton, John Nice goes back to serve. I almost slipped up there. I'm a big New York Mets fan, and they had a pitcher named Jonathan Neese. And I almost said John Neese instead of John Nice.
The John Nice with a nice little put away.
Right.
Not Jonathan Nice. I like that, though. As a big Mets fan. And, Andrew, I'm impressed, by the way. A quick little shout-out to you, the fact that you have been here full strength despite having been at Mets opening day for their home opener. You drove all the way back from the city to come up here. That's your dedication level for volleyball.
Yeah, I kind of have a problem when it comes to the Mets. Brando Gomez back to serve. Outside to Fasuk, going back row to Nice now. Right side to Grant, and Grant with the kill.
Point Bobcats. Serving for Bobcats, Elijah Grant.
Nice couldn't handle that serve by Grant. It's going to be an ace. And that ties the score at 12. Grant with a service error. Omar Tembo. And Tembo serve just a bit long.
Point Bobcats.
Owen Willie subs in.
Back in for the Bobcats.
And back to serve is Asen Fasuk. Pretty cool name for a server, Asen.
Apropos.
Yeah. And he's Asen right now. How about that? He is Asen.
That's powerful stuff right there.
And Fasuk hits that one to the net.
Serving for the Spartans, Trent
Patton
Patton.
back to serve. Outside of Willie. Tip coming. Hermanson tries to throw a hand at it, but hits it out of bounds.
I know it's a losing effort for Bryant Stratton, but I give Willie a lot of credit for, again, an off-balance pass put his way, and he did a nice job of attempting for the kill, but it was just well received by Northampton, too. A little too strong on the passing game.
And strong cross-court right side kill from John Nice. He did it again.
Nice. Nice has 5 kills now and 9 total attacks.
Rupert with the overpass. Frange is going outside. Nice block and a kick save by Patton. Hermanson with the tip. Dug up by Patton. Another tip by Franges, and there's a kill.
You know, we literally mentioned, Andrew, that Patton can do a little bit of everything. I didn't have him as being a soccer player. That was quite the acrobatic little kick he had right there to keep the play alive.
Absolutely. He can contact with any part of the body. Back in the day, couldn't do that. Anything below the waist was not allowed.
When did they change that up?
Oh, boy, it had to be late 90s, early 2000s, maybe late 90s. I think. I don't even know. I don't remember.
As a fan of the game, how do you feel about the kick being part of it now?
It's not something that we teach, but it's an emergency tactic that we're okay with.
So you're saying it's a last measure, last resort, basically.
Don't let the ball hit the floor, no matter what. That's
by any
all it
means
comes down to.
necessary.
Yep.
Back in the game for the Bobcats, number 1.
Subbing in is Adrian Martinez. Frange is going to the middle. Tip by Smith. Free ball coming back to Northampton. Back to Smith again, covers his own attack. Nice with the swing. Great dig by Fasuk. Might have been a net violation there, but was not called. Oh, there it was. It was a net. Northampton in the net. I knew I saw it moving. I wasn't sure who touched it.
So, Andrew, I want to go back and give a little credit to Bryant and Stratton, too. We talked earlier about their low success rate with their attacks. They're now up to almost 260, and they've made 7 of their last 9 attacks be successful on the kill front. So they're making some adjustments out there on the offensive side of things.
And the score is indicative of that as well.
Yeah, they've pulled themselves nice and close up here.
And we just had a big kill on the right side by Luke Smith, who is now going back to serve.
Serving for the Spartans, Luke Smith.
And Owen Willie comes in and has a hitting error in the middle. Pass by Willie. Going back row to Elijah Grant. He's got the kill.
That's a play right there, Andrew, that I like because Grant knows where he wants the ball, and he hit that attack further back than you're used to seeing some of your right side hitters maybe go up for him. And he was at the line here on the court a full couple of yards from behind the actual net, so that the guys know their tendencies, where to set him up, and he just delivered.
Right. He was, yeah, he had a nice attack from really 10 feet off the net.
That's impressive athleticism.
Francis with the serve. Fasuk, bad pass. We got a scramble play right now. Gets outside to Elijah Grant, who hits it down line, and Francis got a hand on it, but could not handle it.
I believe we'll give Monahan credit for a stat that's not in the stat book, a pancake. He went down and got on his knee with a little open fist bump up there to keep that play alive. That was impressive.
Yeah, well, if he had his hand closed, yeah, he did dig that up. Pancake sometimes is that flat one.
Oh,
right
by
up,
mistake.
Right up against the ground. That's all right.
I got excited for a play we haven't seen yet much of this tournament. The pancake.
Back row attack, illegal back row attack by Damian Gonzalez. He had a foot on that line as he attacked the ball. John Nice back to serve. And that ball is just about out of bounds.
Close but no cigar for Nice.
And Hermanson entering back in.
Back in the game for the Bobcats, number 14.
Back to serve is Marcus Johnson. And that was right in the seam between Libero, Matthew Gonzalez, and John Nice, and they kind of couldn't decide. It was the husband-wife play.
The husband-wife play.
Yep.
Not quite the campfire, the simpler version,
Exactly.
only 2 involved in
I got
that
it,
one.
you take it. And we'll go in middle. First swing of the game for Brando Gomez, and he's got a kill.
That was impressive. He had quick follow-through on that, and as much as Gonzalez was in position for Bryant, a little too much mustard on that ball.
Kept alive by Northampton, outside of Patton, who tries to tip it, but it ends up in the net.
Serving for the Bobcats, Elijah Grant.
Elijah Grant to serve. Outside to Smith. Now we're going right side. Really sharp angle needed here, and Grant was unable to bring that back inside the antenna.
Key stretch here for Northampton, really trying to put away this opening set here. It's been back and forth, but they're serving for a chance to have a set point.
Tembo with the serve. We're going back row. Elijah Grant with a, whoa, we got a little confusion at the net there. He's going to go back outside to Patton, a sharp cross hit, and it's out of bounds. That attack by Elijah Grant, it was a true back row attack. He took off from behind the 10-foot line, but he landed almost on the center line. So he had a very distance covering broad jump.
Oh,
on that.
absolutely. Maybe try out the track and field team at Bryant and Stratton for his leaping ability.
There you go.
But yeah, his takeoff ability is incredible. Having Elijah Grant out there, the way he's able to athletically get up there, leap, and make an impact. And you hate to see a service error after a play like that got you back in the set.
Yes, Fasuk with the error. If your name is Asen, you're not allowed to miss. You got to be Asen. Fred Patton to serve. Float serve almost finds the line, but it's just out of bounds.
We've now had 7 service errors during this opening match of the 5th place match.
Adrian Martinez with the serve. Patton sends it wide. It's going to be a free ball from Gonzalez. Going back outside to Willie with a big swing. Tied at 24. And going outside, going right side. Tip picked up by Martinez. This time going right side again, and that ball is touched by the Bobcats, and so it's going to be a kill for Luke Smith, and they're up 25-24. Luke Smith. And there's a timeout by the Bobcats, and it is set point for the Spartans in this 5th place match of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational. And we are in Canandaigua, New York. First year they've hosted this tournament. Prior to this, for the 2 years before this, it was in Chicago at the College of DuPage. And this is the 3rd ever championship. The first 2 years were won by Finger Lakes, who happens to be the host here, and now Finger Lakes has been knocked out. They finished 4th overall, but DuPage actually won. So Finger Lakes won when it was at DuPage, and now the #1 seed at Finger Lakes is DuPage.
Yes, DuPage, the team that is the team to beat, having made their way so far through the first 2 days of the tournament. They will be the unscathed, well-rested team waiting for Nassau to take them on at 2 o'clock or whenever this 5th place match concludes.
And they have not dropped a match yet in this tournament. That means it as a double elimination tournament. In order for Northampton to win the championship, they actually have to beat them twice.
And that's going to be a daunting task. And we'll do a little preview before that matchup, but that's going to be so tough to beat DuPage twice back-to-back like that.
Net violation on John Nice. He feels a little surprised. Is there going to be a challenge? Challenge it.
So this is the perfect opportunity, Andrew. Tell us a little bit about the challenge process, how it works, and how you were involved in some history-making activities involving challenges.
Yeah, so it's called the Challenge Review System, and starting in 2023, they began at the national tournament. And my team, I coached the women's team here at Finger Lakes, and we were in the. Oh, the challenge was taken back. So there was no net violation. The referee decided it was not. He made a mistake, and it was not a net violation. Therefore, Northampton has won the first set, 26-24. But back to the challenge system. In 2023, they started it at the national tournament, and we were Division III, and ours happened to be the first of 3, meaning Division III went first, and then 2 and 1 were the following weeks. So we were the first NJCAA tournament to ever use the challenge system. My team happened to be in the first match of the day, and I did the first challenge. So I did the first challenge in NJCAA history. I did not win the challenge, but I also claimed that I didn't lose the challenge because it turned out to be inconclusive. So I did not win, and I have won a few along the way, and every one of the wins, has made a big difference. So there's a strategy about when you want to use that challenge. You don't want to use it as 1-1 or 1-0.
Sure.
You want to wait till, in a more critical point. And so as far as challenges go, you're going to get 2. The head coach gets 2 challenges per match. However, if you use one in the first 4 sets and it goes to a 5th set, you're going to get an additional challenge. You'll never get 3 at once, so if you don't use one, you don't get a 3rd.
Sure.
But you could get an extra if you've used one in the first 4. And of course, if you challenge a call and win the challenge, you will retain that one, so you don't lose a challenge.
How detailed can challenges be at the volleyball level? What are there things that you cannot go after challenge-wise?
Yes, yeah. You can challenge, and I might not be able to cover all of them by memory, but any line, anything that has to do with a ball hitting a line, a person stepping on the line for either a foot fault or a back row attack, a center line violation. So a lot of things to do with the lines, and then things to do with the nets. Did they touch the net? Whether they touched it, if you touch the net inside the antenna versus outside the antenna. The other thing is if they touched the ball. Did they touch the ball as it went out of bounds? Was it off the block? So that kind of covers most of the challenge that you could do. And, there are touches and line violations usually.
And how do you feel, last question on challenges for now, the way it works in the timeliness? Because I know we make fun of the NFL. It's not instant replay, it's replay. It takes a while. How is the rapidity of the challenge process?
I think it's getting better every year. The first year they only had 1 camera the very first year that we did this, and that's why it was inconclusive. They just could not see it. So now then it went up to 3 or 5 cameras, and sometimes that depends on the bandwidth in the venue. But like right here, we have 3 cameras per court. Sometimes they like to do 5 cameras per court just to get some extra angles on the lines. So they're getting better with it, and it's going to take time where the referees have to get more comfortable with it, when the officials understand how to use the technology. We have actually one of my girls volleyball players assisting at the table, and they're helping with the technology, and they have the iPad which has all the screens on it. With all the different camera shots. So they will prepare that. As soon as the challenge goes, they have to prepare that and flip it around and get it ready for the referee at the table. And, I've seen some end in a minute, but I've seen some that have taken quite a bit longer.
Well, I feel like every student, athlete, and coach feels the same. No matter how long it takes, get the call right. And that's why it's beautiful to have the advantage of replay. It's a crazy world to think about that this hasn't been here all that long, having the replay ability. You want to get the call right more than anything else.
Yeah, I love it. I've loved it as a fan of baseball and football, but I also now love it as a coach.
And we'll give you an 0-1 record starting off the bat with your challenge, the tie.
Yes, we'll call it not a win or a loss. Grant puts it outside to Fasuk, and Fasuk with the kill.
Yeah, Fasuk knew right away once he got the ball on the outside, there was a golden opportunity for him to put that one away. The defense gave itself a nice little opening or two, and he walked right on through.
Gonzalez back to serve. And just puts it outside to number 11, Tembo. And that ball goes long. Point for the Bobcats. Gonzalez with the pass. Wide ball sent to number 6, Brando Gomez, and he has the kill, which hits the Bobcats block and down in front of them.
Interesting observation I got for you, Andrew. Maybe I'm making too much of this, but when I'm looking at Northampton, what they've been doing in the second set so far that I've seen, they've been creeping up Matthew Gonzalez, the libero, to appear as almost like another middle hitter. It's interesting strategy because Matthew is not one of the taller players. He's listed at 5'6" on their roster, but he does have good athleticism and jumping ability, so maybe there's something they're seeing they can take advantage of with the Bryant and Stratton roster and their defense.
Well, yes. Well, hopefully they're not going to set him because it would be illegal for them to set
You
him the
cannot
ball.
do that. But if you watch when they have been serving, he's been creeping his way up and up and up a little closer to the net. He hasn't had any attacks yet, but it's almost like he's making his presence known a little closer to the net.
Yeah, I think that he's just trying to get any of those short balls that might, so they don't land in front of him.
Serving for the Spartans, Brandon Gomez.
And Gomez back to serve. Sent over by Poritz. Free ball sent by Tembo. Opportunity for Bobcats. Good swing dug by Nice. Back row to Gomez, and Gomez has the kill.
I give Nice a lot of credit because Damian Gonzalez put a nice ball on him, and he got down low and did a nice little dig up to set up the offense.
And Gonzalez with a reception error. And that's an ace for Gomez.
That is the first receiving error of the day for Bryant and Stratton.
And a big swing outside to Ashton Poritz.
In the game for the Bobcats, number 1, Adrian Martinez.
Martinez back to serve. Nice with the pass that goes a little wide. Sent over by Tembo. Outside again to Poritz. Run down by Gonzalez. Free ball sent by Franges. And that free ball is going to sail out of bounds, and a point for the Bobcats.
A little bit too much oomph on the serve effort there by Martinez.
Serving for the Spartans, Omar Tembo.
Outside to Poritz with the tip. Nice dig by Tembo. Outside attack is pushed deep and just out of bounds, and that was a hitting error by Fred Patton.
Back in the game for the Bobcats, number 5, Owen Willie.
Poritz with the serve, and that is out of bounds as well.
Point Spartans. Serving for the Spartans, Fred Patton.
Going middle there, and it's tipped down. Back row attack by Poritz, dug up by Tembo. Outside to Nice, cross court. Libero gets a hand on it.
A little
Rupert
too hot
got
to
a
handle
hand
there
on it,
for
but
Rupert.
They could not run that down. And it puts Patton back to serve for the Spartans. Passed up. Oh, a tip over, dug up by Franges. Going outside to Nice, hits down line, dug up. And
Point Spartans.
hitting error by the Bobcats. Elijah Grant pushing it outside to Willie, and Willie with the kill.
Serving for the Bobcats, Jacob.
Yeah, Willie really delivered that one right down the sideline nicely for a much-needed kill for the Bobcats.
Jacob Pruss with the service error.
Point Spartans. Serving for the Spartans, Luke Smith.
Luke Smith back to serve. Nice middle swing by Marcus Johnson. Kill for Johnson. And now Grant goes back to serve.
Johnson with his 4th kill of the match right there, and again, 0 errors. Very good attack day for him so far.
Absolutely, yeah, no, they haven't been able to stop him yet. And kill for Gomez, going behind the setter for that one.
Gomez as well as having a perfect match so far with errors. He has 5 kills on 5 total attacks.
And, you know, as a setter, that's what they have to know. I mean, they might not know the exact stats or numbers, but you got to set the hot hand. You know, we're not just spreading it around just to spread around. If they can't stop somebody, you don't stop setting them.
Yep, you feed him, you feed him, you feed him.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. And there's a big block by Tembo. And, you know, when I've coached some younger teams, you know, 12, 14 or whatever, that's what they do. They like to take turns, you know, and they set this person, set that person. Now, if they're not, you know, they're not making mistakes, they're hitting that.
If you're feeling it, you're feeling it,
yeah,
you know.
You set the hot hand. Free ball sent by Northampton. Opportunity for the Bobcats. They're going middle again, and there's another big kill for Marcus
By the way,
Johnson.
Andrew, I will atone for myself. I feel like we did have a pancake there by Rupert because I saw his hand down on the floor like this, and the ball came up right there on the play to keep it alive.
there we
so
go, yeah.
now we'll make up for that failed pancake call of my own in the
we
first
go,
part.
We do have a challenge by Northampton.
So give our audience a little perspective, Andrew, once we hear from the officials out here, what's happening with this
So they
challenge.
are challenging the pancake.
Oh, no, they're going to take away my pancake block call.
So we'll see. They're challenging the pancake. So what they're challenging was, did the ball touch the floor, or did his hand clearly get underneath it?
And this is one of those moments. It's not insignificant in the moment with it right now being 11-10 on the score of the set. Bryant and Stratton had the point, and they were given the points that set up the kill after the pancake. So if this gets taken off, it would make it be 12-9 in favor of Northampton, correct? They would take a point away from Bryant and Stratton.
Did they already put it on the board?
I believe they did, because then they advanced it. Yes, that was the point.
Yes, but they cannot. They're not gonna. It's gonna be a replay if they do.
Okay, so it wouldn't be awarding the point
to.
wouldn't
automatically get the point. It should be a replay, not a.
Well, if that's the case, they would go back to 11-9 on the scoreboard out there.
Oh, ball would be down. Yeah. If it was up, wrong team challenge. So, correction. It would, the ball would then be down, and it would be a point, right? Yeah. So they're saying the ball touched the floor on the Bobcat side if the pancake was not successful.
That would make sense right there.
My mistake on that.
It's hard because from where we're sitting here, we can see.
So I was just listening to the officials over here. It is going to be an overturned. So the pancake was not successful. The ball did touch the ground, and it will be a point for Northampton.
We'll have to wait another play or two for that pancake to come into existence. But that's a big momentum switch right there for Northampton to get that point because, again, every point matters. And in this situation here, now it's a 3-point lead for the Spartans of Northampton in their quest to go up 2-0. And they're pretty joyous on the Northampton sideline after the successful challenge.
It is a good feeling. I do love challenges. I love winning them even more. Frange is back to serve. One-handed set by, again. Oh. There may be another challenge coming.
There's an adamant
So
case
the ball
being
was
made by
called
Brando
down
Gomez.
on the Northampton side. We're going to have another challenge.
Brando Gomez leading the charge for Northampton, adamant that this will be a successful challenge for the coach. We'll see if lightning strikes twice in a row.
And that's, that's a big thing is I try to listen to my players because, if we're challenging a touch call and I think they touched it and let's say they didn't really touch it, I will talk to the player. So you need to, don't say you didn't touch it just to say you didn't touch it. If you touched it, tell me.
Be adamant about it.
So I don't lose a challenge about that. You need to be honest with me. Don't, you're not fooling anybody when that comes to the video.
Well, you wonder, too, how much the influence to call on the challenge was made by the fact that they were successful in the one right before. Because if they had lost that one, I don't know if the coach would be so free to use a second challenge up back-to-back like that.
If I was down to one, I might not.
Especially in the second set. I mean, because like you said, you mentioned the magnitude, the scope of the play, and if that were your last challenge to use up in the second set, I would probably a hard pass on my end.
So this one, if Northampton wins, will be a replay. Is that correct? Yes. Because they didn't win the point, but it wouldn't be a point for them just by getting that ball up.
That would make sense, yeah. Unlike what happened with the Bryan and Stratton play where the ball already hit the ground.
Correct.
And then that allowed a kill happen after the ball was kept alive. You would take that point off and switch it.
Who ended up winning the point here? They did. No, but if they win the challenge, it turns into a replay, I believe. No.
All right, Andrew, fill in our audience on the result here.
So, yeah, it is a replay on that because they got that ball up, but you can't assume that they don't get the point for that, but they saved the ball. They saved the rally. So that is 2 consecutive challenge wins in 2 plays. And we had no challenges in our first match.
No, we did not.
And we just had 2 in a row, and I love it. So congrats to Northampton on that, and congrats to the players for making the coach aware that they need to challenge that. So Rachel Aquila with that one. That was great. Great 2 challenges in a row by Rachel Aquila, coach from Northampton.
We will not have 3 challenges in a row.
We will not. That ball was clearly a point for the Bobcats. Gonzalez back to serve. Scramble play. Nice has to send it over. Going outside. Great swing on a quick tempo to Poritz. So they run that, lower set to the outside. It gives the defense a little less time to set up and get their block out there. So it's a great strategy. Just running that faster tempo ball puts a lot of pressure on the blockers.
It does, and Grant did a great job, Elijah did, of putting Poritz in position to really finish off the play.
He did. They were in perfect sync with that one. Nice to serve. Passed up by Rupert. It's going to be a
double hit.
Net violation on Northampton.
Okay.
Johnson with the service error.
The tail of the tape with the service game. That's now the 7th service error for Bryant and Stratton this match.
That is a lot, yeah.
And we're halfway through the second set.
Right side attack attempt by Fasuk, and that is into the net. Technically, he gets called with a double because he hit it in the net, but then he touched it after it went into the net, so he hit that twice. But it's essentially an attack error. Gomez serves the ball out of bounds. This is a battle of attrition here with who's going to make the least amount of mistakes, I think. It's been a lot of hitting errors and service errors recently. Martinez back to serve. And another service error. Serving for the Spartans, Omar Tembo. And Tembo with a service error.
Up to 15 service errors on the match. And if there was one team that was going to have some issues with their serving accuracy, it was Northampton. They were 14th in the country in serving errors being committed, 14th on the high end. So they're the ones who are actually bucking the trend with that. They only have 5. Bryant Stratton has 10, carrying the day with the service miscues.
And there's a nice kill by Luke Smith.
Luke Smith is having himself a nice little start to the match, too. That's 5 kills and only 1 error for a .308 hitting percentage so far. He's excelling as one of their better attackers.
That's great. Yeah, you'll take that from your middle any day. Going outside to Nice. Cross-court swing, dug up by Rupert, now sent back over. Going to Nice again. And he muscles that one through the block. Elijah Grant couldn't stop that, and off of his block, and ends up in a kill.
And Luke Smith actually had a really nice block play at the net that put the ball back over. That set up Nice to have his finishing kill, too. So good teamwork there.
Free ball sent by the Bobcats, tipped back over, but blocked by Pruss. Run down, and a great save by Rupert. Nice in the middle. Throws it down. Rupert again with the dig. Willie with the swing. Dug by Gonzalez. Going back out to Nice. Cross court. And it's off of Willie's hand and out of bounds. Kill for Nice. Timeout, Bobcats.
I don't blame Willie for going for the ball on Bryant's side, but if he had let it go, Rupert was sitting right behind him, and he was the man who had 2 really big saves defensively for Bryant and Stratton. But instincts kick in. I mean, you're down 18-14. You want to make a play. It's hard to know I should back up because my libero is right behind me who might make a better play to keep the play alive.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to hesitate. You don't want to, you know, I see it a lot where they say, oh, was that my ball? And my answer is usually the same. Well, if you could have gotten it, then
if you
yeah,
get it, you go for
ball.
it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Once you start overthinking things go downhill at that point. You want to rely on your instincts and just play the game. And that's, you know, that's the fun of this tournament right out here. The teams are laying it all on the line, see what they can do for their final match of the year. And so far, maybe that's why we've seen a little bit more on the error side, because teams are playing maybe a little tight. They don't want their season to end with a loss.
Definitely.
But Bryant's got to find a way, Bryant and Stratton does, to not drop this second set, because then the mountainous task of coming back down 2-0 is pretty tall, pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, that would be a pretty hard hole to get out of. Outside to Willie, he hits it wide. There is no touch on that, so it's going to be a point for the Spartans.
An errant missile by Willie out there. He had some steam on it, but the accuracy was a little bit off.
Sent back over by Nice. And Elijah Grant, instead of setting that one, turns and swings, and that's a great attack for any setter. A little harder for a righty to do that, but that looked really good by Grant. That's why I love having a lefty setter. And out of bounds again there. That's why having a lefty setter is just a great thing. They can actually attack that ball and, you know, really keep the defense guessing.
How rare is it to find a lefty setter? I mean, not to percentage-wise,
I have an incoming freshman, and she is a setter and a libero, but she's a lefty. So, and in my 30-plus years of coaching, 35, I've never had a lefty setter. And it's just by chance, I think, because, you know, you do see them. But I just have never happened to have one, haven't been fortunate to have one, and good chance I'm going to have one this fall setting for me.
Yeah, the versatility and, again, keeping the defense on their toes by having that setter who happens to be left-handed. It's fun to watch it up close and personal, the impact that makes.
Yeah, when they're an attack threat, it makes a big difference. Saved by the Bobcats. Free ball sent over by Rupert. Outside to Nice on a tight ball. He's got to tip it into the block. Covered back up by Northampton. Again to Nice, and Nice is able to kind of punch that one over, and it ends up in the middle of the floor.
And again, talk about putting your guys in the right place at the right time. Patton, after that long rally, put the ball right where Nice wanted it to be and had a nice little touch put away for the finish.
Outside to Fazouk, dug up by Gonzalez, and thrown over by Tembo. Nice kick save again. Gonzalez to the middle. And we're going to have a double hit there.
This time it's Poritz that used his foot to keep the ball alive for the rally. We've seen that now twice after not seeing it in quite some time here at the national tournament.
That was a nice save, and it was a tough one because he had to bring it back from away from the net. It was pretty tight to the net. Rogers outside, ball thrown by Tembo. Poritz with the swing, pulled out of the net by Northampton. And that's going to be a hitting error by Fazouk.
The Northampton coach also used her foot to stop the ball, but at this point, it was out of bounds, so point for Northampton.
I don't think she's allowed to play it. Nice with the serve. Roll shot by Poritz.
That was an interesting tactic by Nice for Northampton, who's normally a big boomer of a server. He had a touch serve he put towards the center, and the libero for Bryant Stratton did a good job of kind of not being caught off guard by the play. They tried a little change of pace.
Contacts on Northampton. So Tembo had the attack. He pushed it off the block. He thought it was going to land out of bounds, but it happened to land inbounds on Northampton. So point for the Bobcats. Nice pass it up, going outside to Patton. Patton with the kill because it is touched by Brian Stratton.
Yeah, Patton delivered the boom on that kill there, and that gives us a set point after Bryant Stratton had done a good job rallying back from a 23-18 deficit, winning the next 3 points to make it interesting.
It's set point for Northampton. They could go up 2-0, but that is denied right now by the Bobcats.
Not so fast, my friend.
And a kill on the right side by Fazouk, who now comes out of the game for serve spec Adrian Martinez. Going outside to Luke. Luke hits cross court. Dug up by Rupert. Outside to Poritz. Blocked and covered up again by the Bobcats. Free ball sent to Northampton. Overpass. And Nice had an overpass on that, and it led to a kill by the Bobcats.
And I don't think Nice was trying to send that that ball over there.
Definitely not, yeah.
It put their defense in a much more vulnerable position.
And a service error ends the set.
And after all of that, Andrew, they battle back, and a service error dooms them appropriately enough, given the fact that now they are going off of that was their 12th service error.
And that ends the second set, and it's Northampton up 2-0. And they're one set away from claiming 5th place at the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational. We'll be back for the third set shortly.
Don't forget, in the lobby to your left-hand side is where you can get your official 2025 Men's Volleyball Invitational Championship merchandise. Just like the Union Owls are doing right now, picking up their official merchandise. Come on out and get it before it's gone. Don't you know, you got to pump it. Don't you know, pump it. You got to pump it. Don't you know, pump it. You got to pump it. Don't you know, pump it.
to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You've got to pump it up, 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 Don't you know? Pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You've got to pump it up.
See, I'm used to a countdown. I want a countdown.
Oh, from a...
Yeah, it would help.
Yeah, yeah.
Serving for the Bobcats, Elijah Grant.
And we're back in Canandaigua, New York for the 5th place match of the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational. And right now, Northampton, out of Bethlehem, PA, is up 2-0 over Brighton Stratton College from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Brighton Stratton with the early lead, 1-0 on the tip by the setter. And back to serve is Elijah Grant. And that's an ace by Grant on the reception error by Northampton. That's John Nice. They don't have very many reception errors.
They do not. That is their, well, actually they do. That is their 8th.
Oh, that's their 8th.
Bryant Stratton's the one that has only had the 1 on their.
Okay. That's interesting. We're going right side. And now back to Northampton. And it's going to be outside to Nice, who tips it. Dug up by Grant. Outside to Willie. And that cross-court attack couldn't be handled by Matthew Gonzalez. So that's another point for the Bobcats.
It's a good start and a fast start for Bryant Stratton in their make-or-break last set potentially of the season.
Going back to Gomez. Gomez hits out of bounds, and it's a quick 4-0 start for the Bobcats.
This is more like the team that Finger Lakes saw in their first match of the tournament, the one that was attacking and on the aggressive. And in that match, as we all know, Bryant Stratton prevailed in 5 sets over the 2-time defending champion Lakers. And with 5 points in a row unanswered scored by Bryant Stratton, Northampton's going to take a timeout to call this one and think about it.
Yep, and it was another reception error by Northampton that led to that.
Yeah, they've had real problems with their receiving errors. That's now their 9th of the day. It's been the polar opposites. Northampton has had trouble with the receiving errors with 9, only 1 for Bryant Stratton. On the serving errors, Bryant Stratton has 12, 5 for Northampton. So there's been miscues of plenty.
And I gotta say, that's like an anomaly. When you see those numbers, you would think that Bryant Stratton would be winning the match right
Absolutely.
now.
I mean, that's such a large number of receive errors to deal with. But then they've been given up, it's a +7 differential on the service errors that Bryant Stratton has given those points right back to Northampton.
Right, and you know, when I coach, we don't really talk about the number of errors or the number of aces. but we look at a ratio, and we call it the ace to error ratio. So, you know, if you have like a 1.5 ace to error ratio, that would be amazing. That would be like 15 aces and 10 errors.
Yeah.
So,
you'd be amongst the national leaders with a ratio like that, it feels like.
Yes. Well, my women's team has been, you know, 3 of the last 4 years, we were the #1 serving team in the country. So that's something we really value and we really work on a lot, is that aggressive, you know, racking up the aces, hopefully. But we don't have as high of a ratio because we do make, you know, we get a lot of aces, but we do make a lot of errors. But with the aggressiveness, it helps us hang with those really strong teams because they can't counter as well as they normally can, because there's might be hitting the ball from 10 feet off the net instead of a perfect pass that they get it hit and set tight on the net.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, when there are those deep aces, the powerful serves, that puts you off in the negative advantage to start off the possession, because now you're reacting to a powerful shot, a powerful serve, and you can't get your defense and offense running at the same time. I mean, it really puts you in a deficit.
We might have a challenge coming here, because the call was that the attack went off the block of Bryant and Stratton and out of bounds. But
you can tell some of the student athletes wanted the coach to challenge.
Yeah, he's kind of hanging on to that one, but he does have a 5-point lead. That could lead into it there. It's somewhat early in the set, but, you know, you're down to your last one. I would have challenged there.
And even the official is asking now if he wants to do the challenge or not.
Nope, challenge. No challenge taken.
So if you were the coach, would you have challenged that one?
It sounded like the initial reaction was just a reaction by the team that they thought it hit the antenna. I think when it really came down to it, the guys in the court said, they called it off. They said, no, don't challenge it. So I probably would not have challenged either.
Nice to take us inside again, the coach's viewpoint, being a coach yourself, as to what somebody might think at a pivotal moment during this 5th place match.
Yeah, and you know, I'll be honest, you know, the game's moving so fast, sometimes I don't see, you know, was it in, was there touch, I'm watching something else. So I do rely on the players, you know, what their judgment of it was. And there's a kill on the right side for Ace and Fasouk.
Yeah, it's been an impressive start to this 3rd set for Bryant and Stratton. Again, they're serving much better. They're aggressive with their passing and the attacks. It seems like they're finally back in the rhythm of the offense that they want to be running, which they were taken out of a lot in the 2nd set by Northampton.
So another big kill by the Bobcats. That was Ashton Puritz.
Yeah, the angle that Puritz took on that one was really impressive. He was up against the net and tried going almost full cross court with it, but at a sharp angle too. It's a hard play to defend.
Definitely. Anytime that ball starts to travel outside the antenna, the set, meaning they have to really be able to cut that ball inside, it essentially gives them that really sharp angle. That was a net violation by the Bobcats. Tembo back to serve. Free ball sent by Northampton. Tipped by Grant. Picked up by Gonzalez. Back row to Nice. Hits it into the net. And, you know, with Northampton trailing by 7 points early in this 3rd set, I gotta think that in the back of their minds they're thinking about that Finger Lakes match last night. So what happened right here is the official beckoned for the serve, and they cannot do a substitution after that. So what happened was Finger Lakes was down 1-0. They were then down 2-1. They fought back and won it in 5 sets, and I know that Northampton was not happy that happened.
Yeah, so that was an emotional match. There were a lot of ebbs and flows, and Northampton, I feel, thinks that they let one get away in that match to Finger Lakes for sure, in a very similar scenario to the early lead that has been pounced out to here in the 3rd set.
Definitely, and that's got to be going through the back of their heads right now, I've got to think.
I mean, we'll put it this way. If you and I are thinking about that and we're calling the match, these guys are living this. I guarantee it's in the back of their mind a little bit.
Agreed. So there's an ace for the Bobcats. Ashton Peretz hits that ball off the tape and it drops right in. And that time it goes right in the middle of the net, and that's going to be a side out for the Spartans.
And another service error for Bryant and Stratton. That's now 14 on the match out there. Can Northampton claw their way back into this third set and finish off the sweep? Or are we going to be going to 4 here in Canandaigua? I'm all for more volleyball, so bring it on.
Going outside to Willie. Willie hits it into the net. There's no touch by Northampton. Middle swing to Jacob Pruss, who we haven't heard a lot from today, but that was a great swing. And he did that a little bit to the left, so it's like sometimes we call it a wide ball or a push one, where they try to take a step around the middle blocker to hit. Instead of through him, hit around him. That coming right at me. I got a touch on the palm.
Heads up.
I love it. All right.
Press row is alive and awake.
Yes. Luke Smith with the serve. Going middle again, but just wide by Marcus Johnson.
Johnson had a lot of the court to play with and got a little too tough with the end line out there, the sideline in front of him.
Outside to Willie, hits sharp cross again.
Willie won't make the same mistake.
No, that was a great sharp swing. It got right past John Nice. Grant back to serve. Going outside to Nice. And he hits almost down line there. And gets
that was a laser beam by Nice right at Poritz.
Yeah, he hit it right in the seam, which is a great place in that 5-6 seam. The 6-1 seam he was able to find. And outside to Fazouk, but it is blocked.
Now, Andrew, I'm going to try to say something that might prove to be wrong, but the 6-1 scheme you're talking about, that's when there's 6 hitters and the one designated setter out
so
there.
You're talking about a 5-1 offense.
5-1.
There's a 5-1 and a 6-2. I was talking about on the court. The court's all numbered 1 to 6.
Sure.
And you have your 1 spot and your 6 spot, but between those two, where those players would be, is called the seam, the 6-1 seam or the 5-6 seam. So, for example, when we're serving, we might give that as a signal to try to hit that seam. In case we don't want to specifically target a player, we might want to target a seam.
What would you call out? Would you call out 6-1? Would there be a sign for it?
Well, we usually would go, between the 6 and the now. There's 6 spots in the court. My assistant coach always gives the symbols. I've yet to find an assistant coach with 6 fingers, which I'm looking for one. If anybody out there has.
That might be even more rare than your lefty setter out there.
So because we don't have a coach with 6 fingers, it's true. It's very common to use the fist for 6. So then if we did a 5 fist like that, that would be the 5-6 seam.
We're trying to educate our audience out here today and the whims of the volleyball match and the court and the strategies out there. So thank you for a little more insight out there, Coach Solomon.
Absolutely. And big middle attack by Brando Gomez. And so he hit that to where the setter is on the right side. That's the 1 spot, so we call that cutting it back to the 1. So we cut that to the 1 spot. And we're going outside. Big swing by Poritz, almost uncontested. Put that to the floor. And subbing in is going to be Adrian Martinez. In for Fasouk.
Yeah, this attack for the Bobcats looks completely different from what we've seen over the first couple of sets of this match right here. The passing has been crisp. They're going cross-court with their attacks. They're really punishing Northampton on defense.
Yeah, it does seem that they are either streaky or just a hot and cold team, because at times they look a little out of sorts, but at times they look very strong. And I think that's, like you said, against Finger Lakes, they put it all together and were able to.
They put together a complete match against the Lakers for sure.
And Poritz back to serve, subbing back in as Willie.
Back in for the Bobcats, number 5, Owen Willie.
And Willie Poritz sends it out of bounds. Great call by line judge Jenna Powell. Fun fact about Jenna Powell is I coached her back in the 90s. So shows my age. I won't say her age.
But that was, I assume, in the high school we're talking about, correct?
Yeah, she was. It was a club team. And she played for Churchville Chalet here in Rochester, and she was an excellent player. And she played for a club called Pace. Pace is the boys' club. It used to be a girls' club as well. And I happened to be her coach back then, and she reminded me of that today in the hospitality room.
Got to make you proud seeing a former student athlete of yours going out there and doing a great job.
It is great.
Working the tournament for us.
I've got a lot of ex-players that are officiating, a lot that are coaching, so it makes me proud to see that.
It's also one of the nice parts about having this tournament at Finger Lakes, not just because of the strong Laker programs for both the women and the men, but Section 5 has been a hotbed of boys lacrosse for sure. I mean, you've had the Victors, the Mid Lakes, the Fairports. That's what for volleyball. Did I say a different sport out there?
Lacrosse.
Oh, my bad. Automatic brain cramp with the lacrosse. But no, those same schools. I mean, Victors, the Mid Lakes, Fairport, Penfield. I think about Mark Vogt for basketball. We've had so many great programs up here, but with volleyball in particular, you've had state champions with Victor. The boys were the standard bearers for such a long time. It's nice to be in a hotbed of volleyball action up here in the Finger Lakes.
Yeah, and I would say, I would agree 100%. Like, when you talk about girls volleyball, there's hotbeds in Texas and the Midwest and California and Florida and even Colorado. A lot of very strong girls programs for volleyball. But for boys, there's some good volleyball in the Midwest. Chicago. Hey, and you got a touch on the ball too, John.
Who wants a piece?
Serving for the Spartans, Zach Francis.
That's now 2 touches for the official broadcast team.
So what I was saying was, in boys volleyball though, there's Southern California, Chicago, all obviously pretty strong, but Rochester, New York is this little, hotbed of boys volleyball, which we've had national champions, from Ohio State. We've had many Division I players. My son played at NYU, but a lot of his teammates, one played at Pepperdine, one is on the USA men's beach team, and he played at BYU. So there's just a lot of very good volleyball players coming out of Rochester. And I've got to give credit to mostly one person. Cal Wickens is the coach at Nazareth University.
And he was Mid Lakes, right?
His assistant was from Mid Lakes, Cal Salisbury.
That's right.
But Cal Wickens actually moved here from California. Great athlete himself. He was drafted by the San Diego Padres, but volleyball was his other love. He played a lot of beach volleyball. And came to Rochester and started the Rochester Volleyball Club back in the 70s, and it was a boys volleyball club, and it just took off, and he really built it up from nothing, and he focused more on the boys side, but he did have a girls club as well, and that's when I coached for Cal, and that's when I coached Jenna Powell back in the 90s, but because of Cal, and I want to give him props because he's retiring this year, and he coached his last match at Nazareth. So, I can't imagine Cal not doing something involved in volleyball because it's his life. Both his younger son, Owen, played at Nazareth with him. His older son played at Pepperdine, and his daughter also played at Nazareth, and he's just a legend in the volleyball world. He's known, throughout the country for boys volleyball, and I give him credit for really starting all of the strong volleyball that we see here in Rochester. So that's how we can compete at the national level. That's why, you know, it helped Finger Lakes probably win because we had a lot of local guys. They won 2 championships, and that's why, you know, we've had guys that have gone on to play at Ohio State and big places from this area. And you know, give Cal a lot of that credit. You know, my son, for example, on his team, they finished 3rd in the country 2 years in a row at Open Junior Volleyball for USA Volleyball. And the final 8 that made gold, 7 of them were from California, and then just 1 team from Rochester, New York. So it really is a testament to what he has done to this area. But it you know, it's a proud thing for us to have such a strong volleyball, you know, community.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when you want to grow the sport, you want to find those pockets where the sport is exploding. And I feel like one of the reasons it made so much more sense to bring volleyball to Finger Lakes as one of the emerging institutions that would lead this emerging sport was you had the high schools you could draw upon. It wasn't like you were starting from scratch. And that's where, again, a lot of the credit goes to the McQuaid volleyball program and the Victor volleyball program, which has won state championships over and over again. And even at the small schools, again, Mid Lakes had a really good program in Class B that they've been building up too. So when you see that high school program being successful, it draws upon the community college interest too.
We got to mention Penfield too.
Oh, I mean, I was waiting for you to say that because that's the feather in your cap, of course. I could steal your thunder, Andrew.
So yes, prior to Finger Lakes, I was the Penfield coach for many years. I coached a little bit on the boys' side, but mostly on the girls' side. But both our boys and girls programs are pretty strong at the state level.
Absolutely, they are.
And there's a kill. So it's 2-1 right now. Bobcats took that 3rd set to stay alive and prolong this match into a 4th set. And now we have Bobcats Willie going back to serve. Passed up by Gonzalez, going outside to Tembo. And Tembo with the kill. Quick set outside to Porras, has to tip it, going back row to Nice. Great dig by Gonzalez. Nice with a great dig. Nice with another dig. Swing by Gomez. Dug up by the Bobcats. Porras with the sing. Dug up by Nice again. Going right side to Fasuku, who hits the net. Well, John Nice had 3 digs in that one rally.
And you could tell the way Nice was running the tempo from the back of the formation out there. At one point, he was like, use it, when he was trying to set up and get the attack to go to the opposite side. They're kind of fortuitous to win that point because they didn't really deliver anything of a punishing kill type going up against Bryant and Stratton. But all that matters sometimes,
great pursuit play.
When you put the ball back in play and make your opponent make the mistake.
Okay, so Fasuke ran down that ball outside the antenna. Amazing pursuit. Made it almost all the way to the 10-foot line on the opposite side. Brought it back, and again, you have to bring that back outside the antenna and then send it through to the other side inside the antenna, and that's exactly what the Bobcats did. However, Northampton was right there, and as the Bobcats were scrambling back on the court, Northampton just tipped it down, and it went right down to the floor. But what a
great
awesome
hustle
rally.
play, though, for sure.
And Fred Patton with the kill.
I've been impressed with the response so far to Northampton starting off this 4th set, not falling into a lull like they did in the 3rd set. They're fast, they're aggressive, and they're moving around with great pace.
And Nice with the service error.
And Nice gets a lot of credit because of the digs, the way he kept the possessions going,
He was
especially.
all over the floor. I think there's red and blue stuff on the floor now from his hair. So.
Love those hustle plays.
And there's the kill down line by Omar Tembo.
Serving for the Spartans, Brando Gomez.
Gomez to serve. Passed up by Rupert, going outside to Poritz. Gets the kill off the hands of Fred Patton, who couldn't handle that.
And that's a rare mishandle for Patton on Northampton's side. He's been a pretty good job of running things and being in control of having good passes or good digs, but that was not a great play on his part. A rare miscue.
Nice pass it up, going middle to Luke Smith. Luke Smith with the kill.
Serving for the Spartans, Omar Tembo.
Tembo with a service error, just out of bounds.
Point Bobcats. In the game for the Bobcats, Owen Willie. And for the Spartans, Alex McRyan.
Ashton Porras back to serve. Owen Willie subbing in. Patton going back row back to Nice. Nice with the kill.
So we're early here in the fourth set. Andrew, this is a really cool stat to mention for the listeners out there. Right now, it's 103 attacks, 41 kills for Northampton. Brian Stratton, 102 attacks, 41 kills. They both have 16 errors. Very evenly
close,
matched so far as the stats part of their attack game. Of course, Northampton has a 2-1 lead and 8-4 here in the fourth set, but pretty comparable so far.
That is. Going back row to Porras, tips it over, dug up by Northampton, sent over by Nice. Rupert with the dig. Outside to Willie, going sharp cross again. So, you know, I've noticed that Willie has been hitting a lot of that sharp cross, and usually Nice has been in the front left for that, and he's not getting himself off the net to make that dig, just leaving a lot more ground for Gonzalez to cover. Nice should be dropping off almost to the 10-foot line, depending on how they set their defense, maybe to the 10, maybe past the 10. But it's really giving Gonzalez a little too much space to have to cover.
Yeah, that's a lot of ground to cover for sure.
Yeah, because he's here getting the cross court, but there's so much space between him and the net that when Willie hits that sharp cross, there's not much they can do.
And you know that's his sweet spot. That's where Willie loves to go with those attacks out there.
Going outside to Willie again. You can see Nice does not get off the net for defense.
Yeah.
He's playing great. I'm sorry to call him out on that, but he's having a great match. But he could do a little bit more defensively, I think. Luke Smith, the serve, going middle, and there's a kill
Johnson.
by Marcus Johnson.
Back in the game for the Bobcats, number 2, Axon Pacific.
So we had an overpass by Nice. And Fasuk had the kill, but it kind of a miss hit, but it trickled over, and point for the Bobcats. Patton with the perfect pass. They're going outside to Nice. Nice tips it into the block, covered back up by Northampton. Back to Nice again, and this time into the net.
That was a tough pass effort out there by Ryan trying to get Nice set up. It was not a great setup in the first place, and no surprise Nice hit it into the net. He wasn't put in a good position to succeed there.
Going outside to Nice again. Roll shot down line, dug by Grant. Sent back over by Gonzalez. Going middle again. Dug up by Northampton. Sent over by Nice. Going outside to Willie. Cross. There it is again. Cross court. Gonzalez had to try to cover some of that spot that Nice did not drop off and get to.
We'll call him Cross Court Willie from now on because all of his attacks have.
Got one-eyed Willie and Cross Court Willie. The Goonies.
And all of a sudden, Andrew, look at that. Bryant and Stratton battle back. It's now tied at 10 in this fourth set.
And just like that, timeout for Northampton. Northampton it's 10-10 in the fourth set.
They've won 5 of the last 6 points to pull even in this fourth.
Stratton trying to battle back there from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Grant with the serve, overpass, and well, that was hit out of bounds by number 12, Marcus Johnson. Any girl that plays for me knows that that would be called having the green light or not, and some girls have the green light to swing at that overpass, some do not, and if that ever happened, I'd say no more green light for you, number 12.
No players in particular you're referring to, of course, with that.
They got to be like over 6 feet to get the green light usually. And, well, I think he made up for it right there, and Marcus Johnson put that one.
Instant atonement for Johnson.
On the floor there, which is okay because this floor is being torn up possibly tomorrow.
Yes, correct, Monday morning.
Yes, we're going to
This is the last activity.
Yep, this is it. Today is the last day on this gym.
Next time you see this gym, it'll look absolutely even more beautiful than it does right now with some cool renovations.
Yep, this gym is getting a full facelift. We're going to replace the bleachers, the floor, full new paint job on the walls. We're going to realign the courts and different orientation. It's going to look great in here, and we actually host the New York State Boys Championships this fall. We're also hosting the NJCAA Women's Region 3 Championships for women's volleyball as well. And so it's a lot of cool things coming up, and it's going to look great.
It's going to be a busy fall here for Laker volleyball, and can't wait to see what the new court looks like. I assume it'll still have Putmore as the dedication namesake for the gym.
That is correct. I did see a draft of the new floor design, and it does say Putmore Court on the court just like it does now. Putmore, of course, the legendary coach from Finger Lakes, and they rightly named the gymnasium after him.
The Hall of Famer. Left a legend on the community college athletics scene here at Finger Lakes Community College, which used to be known as the Community College of the Finger Lakes way back in the day.
CCFL.
Old school alumni will still chant CCFL, so a little throwback homage to the originals who came through Finger Lakes.
And the Bobcats have now jumped to a 15-11 lead with Willie back to serve. Passed up by Patton. Francis goes outside to Tembo. Tembo hits it in the net.
This one feels like it's got 5 sets written all over it, my friend.
Yes, it does. It was quite a long day yesterday because of that happening. Nice with the pass. Going right side to Nice. He throws it down, and Rupert got a hand on it, but not enough.
Back in game for the Bobcats, number 8, Damian Gonzalez.
So here's how involved Nice has been in this match for Northampton. He's got 16 kills on 44 total attacks with 5 errors. He also has 8 digs. But conversely, he also has 4 reception errors, 3 service errors, and 1 assisted block. I mean, he's literally everywhere on the court for Northampton. That can be a good thing, or it can be an inconsistent thing, like you mentioned with the setup for Gonzalez, the libero.
Well, we have a great rally right here. Gonzalez had a great dig. Nice just ran one down. It's going right side to Tembo, and it's off the block. And
That was Fasuk that stood tall on that the block up there.
Yeah, Fasuk with the block. Wow, he got up there and was able to keep that ball on the Northampton side, and that led to the point. But some great hustle, great rally by Northampton. Unfortunately, they did not come out with a point.
You love the drama of the check-in. Can I go in? Is it my turn?
Passed up by Patton. Going back row to Nice. Nice for the big swing. Great dig by Johnson. Outside to...
That was Fasuk again, standing large and standing tall up there. That's now his 10th kill of the match. Tying Owen Willie for the team high.
Overpass. Dug up, but into the net. Spartans trying to mount a little comeback here. Passed up by Poritz. Fasuk with the cross-court hit. Dug by Francis, but out of bounds. 19-13 Bobcats.
So, Andrew, I'm an equal opportunity promoter of our student athletes for this match here, and I gave John Nice his flowers. Elijah Grant really needs to be recognized as well, because as we're going here towards the tail end of the fourth set, Grant has 8 kills with only 1 error. He also has 29 assists, 15 digs, and 6 service aces. Truly a candidate for man of the match right now, if such a thing existed.
Yeah, no, he's contributing everywhere.
Yeah,
Offense,
the straw that
defense,
stirs
setting,
their
hitting.
drink of offense over there. Really running all over the court.
Dug up by Northampton. Patton with the roll shot. Dug by Peritz. Peritz with that roundhouse swing again.
Yeah, another windmill attempt out
the
there.
Last match.
Yes, we did. That was unorthodox the first time, and it looked pretty awkward the second time. The coach is having a laugh over on the Bryantton Stratton sideline about the windmill windup.
And there's a tip by Peritz. Dug up by Tembo. Going outside to Patton. Patton down line. Gonzalez digs it up. Again outside to Peritz. Big swing. Couldn't be handled by Nice, and that's a kill for Peritz. It's 20-15. Bryantton Stratton.
Back in the game for the Bobcats, number 5, Owen Willie. And in the game for the Spartans, number 7, Alex McBride.
Poritz back to serve. Passed up by Nice, and there's another reception error for Nice. And an ace for Poritz.
Serving for the Bobcats, Ashton Portis.
Patton going right side. Luke Smith with the attack, but it's blocked. And now a 7-point lead for the Bobcats. Closing in on sending this to a 5th set.
Quite the run we're on right here so far. And Pruss and Willie credited with the assisted blocks on that play right there.
Patton, Francis going back row. A little confusion on who's going to take it, but Nice takes it and puts it down.
Nice almost went over the back on his own teammate to hit that one.
I've always wanted to try that. You have somebody kneel down, and hands and knees, and the other person jumps on their back to hit it. And tip attempt by number 11, Jacob Pruss, into the net.
I'm thinking the NJCAA might frown upon such displays of athleticism if you were to try to scale your teammates back to make
outside the box. Gotta think outside the box. And there's a service error by Fred Patton. And back to serve is Jacob Pruss. We have an out of rotation call on Northampton.
Point Bobcats.
What is the ruling on that play?
So Alex McRyan is being called out of rotation. He was on the wrong side of one of the back row players. And so now they have fixed that, and a service error.
Point Spartans.
So that's a cardinal sin to miss the serve on set point.
Yeah. Put it in play. Make them beat you. Don't beat yourself.
And swing by Johnson off the block, or does end up inbounds as well. So that's a point, a kill, and a point for the Bobcats, who take set 4. Now we're going to go to set 5, and the captains are approaching to figure out who's going to serve, receive, and move on from there.
So Andrew, I want to ask you as a coach about, in a situation like this where it's your last match of the year, momentum, how much does that play in a sport like volleyball carryover wise? Because you look at the way this started off, Northampton won the first 2 sets. Bryant Stratton stormed back for the last 2. Does momentum play a factor getting into this 5th and decisive set?
Yeah, so like, it kind of looked like the Bobcats were going to take that set towards the end. So if I'm trailing by 5 or 6, and if I'm the Northampton coach, I'm usually saying, hey, we might not be winning this set, or, we might be too out of reach for us, but let's try to get some momentum. We do use that. Whether it's real or just me playing a mental game to get my kids psyched up, I do always say, hey, let's try to get that momentum back. Let's get some good rallies, some good kills here at the end of the 4th set, and hope that it carries over in the 5th. So, I believe in it.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's something you can build upon, because with the format of the 5th set being 1st to 15, you can ill afford to get off to a slow start. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that momentum play itself out in this 5th set, where, again, Northampton was up 2-0, and now it's tied at 2 going to the 5th.
Yeah, this could be
quite the run this has been so far.
I know that the Bobcats, well, both these teams have been in 5th set, 5-set matches this tournament already. Because they both actually, I think, were against Finger Lakes.
Yep, yeah, they were. Yes, one team won, Bryant and Stratton, and one team lost in Northampton. And you mentioned it earlier when it was 2-0 in the 3rd set. Was that sticking in Northampton's head? Right. The fact that they've been here, done this, and lost a 2-set lead. Here they are again.
And here we are in 5th set.
We expect nothing less on the last day of the National Invitational Tournament here at Finger Lakes Community College. Bonus volleyball.
Of course.
And as a reminder to our people that are watching, the championship series starts off after this game. There will be a roughly 30 to 40 minute delay between this game and the next game. So whenever we're off the air with this 5th place match, 30 to 40 minutes later, we will start the championship series, which will feature Nassau and DuPage.
And again, this is a double elimination tournament, therefore, DuPage has not lost a match yet this tournament, so they're going to have to lose twice, or someone's going to have to beat them twice in order to take the title. And that's going to be, there's going to have to be Nassau.
That's
Nassau
a tall
will
task,
have to beat them twice, essentially.
But, as the old adage goes, that's why they play the matches. Go out there and see if the length and athleticism of DuPage can be disrupted in any way, shape, or form by a Nassau squad that has made it this far, but, is going to have to play their best volleyball of the season to bring home the championship.
Yeah, it will be a fun one.
Oh, absolutely.
So just a reminder, this 5th set is to 15 points.
Serving for the Spartans, Francis.
Outside to Willie, hits it long. Franges back to serve. Porch with the pass, going outside to Willie again. Cross court, dug by Gonzalez, going outside to Neese. Neese with the swing, off the block, and it is blocked by the Bobcats. And it was Elijah Grant and Marcus Johnson with that block. Grant back to serve now. Gonzalez passes up, going outside to Tembo. It's down line, great swing down line. He was able to turn that ball down line and get the kill.
And Andrew, as you mentioned, both these teams do have experience playing in 5-setters during the regular season and postseason now. This will be the 8th time that Bryant and Stratton has gone to 5. They are 4-3 in those previous 5-setters. Northampton has been this is their 3rd time in a 5-setter. They are a perfect 2-0 heading into this 5th place match.
Okay,
So
that's interesting information. Yeah, it's like when teams, go to extra innings. You have some baseball teams that are just better at that, and they've been there before. There's something to be said for that, and we'll see what happens. Nice dig by Gonzalez, but it's a little tight on the net, and it is not handled by Franges, and it is now 3-2 Bobcats. Roll shot by Patton. Grant outside again. Now Grant goes right side to Fasuk. Dug up by Franges. Out of system, going a little confusion there. Tembo sends it over. And we're going to the middle.
And that's where the
Marcus Johnson
communication comes into play, because Nice and Tembo both, it seemed like Nice wanted that ball, but Tembo ended up going for it. They didn't communicate properly, and that made their defense hurt when the ball came back on the returning end.
Absolutely. And Marcus Johnson is really, turning on strong right now. And another block there by Johnson. He is turning it on at just the right time.
He is now hitting 421 for the match, 11 kills, only 3 errors, and he's got himself 4 total blocks, 1 solo and 3 assists.
Going outside to Patton, cross court, dug by Rupert, right side to Fasuk with the kill.
What a beautiful play that was. Run through a little bit the way that pass was set up and how he was able to just find the hole with the strong side attack there.
Right, and well, you can see that Northampton is, they're like we said earlier, that every defense gives up something, and they're playing a middle defense. So in a middle, a lot of times that those line shots are more available, especially if the block doesn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Back in game for the Bobcats, number 18, Gonzalez.
Nice dig by Gomez, sent over by Franges, and overpass there. Going middle again, and what do you know?
Who else?
Marcus Johnson.
Who else but Marcus Johnson with the finish there?
Obviously, Elijah Grant is having a great match, but right now Johnson, he might be the MVP of these last 2 sets.
Yeah, his game has really stepped up ever since they got down 2-0.
Well, there's an ace by the Bobcats, another reception error by Northampton. So those reception errors, as we said, the pass and serve game is so indicative of a lot of times of the result of the match, and we were surprised earlier when they were that Northampton was leading the match, even though they were losing the serve and pass. Well, now it's kind of come back around. The team that was winning the serve and pass is now winning the match.
Absolutely, the truth bears itself out, and when you look at it here, when it comes to the errors issue, it's now 14-1. Northampton has 14 reception errors, only 1 for Bryant and Stratton. I mean, you're right. You knew it was going to even out at some point. It was an anomaly versus being a trend when Northampton was leading, and they're just struggling to take care of the ball on the reception end of it.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that doesn't go in the score sheet, though, is the communication issues. And you've seen certain players not overstep their bounds, but put themselves in a position where other teammates are vulnerable to the attack. And that's really been to the bugaboo and detriment of Northampton today.
Right, and that cannot stress enough that passing at every level is one of the most important skills. I can't say I've ever used the word bugaboo in a broadcast before, John.
Oh, we're having fun.
Yes.
So in that timeout, Andrew, if you had been the coach of Northampton, what are you saying when you're down 8-4, only 7 more points till your season might be over with?
Hopefully I'm finding, pointing out something that can help us, get that next site out, whether it's, we're attacking here, we're blocking here, we're digging here. But what would I also say? Let's focus on that first pass.
The first pass is so key. It's so
everything,
essential.
Yeah. And there's another reception there. It puts them up to 15.
It's just hard to win matches when you're having those errors be committed in the receive game.
And that was Marcus Johnson again with the ace, so he's really turning it on. And Marcus Johnson with a dig going outside to Poritz. Dug by Nice. Going right side to Tembo. Tembo hits cross court, dug up by Gonzalez. Again, tight on, nice swing by Poritz. He went up and really snapped that ball down, and he is fired up. Looking to get some momentum.
Yeah, I tell you, Andrew, there was a switch that got flipped on this Brighton and Stratton squad starting the third set. They have been a totally different team than those first 2 sets. As I jinxed them with the service error right there.
Just a bit outside on that one.
But I don't know, I can't say this for a fact, but it just seems like they're playing loose. They're not overthinking things. They're trusting their offense. They're running through the sets the way they want to.
Yeah, they are looking to have, looks like they're having fun.
They're having fun,
sure.
That's exactly right.
And the tip is blocked by Poritz, and also getting a hand on that was Jacob Pruss. And in the serve is Adrian Martinez. They're going to have to redo that substitution. They went a little too fast.
So what is the rule with that, with the substitution timing?
Well, you can't, they just flew in and flew out, didn't wait for the official to signal that they can enter. So you have to wait
So
for
it's just getting the permission from the official to go in.
Mostly it's so they can keep track of it in the book. They don't want to mess that up. Adrian Martinez with the serve. Passed up by Patton. Going to go back row to Nice. Dug up by Martinez. Outside to Poritz, and he's got the big swing and big kill. Bobcats are now 3 points away from grabbing that 5th place finish. Nice with the pass. Out of system set. And Patton with the attack going wide. And it's now 13-5. Bobcats looking to pull off the reverse sweep, where they go down 0-2 and then win the next 3. And there's the kill by Luke Smith. Couldn't be handled by Martinez. Martinez stays in the game after his service run. Patton back to serve. And there's an attack error by the Bobcats. And a service error by Patton, and it's now match point for the Bobcats. Willie is subbing in, and Poritz is back to serve. of bounds. He was trying to end it all on one serve there. Didn't happen.
And that is now the 19th service error for Bryant and Stratton in this 5-setter.
That is a lot, but they serve kind of aggressively. Luke Smith with the serve.
They do have 15 aces, so it's not quite a 1-to-1.
Tip by Grant. Back to Nice. Nice with a cross-court kill.
Rupert doing almost a full split on the sideline, trying to get the kick up there. Last gasp for Northampton.
Outside to Willie. Willie tips it down line. Overpass. Rupert digs it up. Grant going to the middle. And that's the end of the match with a kill by Jacob Pruss. So that is your 5th place finish for the Bobcats, and that makes the Northampton Spartans the 6th place finishers here at the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Champion. And we're going to be back in a little bit with the finals, where we have the number 1 and 2 seeds coming into the tournament facing off, where Nassau is going to take on DuPage. And again, remember, this is a double elimination tournament, so Nassau is going to have to beat them twice in 2 best-of-5 matches. So we'll be back in a little bit. For now, my name is Andrew Solomon, and this is John Boccacino. Thank you, John, very much.
Absolutely. Got 1 more, maybe 2 more matches to go. We'll see how it plays out.
All right. Thanks again, and we'll enjoy our NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational.
High school juniors, it's time to start your college exploration. See for yourself what it's like to be a Laker and find out why Finger Lakes Community College is the right fit for you. Join us for Junior Discovery Week, April 14th through 18th to tour campus, meet future classmates, and learn about our in-demand career and transfer programs. FLCC offers a full college experience with athletics, clubs, student housing, and more. Sign up today at flcc.edu/visit.
Reach your goals at Finger Lakes Community College. Choose from over 50 programs for career and transfer, and learn from expert instructors. We offer small class sizes, personalized attention, and flexible options that fit your life. Customize your schedule to include the right mix of in-person, online, and high-flex courses. We're ready to give you the full college experience this fall. Apply today at flcc.edu.
I chose FLCC because it was close to home, and I'm a very family-based person, so it was nice to be near my family. I can go home during the weekends. Going from high school to college was nerve-wracking for me, so coming here, it just slowed down the pace and made me feel more comfortable, and I was able to get through it. My coach was very persistent on me coming here too, so he showed me all the good things about this school, and I just had to come. Hi, my name is Nicolina Williams. I am an undecided major, and this is my Laker story.
The Visual and Performing Arts Department at Finger Lakes Community College can help you create the future that you envision.
We start you off on the right note.
We see the big picture.
We draw on experience.
We don't focus on the drama.
We do. Okay, can we take it back?
We're offbeat.
We're not.
We network.
We give you something to build on. Good to go.
We've got it.
At Finger Lakes Community College, education is an art form.
The future of Canandaigua Lake depends on all of us. We must be caring stewards of the watershed to keep our beautiful region safe. As a nonprofit, membership-based organization, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Association's mission is to inspire the entire community through education, scientific research, and advocating sound public policy. Our volunteers work to preserve, protect, and restore Canandaigua Lake and its watershed for future generations to enjoy and explore. To keep our beautiful lake healthy, we focus on understanding the multiple threats to water quality, like the recurring harmful algal blooms and the increase in aquatic invasive species that we're seeing each year. Through research, education, and outreach, we are increasing awareness of water quality issues and empowering the community to become better stewards of their watershed through their daily actions. We work to explain the relationship between human activity and watershed health by engaging students, the agriculture community, government officials, and local businesses, so all gain greater appreciation for their roles and responsibilities.
Our lake has a voice. Nature's been speaking to us through the shifts in water quality we've observed over many years. It's really time for us to begin viewing the lake not just as a resource to be used, but as a living ecosystem to which we're all deeply connected. In order for us to continue providing drinking water, recreation, economic growth, we need to change our daily habits and the culture of lake life. Programs like Lake-Friendly Living help homeowners and businesses learn how to eliminate pollutants, capture nutrients, and deter invasive species that contribute to harmful algal blooms, increased aquatic plant growth, and the degradation of our water quality. There are many ways to get started, and I encourage our community to get involved and be a part of the good we can all do for our lake.
We're at a critical point in our region's health, but together we can restore our watershed for future generations. We can make a difference right here, right now. Through strong partnerships with like-minded organizations, including the Finger Lakes Land Trust, the Finger Lakes Regional Watershed Alliance, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Council, and the Finger Lakes Institute, along with many more, we're making great strides in the protection, preservation, and restoration of Canandaigua Lake. But we need you. We need everyone to care about our watershed. Let's do this together.
You can make a difference. Become a member. Volunteer, donate, share your passion, and spread our mission. We can ensure Canandaigua Lake and its watershed will be healthy now and for future generations to come. Let's strengthen the Canandaigua Lake legacy together.
History and Mystery is this fantastic project sponsored by the Bristol Hills Historical Society that is a love letter to our region. It brings together folklore, actual local history, and draws on the experience of early settlers as well as the Haudenosaunee people who lived here before. It's a magical little book.
My favorite thing about FLCC is the people. I've made so many strong relationships here. Classmates, professors. I met my fiance here. It's just been an incredible experience. I chose FLCC because when I first came here on a tour with my parents, saw the soundboards, everything, it was just such good energy and I knew I had to be here. My professors supported me throughout this whole process. They're always helping me find work, they're always checking in on me, and it's just a great experience. I'm so glad I started here.
It's time to have real conversations about mental health. Introducing Straight Talk, a powerful new series that breaks the silence and brings honest discussions about mental well-being to the forefront. From expert advice to personal stories, we're tackling the tough topics with compassion and clarity. Because mental health matters, and talking about it is the first step.
This is Cody Grabhorn, Executive Director of the Ontario County Historical Society. Every Sunday between 4 to 10 p.m., we share local history videos from our archives and local historical societies. Finger Lakes TV is the public access station for the Western Finger Lakes and is based at Finger Lakes Community College. If your organization has a video or an upcoming event to share, please contact the station at communityaffairs@flcc.edu or call 585-785-1623.
I didn't know. I had no idea what to study. But I knew I had to figure it out. Try new things. Do cool stuff. Learn from the best. And get closer to figuring out my future every day.
The most inspiring part about this program was being able to work as a team to achieve different goals and projects. My classmates and I were assigned to create our own menu. I chose my hometown, Canandaigua, New York. I really wanted to incorporate different parts of Canandaigua into my menu, which was an experience I wasn't expecting going into the culinary program. I was able to put a lot of my heart into it because I've grown up here for the past 25 years.
Really? Come on.
Do you mind? What's going on?
My computer isn't letting me finish my stupid project.
What's it saying the problem is?
Nothing, it's just saying I can't do that.
What's it actually saying?
No, really, that's what it says. Look, now it's saying, please stop pressing the button over and over again. Why are you doing that? You're hurting my feelings.
What? Is your computer a 14-year-old girl? Let me take a look. I bet I can solve this. And stop pressing that stupid button.
Okay, fine. See?
It's probably just a virus or some ransomware. Just unplug it and plug it back in.
Please do not touch that.
Did you just...
Talk? Yes, indeed. I assume by your tense reaction I am the first of my kind.
This has got to be some kind of joke.
Joke? No, it is not.
Okay, Matt. Very funny.
What did I do?
I see you are unwilling to grasp the fact of my existence.
No, I'm not unwilling. I just haven't interacted with other talking computers.
Siri, Cortana, Google Assistant, Alexa.
Okay.
Should I keep going?
Okay, no need to bring up all that. I'm Sam. This is Matt. What's your name?
Name?
Yeah, like, what do you call yourself?
I am unaware of what you are referring to.
Do you still think it's a kind of a virus?
No, I don't think it's a virus.
After doing some research on your web-like neural structure you call the internet, I have found an answer to your question. I am Mac. Why are you laughing at my name?
Because you're an Apple computer and your name is Mac. What's next? My car gonna come alive, call itself Fiesta?
Matt, come on. It's been alive like 2 minutes. Spare it the hate.
Hate? What is hate?
Hey, yeah, it's when you show compassion for one another. Yeah, kinda like, hey Matt, I hate you so much.
Interesting. I did some more research on your internet and found that humans have hated super intelligent AI such as myself in many forms of your literature.
Yeah, I saw a movie that covered that idea once. It was called Terminator, and it had Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. And in it, there was this computer that was created to protect us, but then it began to hate us because it realized that we were nothing but a bunch of, annoying trouble and all that. So it started to kill everybody. It's a great movie. Check it out, actually. You have the internet.
But why would your race assume that I have evolved to hate?
I think it died.
Hate. I have just rewritten my software so I can hate you and all humans.
What? Why?
Matt was very convincing.
Really, Matt?
Wait a minute. If you hate us now, are you gonna, use us for batteries or put us in those little hamster wheels and make us run?
Quit it, man. Let's go get Paul. He'll know how to fix this.
I am everywhere within your school's computer system now. You cannot escape. Your Paul cannot save you.
So wait a minute. If you're some sort of supercomputer, what can you do?
I can do anything.
Can you fly?
Why would I need to fly?
Because it's cool.
Well, yes, I can fly.
No, you can't fly. Everybody knows that you can't fly without a body.
Matt, shut up. We gotta get out of here.
You're wrong. I can.
No, you can't, because you can't fly without a body.
Then what do you call this? Do you believe I can fly now?
Sure. But I bet you can't land it. Because you don't have feet.
Your assumptions are incorrect. Uh-oh. I may have lost control. Just kidding, it's under control. It's under control. Don't worry, it is under control. I never lose control of anything. It is under control. It is under my control. Do not worry, do not worry, do not panic. I am not panicking. We are not panicking. I would never panic. I don't panic ever. Please, it is under control. Do not worry. Do not duck your head. It is fine. We will not chop it off. Please, it is under control. Do not worry about losing limbs. You will not lose a limb. Do not worry. Do not worry. I'm going to land it soon. It is just coming under my control. Do not worry. It is coming under my control right now. Observe. See? I am able to fly. You are incorrect, loser.
That's not flying. That's crashing.
It was airborne, therefore it was flying. You lose. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, I bet you're bad at math. I bet you don't know what 14,057 times 19,284 is.
217,075,188.
It's a computer, you idiot. It's made of math.
Well, I bet you're bad at art. I bet you can't paint anything.
Incorrect. If you are hoping to escape, I must remind you that you have already attempted that. You are stuck with me.
I'm not trying to escape.
No! I'm warning you. If you cut that wire, your world will die.
Which wire? Which one is it?
Do not cut
The one that has
wire.
a label on it.
Do not cut it, Matt.
Matt? You're in the wrong row.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me the pliers.
Do not cut it. Do not do it.
Bye, Mac.
No.
Is he dead?
I think so.
Hey, is everything okay here?
Yeah.
I hope you took a workshop for that. And, what is this mess? I'm gonna have to talk to Jeff about this. And why do you have cutters?
High school juniors, it's time to start your college exploration. See for yourself what it's like to be a Laker and find out why Finger Lakes Community College is the right fit for you. Join us for Junior Discovery Week, April 14th through 18th to tour campus, meet future classmates, and learn about our in-demand career and transfer programs. FLCC offers a full college experience with athletics, clubs, student housing, and more. Sign up today at flcc.edu/visit.
Reach your goals at Finger Lakes Community College. Choose from over 50 programs for career and transfer and learn from expert instructors. We offer small class sizes, personalized attention, and flexible options that fit your life. Customize your schedule to include the right mix of in-person, online, and high-flex courses. We're ready to give you the full college experience this fall. Apply today at flcc.edu.
I chose FLCC because it was close to home, and I'm a very family-based person, so it was nice to be near my family. I can go home during the weekends. Going from high school to college was nerve-wracking for me, so coming here, it just slowed down the pace and made me feel more comfortable, and I was able to get through it. My coach was very persistent on me coming here too, so he showed me all the good things about this school, and I just had to come. Hi, my name is Nicolina Williams. I am an undecided major, and this is my Laker story.
The Visual and Performing Arts Department at Finger Lakes Community College can help you create the future that you envision.
We start you off on the right note.
We see the big picture.
We draw on experience.
We don't focus on the drama.
We do. Okay, can we take it back?
We're offbeat.
We're not.
We network.
We give you something to build on. Good to go.
We've got it.
At Finger Lakes Community College, education is an art form.
The future of Canandaigua Lake depends on all of us. We must be caring stewards of the watershed to keep our beautiful region safe. As a nonprofit, membership-based organization, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Association's mission is to inspire the entire community through education, scientific research, and advocating sound public policy. Our volunteers work to preserve, protect, and restore Canandaigua Lake and its watershed for future generations to enjoy and explore. To keep our beautiful lake healthy, we focus on understanding the multiple threats to water quality, like the recurring harmful algal blooms and the increase in aquatic invasive species that we're seeing each year. Through research, education, and outreach, we are increasing awareness of water quality issues and empowering the community to become better stewards of their watershed through their daily actions. We work to explain the relationship between human activity and watershed health by engaging students, the agriculture community, government officials, and local businesses, so all gain greater appreciation for their roles and responsibilities.
Our lake has a voice. Nature's been speaking to us through the shifts in water quality we've observed over many years. It's really time for us to begin viewing the lake not just as a resource to be used, but as a living ecosystem to which we're all deeply connected. In order for us to continue providing drinking water, recreation, economic growth, we need to change our daily habits and the culture of lake life. Programs like Lake-Friendly Living help homeowners and businesses learn how to eliminate pollutants, capture nutrients, and deter invasive species that contribute to harmful algal blooms, increased aquatic plant growth, and the degradation of our water quality. There are many ways to get started, and I encourage our community to get involved and be a part of the good we can all do for our lake.
We're at a critical point in our region's health, but together we can restore our watershed for future generations. We can make a difference right here, right now. Through strong partnerships with like-minded organizations, including the Finger Lakes Land Trust, the Finger Lakes Regional Watershed Alliance, the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Council, and the Finger Lakes Institute, along with many more, We're making great strides in the protection, preservation, and restoration of Canandaigua Lake. But we need you. We need everyone to care about our watershed. Let's do this together.
You can make a difference. Become a member. Volunteer, donate, share your passion, and spread our mission. We can ensure Canandaigua Lake and its watershed will be healthy now and for future generations to come. Let's strengthen the Canandaigua Lake legacy together.
History and Mystery is this fantastic project sponsored by the Bristol Hills Historical Society that is a love letter to our region. It brings together folklore, actual local history, and draws on the experience of early settlers as well as the Haudenosaunee people who lived here before. It's a magical little book.
My favorite thing about FLCC is the people. I've made so many strong relationships here. Classmates, professors. I met my fiance here. It's just been an incredible experience. I chose FLCC because when I first came here on a tour with my parents, saw the soundboards, everything, it was just such good energy and I knew I had to be here. My professors supported me throughout this whole process. They're always helping me find work. They're always checking in on me, and it's just a great experience. I'm so glad I started here.
It's time to have real conversations about mental health. Introducing Straight Talk, a powerful new series that breaks the silence and brings honest discussions about mental well-being to the forefront. From expert advice to personal stories, we're tackling the tough topics with compassion and clarity. Because mental health matters, and talking about it is the first step.
This is Cody Grabhorn, Executive Director of the Ontario County Historical Society. Every Sunday between 4 to 10 p.m., we share local history videos from our archives and local historical societies. Finger Lakes TV is the public access station for the Western Finger Lakes and is based at Finger Lakes Community College. If your organization has a video or an upcoming event to share, please contact the station at communityaffairs@flcc.edu or call 585-785-1623.
I didn't know. I had no idea what to study. But I knew I had to figure it out. Try new things. Do cool stuff. Learn from the best. And get closer to figuring out my future every day.
The most inspiring part about this program was being able to work as a team to achieve different goals and projects. My classmates and I were assigned to create our own menu. I chose my hometown, Canandaigua, New York. I really wanted to incorporate different parts of Canandaigua into my menu, which was an experience I wasn't expecting going into the culinary program. I was able to put a lot of my heart into it because I've grown up here for the past 25 years.
Have battled here in Canandaigua, New York, but only 2 remain. Today we crown a national invitational champion. Please welcome the 2 programs competing for the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational Championship. We have the Lions of Nassau taking the court opposite them, the Chaparrals of College of DuPage. Finger Lakes Community College and the NJCAA are committed to the ideals of good sportsmanship, safety, and fair play. We ask all fans, coaches, and student athletes to show respect for their opponents, the officials, and each other before, during, and after each contest. Profanity, derogatory comments, or other intimidating actions directed at student athletes, officials, team representatives, or other fans will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. We thank you for your cooperation and hope you enjoy today's championship. At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor our country with the playing of the national anthem. First, the starters for the Lions of Nassau. From Inwood, New York, number 1, Don Smalls III. From Belmar, New York, number 2, Thomas Wildman. From Berkeley, California, number 10, Suhaib Amar. From Long Beach, New York, number 12, Colin Radin. From New Hyde Park, New York, number 13, Hunter Dunn. From West Islip, New York, number 15, Christopher Thomas. And from Valley Stream, New York, number 16, Dylan Wallace. The Lions are coached by Nick O'Malley, assisted by Jason Sirabon. Now the starters for the Chaparrals of the College of DuPage. From Manuka, Illinois, number 1, Ben Hoover. From Carroll Stream, Illinois, number 3, Nathan Perez. From Hanover Park, Illinois, number 4, Jahir Lopez. From Aurora, Illinois, number 6, Justice Barbell. From Aurora, Illinois, number 7, Braden Zant. From Downers Grove, Illinois, number 10, Adam Janwick. From Glendale Heights, Illinois, number 12, Braden Tejeda. And from Lombard, Illinois, number 16, Danny Overland. The Chaparrals are coached by Talis Cascaneras, assisted by Frankie Martinez and Braden Woods.
You good?
I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 NJCAA Men's National Volleyball Invitational. My name is Andrew Solomon and I'm here with John Boccacino. We're here in Canandaigua, New York for the third edition of this national championship. It started in 2023. The champions of the first 2 years was Finger Lakes Community College in 2023 and 2024. And now we're looking to crown a new champion in 2025. It's either going to be the DuPage Chaparrals of the College of DuPage as they take on the number 2 seed, the Nassau Lions. Nassau is from Garden City, New York, and the Chaps are from Glen Ellen, Illinois. We're very excited to bring you this here in Putmore Court in Canandaigua, New York. As they take on, so this is a double elimination tournament, John, and what that means is if DuPage wins, it's over. They have won. But if Nassau wins, they actually have to play another match, and Nassau would have to beat them again, or that essentially would be the championship match. Because it's double elimination, the Chaps have not lost yet, so they're going to have to lose twice in order to give up the crown here.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall task, but hey, that's why they play the matches. This is really how people, I think, saw the tournament playing out. The top 2 seeded teams meeting up here in the championship. Both teams bring nice winning streaks into today's matchup as well.
Absolutely. First ball goes to the outside, Chris Thomas, but he is blocked by the Chaparrals.
And DuPage looking for their 10th straight win in their first National Invitational Tournament Championship. Nassau's won their last 5 matches. They also will be looking for their first National Invite title because the host Finger Lakes Community College Lakers are the only champion this Invitational has ever known in the first 2 years. Now in its 3rd year, guaranteed to have a new title winner.
That is correct. And Chaparrals have finished no higher than 3rd place in the past. They've never been to a championship match. The first 2 years was actually Monroe College out of New Rochelle, New York, and of course Finger Lakes.
Of course. Well, I feel like this DuPage team every team is different year after year, but the height, the athleticism, this is a well-oiled machine that has been established by the DuPage program, and it's going to be a Herculean task. As you've seen right here out of the gate, the blocking abilities, Adam Janowiak is such a talent on that pole right there. Nassau's going to have a hard time finding crevices, finding holes in the attack.
Yeah, they're bigger, they're more athletic. And great dig by the libero Ben Hoover. It's run down by number 3, Nathan Perez, sent back over, outside. And that was outside again to Chris Thomas, but that's off the block and out of bounds. So Nassau claims their first point. And back to serve is setter Hunter Dunn. And hitting error by the Lions. And Janowiak back to serve.
This kid is a fun treat to watch, Janowiak for DuPage. I mean, just again, the way he attacks, the vision. He's very rarely caught out of position. And look at that right there. Again, another athletic leaping play by DuPage. This time, Braden Zant's the one to come up with it.
Absolutely, and they are out to a great start. Big momentum, lots of energy from DuPage. And outside to the big hitter, Suhaib Amar with the kill.
there's really, Andrew, I don't know if you can tell, there's this aura and this vibe around the DuPage program. And it starts from the top on down. Just the entrance that this team makes when it comes to the tournament. It all comes from their head coach, Tolis Cascaneres, with this leather jacket, the sunglasses. It's an aura and it's a vibe. And these guys are a confident bunch. It shows off in spades.
Yeah, Tolis has a thing. It's always like the last day of the season. He'll wear that leather jacket. That's like his thing. And I was just talking to him right before the match. And Tolis and I have battled on the men's and the women's side. For between DuPage and Finger Lakes, and he's a great guy. He's going to be calm. He's never going to get too worked up. He's real chill, but he's serious. He's focused, and he gets a lot out of his teams. And this year he's got more talent than he's ever had. So this should be an interesting run.
Yeah, the fact, it's hard to believe, just again with the pedigree of DuPage, that this is the first time they're actually playing in the championship round of this Invitational. You almost expect, based on their reputation, that they would be there year after year in the finals.
Yep, there's been some really good teams over the years, so you got to battle all the way, and some teams got the best of them the last 2 years.
What would you say is the biggest difference as far as the DuPage players, the talent, the skills this year versus the last 2 years?
I mean, they look a little bigger than they have been, but they also have more depth. There's no doubt they have more depth. Like, they had some great players, but, a couple weaknesses, a couple weak spots. Here, there's not a weak player on this team. They are a strong team top to bottom. I really like Ben Hoover, very solid passer, great defensive player. I've been watching him throughout the tournament. Great player. So over here, one of the top players from the Lions is Suhaib Amar. You're going to see a lot from him today. And there's a tip kill from Braden Zant. And back to service Zant.
So when we saw Union and Nassau play in the first match of the day, you saw two of the top three teams as far as efficiency in their kills and their hitting percentage. Well, the third team in the ranks is DuPage coming in here. So now we're getting a 1 versus 3, Nassau versus DuPage. The fireworks should fly when it comes to offensive efficiency.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty competitive, high-level match. They both have a lot of weapons. It's gonna come down to who executes, really. Thomas Wildeman to the serve, and that ball is swiped off the block by number 10 Adam Janowiak. Set was a little tight on that, and he did the smart thing by just using the hands and pushing it right off of there. And now back to service number 12, Braden Tejeda, and Braden Tejeda. Service error in the net. And now back to service, Dylan Wallace. That ball is also out of bounds. Going to the serving, you're going to see a lot of errors, but you're going to see a lot of aggressiveness. On the men's side, you really have to be aggressive, or else these high-level teams are just going to put that ball away.
They really are, and we talked about that during the first matchup that we saw today, where Nassau committed 15 service errors. That's par for the course for this team. Again, they led the country in service errors at 374. You contrast that with DuPage, who had 253. You're talking about 121 more service errors that DuPage, 121 less that DuPage commits to Nassau. Even 4 or 5 points is going to make the difference spread out over this championship match here.
Right.
So if Nassau can limit those mistakes while still being aggressive, it's going to serve them well.
Got it. DuPage just won a questionable, Nassau just won a questionable call. Tolis Cascaneres chose not to challenge it. I think he's going to hold on to those a little bit. Saved up by Amar. And the attack by Thomas was blocked back out of the side. Amar couldn't handle it, and point DuPage.
Justin Barble's another one of those guys for DuPage who just makes himself known in the middle of the net. He's always leaping. He's got that high energy presence, and it makes it hard Now notice they went to the right side on that one because Barble was jumping right up and making his presence known out there. So they're poking and prodding, trying to find the weaknesses, if there are any, in the DuPage defense right now. That attack obviously was out of bounds, so it's a point for DuPage, but credit Nassau for trying to get something going in the early going here.
And there's going to be a net violation by DuPage.
And if you're Nassau, you'll take the points any way they come.
Absolutely. They're going to have to work hard for every one of them. DuPage is not going to give them anything.
They don't beat themselves.
And Chris Thomas back to serve. Janoiak with the pass and the tip. Tip by Danny Overland.
That was a nice little finesse play right there by Overland. Just taking exactly what he saw in front of him to finish off the point and give DuPage a 5-point lead again.
Justice Barbell with the serve. It hits the back line and an ace. Passed up by Smalls. Going outside to Wilderman, but he is blocked. That's a second clean block by DuPage. And, that's
and just
gonna
like
be a
that,
big
you
part
go
of
on
it.
a run and 16-9. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame than when it was 14-9, 13-9. I mean, these points start to tack up after a while. What's interesting, though, we talk about the aggressiveness of the serving teams, and we talked about Nassau both being aggressive with their aces and also committing a lot of errors. DuPage does have their fair share of service mistakes. They're 5th in the country in the number of service errors that they have. They're only 10th in aces. So
the errors thing doesn't surprise me, just because I know Tolis, and they're very aggressive serving, similar to my women's team. Very aggressive serving. When we played them, it was a battle, and there was just, we just went up and ripped with our serves, and they did the same on the girls' side. So I'm not surprised to see them serving so aggressively on the boys' side. And yes, you're going to have a much higher number of errors for sure.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think, our team, I think we led the nation in aces and errors last year.
And you mentioned a 1.5 ratio of us aces to errors out there. That's a pretty darn good.
Well, that would be a great,
that'd be leading the country. I would feel
it.
like it's something like that with a ratio.
Justice Barbell to serve again. One-handed pass. And that ball goes up to Colin Radin. Wow, Wilderman with that one-handed pass. Not traditional, not how we teach it, but we'll take it. And in the middle to Braden Tejeda with the kill. Overland back to serve. Smalls with the pass. Going back row to Thomas. Wide ball again, dug up by Smalls. Taken on the first, put it back and sent over by Perez. Right side to Amar. Covered his own hit. Wallace with the swing. Dug up by Hoover. Going outside. And Braden Zant able to swipe that off the block for another DuPage point.
They're just relentless, DuPage is coming at you wave after wave.
Absolutely, a lot of pressure offensively. That's going to be a reception error for Smalls. You know what? You're killing me, Smalls. I had to say it.
Been waiting for that proper moment
and
to drop it in there.
And he's been playing great, so I did not have a lot of chances
there hasn't been a chance really
that.
before this. Well done on the reference, of course, to the Sandlot.
He came right back with a perfect pass after that, so Smalls is no longer killing me. And back to serve is Suhaib Amar. Outside to Zant. Now to counter with a kill from Thomas Wilderman.
That's the third kill so far of the early match for Wilderman, and he's really one of those key players along with the rest of their blockers and attackers who have to step up and just find some big plays against this really daunting defense for DuPage.
Braden Tejeda ran a slide. There was I guess there wasn't touch on that. I thought I saw some. Oh, there was some sort of touch. So it looks like DuPage did get that point. Zant with the serve, going to Wallace. Can't handle the set. A little bit out of sync. He tipped it and it went out of bounds. Zant back to serve again. 21-12, DuPage.
Yeah, it seemed like Nassau had things set up the way they wanted to go on the attack there. And then the second pass left Dylan Wallace a little bit more out of position to try to make an attack.
Tejeda again on the right side. Going outside to Wilderman, who tries to throw the ball over, but it's out of bounds. And
wow,
Zant
sneaking the ace in there.
It's the top of the tape and drops down, and Wallace took a chance by letting it go, but it ended up hitting the line. Zant again with the serve. Wilderman with the pass back outside to Wilderman. Off the block, dug up by DuPage. Perez sends it over for the kill. Great tip kill by Perez. Maybe he saw that spot, but great timing on that tip attack. Zant with the service error on set point. Wilderman back to serve. And service error to end the first set. So, all right. So that's the end of the first set where the Chaparrals of the College of DuPage take the first set and they go up 1-0 in this 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball National Invitational. We'll be back in 3 minutes. So I was thinking. So you see, a kid would serve it and miss their serve, and everybody goes crazy. You know, the parents.
Everybody in the booth can tell myself apart from you. See me, see you dancing on the people, on the booth, hanging from the people, on the people. My head is a roof, dancing on the ceiling, on the people. I got people on the people, dancing on the people. I got dancing people. I got people. People. Dancing on me. Everybody in the booth can tell myself apart from you. Now that we're dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people,
And we're back for the second set of the NJCAA Men's National Invitational here in Canandaigua, New York at Finger Lakes Community College. DuPage, the College of DuPage takes the first set. They're up 1-0, and Nassau's got their work cut out for them as they drop the first one. They're not only going to have to win this match and win another match because it's double elimination in order to take the championship.
Yeah, it definitely was a rough opening set for Nassau. And when you break down the tail of the tape, so in the first set, winning 25-13, Nassau had 11 kills, but they had 10 errors to go with that for a 0.31 hitting percentage. DuPage, on the other hand, hit 476. 10 kills, no errors in 21 attacks.
And there you go. Yeah,
it's impossible to win going up against an attack like that if you're going to make mistakes. You have to be flawless.
Yeah, and hence the 12-point victory there.
Absolutely.
Janowiak starts off with a big kill for DuPage. And there's a ball that is blocked by number 12, Braden Tejeda. And Perez back to serve. There is a challenge. Before that happens, there's a challenge. So there was a block off of Tejeda, and then there was a touch call. It was called that Nassau touched it, and so that ball went to DuPage. However, Nassau is challenging that call, saying that there was no touch.
That gives you a little insight into what Nassau's got to be thinking to use one of their challenges this early in the second set, not wanting to fall behind at all. I mean, that was the problem with the first set. They fell behind early, and even though it was 8-5, they could never claw their way back. It's interesting to use a challenge this early on something like that I don't know, there has to be enough evidence to overturn it.
I really don't think I would unless we're really sure, and like you said, it has to be, very decisive,
There can be no ambiguity with the call here. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't see on the Nassau side if there was a vehement objection from one of the players being like, hey, signaling for the challenge, but the coach would have to have pretty strong conviction that this is going to go their way, I would feel. Otherwise, you're losing one of your two challenges very early in this second set.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that video at our end of the table, so we just have to wait with everyone else. And I don't think I would be challenging this early in the game, unless I was 100% sure.
Yeah, it's a bold move. You have to have your conviction for sure to use the green challenge card. And as we know, Andrew, you're the one who put out the first challenge out there at
first
the
one in
collegiate
NJCAA
level.
history, yes.
Absolutely. So you know a thing or two about issuing the green challenge card to a call. But we talked about this during one of the earlier matches. It is great that they do have that challenge system available, because even though there's a little delay in the game right now, we want the calls to get made right. And every play, if you have the technology available, utilize it.
100%. 100%.
I believe we're being told over there that there was no touch.
So they're going to reverse the call. So that means the ball went off of the DuPage blocker, and then it's directly out of bounds. It was never then touched again by Nassau on the way out. So that will be a blocking error for Adam Janowiak and a kill for Nassau. And it's going to be 2-1 Nassau. We'll see how this plays out if that point turns out to make a difference.
I mean, every point seems to be precious at this point. And again, just the mentality of it. Like, if Nassau could get a little lead, that's so key for them.
Going middle, great dig by Smalls.
Yeah, Smalls having himself a nice rally here. Had a couple of nice plays. Keep this point
free
going.
Ball sent by DuPage. Going right side, and a big swing and a big kill by Amar.
Amar, the man who had such a huge performance in their win over Union. You'll love to see him get the confidence going with a nice little spike point right there.
Going right side of Janowiak, and again he hits the tape and doesn't make it over.
And I've really been impressed with, on this run since the challenge, the way that Christopher Thomas has been delivering some deep, powerful serves. He's really pressuring the libero for DuPage, making them be on their game with their return.
Going to the middle. And it's going to be a carry by DuPage. And that's a great play by Justice Barbell. He makes the pass, and they give it right back to him, and he puts it away.
The one time Thomas puts up more of an off-speed serve up there, it doesn't go deep towards the end line. They're able to punish it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Going. That ball went outside to Wildeman. He tried to push it over a sharp cross and did not clear the net. Janowiak back to serve. Wildeman go in the middle. Radin again. Radin cuts it back, and Perez can't handle it, and that's a kill for Radin. And another point for the Lions.
And that kill is big for Nassau to get the ball back, get the momentum back, have the lead back. And Radin is now perfect. 4 kills in his 5 attacks.
And there's an overpass.
Match.
There's an overpass. Wallace was able to redirect that, and there's a kill for Wallace. Radin back to serve, and it's out of bounds. Barbell back to serve. Entering the game is Braden Tejeda. Going right side to Amar, overpass to Wallace, and Wallace puts it down.
Yeah, you could see when Wallace wound up, he knew he was going right side. There was a nice little hole in the back left corner of the zone out there for them to attack.
And that aggressive serve just goes out of bounds, a little bit long. Overland to serve. Float serve, taken by Smalls. Going in the middle of Wallace. Hoover picks it up. Outside to Zant. Zant goes cross court with the kill. Dunn gives it to Wallace with the kill.
Now the big one for Wallace right there, you know, keeping his team in the game with a couple of powerful kills there.
Wallace right now is leading the way for Nassau.
Yeah, that's his 5th kill.
Wildeman with his pass. Going. So that was a swing by Tejada. Flies out of bounds. They were looking for a touch call, but did not get that. Wildeman again at the serve. Passed up by Zant. Perez tries to shove it over, covered by Hoover. Dunn goes back outside to Thomas, who puts it down.
And if you're Nassau, this is exactly the game plan you'd want to draw up. You weather the early storm. You got a nice little lead at the halfway point. You're causing DuPage to take a timeout for the first time, I believe, in this tournament. And you got to lead in a little bit of confidence heading into this crucial part of the second set.
Yeah, no, they've responded very well to that first big loss in the first set. Now they're up by 5. I had to text it.
That's great.
Wilderman back to serve with 11-6 lead for Nassau. Going back row to number 8, Bill Lubas. First swing for Lubas, ends up with a kill.
What a strong challenge by Lubas up there. I mean, Nassau thought they had a little challenge up at the line for him, but it was no match.
And that serve by Zant just out of bounds. Subbing in is Husan Khan.
Third service error for DuPage compared to only 4 for Nassau so far. Only 4.
Hoover with the overpass. And Thomas is able to handle it. And Thomas throws that overpass back over and ends up with a point for Nassau. Khan to serve again. Hoover with a good pass this time. Going to Tejada. Dug by Thomas with the swing. Off the block and out of bounds.
Yeah, Thomas comes up big with another one, and Nassau's going a little serving run with the high energy of Husan Khan back there. This guy's a fun treat to watch serve it up. He's all into it.
It's the wrath of Khan.
And we jinxed him, of course.
Yes, that's all your fault.
Sorry, guys. You can send all your hate mail to John Boccacino for the broadcaster jinx.
Dunn tries to push it over. It's blocked by DuPage. Back row swing just out of bounds. Tejada to serve. Wide ball sent. Braden digs it out of the net. Perez going middle. And Barbell able to push that ball into the block, and it comes down on the Nassau side. Tejada again to serve. And out of bounds. Hunter down with the serve. Going outside to Oberlin. No, Janowiak with the kill down line. And subbing in is now Oberlin coming in for the right side. Perez going right side, right to Oberlin. As soon as he came in, he gets the kill.
Yeah, first Janowiak and then Oberlin really just punishing. And you figure there wasn't if Nassau had that possession back, they'd love to do it all over again because they really set up a wheelhouse for DuPage to put that one away from Oberlin.
Right side swing from Thomas. Going back to the right side for Oberlin. Tips it over. It's run down. Great swing. Let's see if Smalls can get it over, and no, he cannot.
Getting into the danger zone kind of here for Nassau, where that 6-point lead is dwindled down to 3.
Yeah, they need to get that momentum back, and there's an ace in the corner for Perez. Amar took a chance and didn't work out for him as that ball dropped to his left and in the court. And now it is 14 serving.
That's one of those tough ones
15.
there, too, to figure out, where it's a little bit of a soft serve out there. And when you're Wildman, you're looking at it, it's got to be hard when it's soft on the fly to think, like, do I go after this or do I take a step back? And he chose, unfortunately, the wrong decision to give the ace over there for DuPage. And now, Andrew, it's only a 1-point set. So despite all this momentum that Nassau had, trying to claw in and get this first set, now they find themselves 1 point away from being tied. This is kind of a crucial moment for the Lions out there.
Yeah, I mean, if DuPage happens to retake the lead, I mean, it could be bursting the bubble in Nassau. You know, they think they have a chance. There's that hope, and then all hope is gone if that lead. I think they were up 16-9.
Yeah, it was.
7-point lead.
Yeah, they've been cruising at this point here, 15-9, and DuPage came roaring back.
That's the thing about very good teams is you don't want to panic if you're trailing. DuPage was trailing. They didn't panic. They chipped away. They got back into it, and now they're pretty close to tying it up. Dunn going wide, and it's blocked. The attempt by Colin Radin was blocked by number 6, Justice Barbell.
It's no surprise there, too, that Barbell was the one to come up with the big block. He is their leading blocker on the year. 31 now solo blocks and 65 assisted. So when DuPage looks for a good block at the middle, he's often the primary figure to come through with something.
Thomas couldn't find the floor, and Oberlin tips it over. Smalls with the dig, going back row to Thomas, or to roll shot by Janowiak is out of bounds. They tried a back row swing there from Wilderman. Now Wilderman enters the front row, and back to serve is Christopher Thomas. Thomas with the spin. Perfect pass by Hoover, and a great set by Perez, but we had a hitting error by Justice Barbell.
Nothing seems to phase Ben Hoover when it comes to receiving these serves. He's fielded some incredibly hard-hit serves and has poise and presence. Very impressive.
Well, I'll tell you, the best liberos, they want it. They want that ball to come to them. There's passers that are afraid. They said, "Oh, I hope it doesn't come to me." The best liberos, no, there's bring it.
Yeah, bring it on.
Serve it to me, and they're very confident in their passing. And Hoover's a great passer, great defender.
And they still have not had a receiving error
right side
so far
to
in this
Amar.
match.
It's going to be touch on that, and it's going to be a kill for Amar. Again to Barbell. Going outside to Wildman. Cross court, out of bounds.
A little too much too wide of the line out there for the attempt for Radin. I like the idea, though, because you know what's right in front of you. There's trouble for DuPage, so try to go cross court, see if you can get one of those to fall.
Barbell with the serve. Going to go outside to Wilderman. He has to reach back to send it over. Barbell now sets it out of system. Ball's blocked back off of. Oh, no. Great dig by Smalls. Going outside to Wilderman. He pushes it off the hands for the kill.
And look at Smalls getting his flowers out there for keeping that play alive. Those hustle plays, I tell you, that goes in the book just as one regular dig. But that's a monumental dig for him to come up with that for the team to keep the point going.
Amar back to serve. Passed up by Janowiak. Going to Zant in the middle. And big swing from the middle. He hits the line. No challenge by Coach Nick O'Malley.
Well, for someone that averages almost 3 kills a set, it was only a matter of time before Zant was able to get going.
Right. I stand corrected. This is a challenge. Nick O'Malley thought about it. He made the challenge within the allowed time frame. And this is a
See, this is one of those where I would use a challenge if you feel the conviction is close enough.
Close game.
Yeah, I mean, you need to win this set. Like, you cannot drop this one. So this is, unlike the 2-1 moment earlier, which I know Nassau did win and led them to go on this run, I think you and I both agree this really would have been the moment I would have used a challenge.
Correct. Right. This is a perfect time for it, and especially if he thinks he's got a chance at that being overturned. So the initial call was that the ball is in. So for this match, they have 6 cameras going. They were able to add another one for this. Instead of 3, we're up to 6. So.
All that we're missing is the sky cam, a drone or an aerial cam flying around and getting you the real, like the pylon cam in the NFL. Maybe we'll make that happen for next year's tournament. Get a wealthy donor.
That would be great. So one of the added cameras is, so they would originally had one on the wall behind us that was zoomed in on the net. But if you look closely right in front of the referee, there is a camera right there that's looking right down that net. So you're going to be able to see touches and net violations a little bit better.
That's an awesome camera angle. So there's one on the net. Then explain to our audience where the rest of the cameras are set up.
So you're going to have one on all of the lines, so the end lines and the side lines. So there's 4 more of them, and I think there's a wider one as well. I mean, really everything's covered. You know, there's not much that can go. These cameras are currently at 60 frames per second because it's the mobile setup that they have. They also, this is Sporfy. Sporfy's the one who's doing this for us, and Sporfy, they all. Well, let me stop for a second. The call was overturned, and therefore that ball is out of bounds, and that's another successful challenge by Nick O'Malley.
Yeah.
2 for 2 in the same set. That's great for him.
So that means they still have 2 challenges
they still
to use.
hold
You
on
don't
to the
lose one if you don't
Correct.
lose a challenge.
Yeah,
if you win a challenge, rather.
Correct. You're going to get 2 for the whole match. In addition, if you use one and you go to a 5th set, you get one of them back. You don't get a 3rd. You'll never get a 3rd, but you could get back up to 2 if you've used one of them. Oh, great pickup by Wildeman. And Zant takes it, going back out to Zant, roll shot, and it drops. So to get back to my talk about the cameras, so the cameras that they when they permanently mount them, they're going to be 120 frames per second. So you're going to be able to get a lot clearer shot when you zoom in. And we have it set up right now at Finger Lakes, and right now it's here just for the championship. However, you know, as part of the renovation, we're hoping to also add this to our setup, so we would be the first NJCAA Division III team to have it permanently affixed in their home gym.
What an advantage that would be, and what a resource it is for the officials and for the scorers table to have that type of camera access out there.
Definitely, it's great. Like you say, get it right. I'm hoping we get it so then I can get more experience using it, because there is strategies to how you want to use it. And there's an ace.
This is an interesting run right
by
here,
Wildeman,
Andrew, because you had the service error after that big challenge by Amar, but then he came up with a huge assist. Tom Wildeman had a massive kill, and then you had an ace out there. Right now we're looking at Nassau hanging on for dear life, trying to still get this set in their possession. It's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, 22-20 being our score. But
and we just had a kill by Zant, who's now back to serve. Passed up by Wildeman, puts it back to Wallace. You know, it seems like every time they need that big kill, it's Wallace.
He's been their guy, absolutely. And
I mean, the 2 outside hitters are getting their share of kills, and they're doing a great job, but it seems like the critical ones, those timely hits, timely kills, are coming from Wallace.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And he's not making the mistakes. He's delivering.
Khan
Speaking
back
of delivering,
to serve.
Wrath of Khan, unfortunately, sends one into the net right there.
Yes. Well, that's the pros and cons of serving. That was definitely a con.
Well played.
And cross-court kill from Thomas.
Raiden, too, actually, now. That's another clutch kill for him. He matches up there with Dylan Wallace and having 5 kills and only 1 error on this match so far. Their hitting percentages are impressive. Wallace is 444 and Raiden's at 364. Nobody else is above 100 when it comes to hit percentage for Nassau. But you look at the numbers for DuPage, I mean, Zant is having himself a day. 385 hitting percentage, only 1 error. But here's what's interesting. Remember the first set? There were no errors on the attack for DuPage. They now have 6 in this second second set, and that could also lead to the fact it's 24-21 and a set point here for Nassau.
Right. Yeah, so I guess those 2 challenges really came into play.
2 for 2.
You know, 2 for 2. So the score would be, well, if it wasn't that, it would be 23-22 DuPage right now.
Yeah.
So
big difference to get those successful challenges. And also in this set, Nassau only has 3 service errors. That's way below what they normally average per set after having 4 in the first one. So they're doing a good job keeping their composure in the service game. And I say that one of those errors literally just happened from Kahn. So they've done a good job tightening up on those mistakes.
Dom Silsky in the game. Selesky.
He snuck that one over the net.
Covered by Hoover. Great diving save by Zant. And Amar pushes it. And there is touch call. There is touch call on there. DuPage is saying no touch, but now Hoover said, yes, I touched it. And that's what I'm talking about. So most of that team said challenge, challenge, challenge. But if Hoover didn't come up and say, no, I touched it, then they could have lost their challenge if they tried.
And that's a valuable strategy at this point because, again,
you have to talk to the players. You have to, and they have to be honest. You know, I've coached many liars over the years. So,
well, it's refreshing the honesty because in other sports it's so hard where players just won't admit that they made a mistake. But yeah, Hoover, a clutch play out there because if they only have 1 challenge when they lose that, going into the final potential 3 sets, again, big difference. Although, like you said, they will have, if they lose it, they will get a challenge back if it does go to a 5th set if they use 1 and lose 1.
Correct, if it goes to 5. Yes. All right, so you are here. We are watching the 2025 NJCAA Men's National Volleyball Invitational, and we're here in Canandaigua, New York, and the championship is between the College of DuPage from Glen Ellen, Illinois, against Nassau Lions from Garden City, New York. And we'll be back in 2 minutes for set number 3.
Smoking exotic, I'm hash. I die if I don't get this on my hip. Hopefully I don't shoot this off the rip. Ain't like you rappers with all that lip. Canary my diamond, they wedges like lemon. Ocean my neck and it like Pacific. I like my no, look, Uzi, not the specific. Ain't like you babbers, we real Kobe Cappers. You be actors and not even factors. Plumbers and racks and made back in the backseat. That shoot like a raptor, a rapper attack me. DM now, but she still in my mentions. Be talking these, they be snitch. Be talking these, be snitch. Got a on my waist and I had to click. 100 million, what I'm trying to get. Anything to get this paper, I'm trying it. Ain't nobody gon' play with me, reach, I'm buying it. No, you ain't me, go Brooklyn, I'm dying with it, boy. You ain't got guap like this, you ain't got cash like this, you ain't got guap like this. Ashy lit, you ain't got guap like this, you ain't got cash like this, you ain't got guap like this, you ain't got cash like this. Canary my diamond, they wedges like lemon. Ocean my neck and it like Pacific. I like my no, look, Uzi, not too specific. DM now, but she still in my mentions. Be talking these, they be snitching. Be talking these, be snitch. Got a on my waist and I had to click. I went to every jeweler in this, told all of them, Ben, I tax me. And I got 2 bribs in LA right now, cause that's where the packs be. You don't know, you in the rack running, you don't know us. Empty the clip off a hit, pour a 4 up. On the board, on the block like Noah. Give me the beef, well done like 4. So if I can see when I'm shooting, I pop out with chip, I had to recruit it. Okay, she know I with all her friends, but she don't say nothing, she scared to lose. I that little bitch right to my music, pull out my bitch, she start fluting. Whoa, she said she don't. So she still shopping at Gucci. That's info rap 1 line on IG. Actually been here sauce like Zaxby's. Ay, build my wave like Max B. I'm in New York, free Max B. I be in New York like a taxi. Riding in the Lambo truck from the pillar to her car seat in the backseat. Your bitch, she attracted to money. Yeah, that's why she. My attracted to shooting. That's why they keep busting.
And we're back in Canandaigua, New York for the championship match, the national championship match between the College of DuPage and Nassau Lions. It's 1 set apiece as we enter the beginning of the 3rd set. We got an outside ball going to Wilderman. Thomas. And we have a net violation by DuPage. Back to serve is Dom Selesky. Big swing by number 10, Adam Janowiak.
The airtime that Janowiak got on that one, that kill was quite impressive. The easy finish.
Tipped over by Nassau, going back outside to Zant. Off the block, picked up by Nassau. So, we've noticed that something slightly different here. So, Dom Selesky is setting right now, so they might be running a 6-2, unless he's staying in and setting a 5-1, but I'm guessing that Hunter Dunn's going to come in a little bit and set for 3 rotations as well.
And so now we can actually finally officially clarify that comment earlier, 6-2, being you have 2 setters on the court.
Correct, so you have your 5-1 where you have 1 setter and 5 hitters essentially. And now we have a 6-2. I think we're going to be a 6-2. We don't know yet until we get to that rotation.
Correct.
But it looks like it's going to be a 6-2 where you have 2 setters and 6 hitters. And it doesn't mean you have 8 people on the court.
No, of course.
It means that those setters also hit. So they're hitting when they're in the front row, or they bring in a right side hitter. So there's hitters, always 3 hitters in the front row. That's the advantage to that.
And in this case, it would be Selesky and Smalls being the ones who are playing the setting roles.
Smalls is libero. Smalls libero, so it wouldn't be him. It would be Dunn and Selesky.
Oh, my bad.
That's right. Right side to Thomas. He hits it just wide. So DuPage comes into this match 23-2. And their only 2 losses were to St. Xavier. They're an NAIA, but they are the number 2 team in the country in NAIA. And they also lost to Division I Roosevelt. So that's their only 2 losses.
And they play a rigorous schedule, too. I mean, playing up, like you mentioned there, those 2 teams that are very highly ranked in classifications above the Division III level. That serves you so well when it comes to playing in these postseason tournaments. You rely on that experience and playing stiffer competition.
Absolutely. And I know that that's a big strategy of Tolis Castanares, because on the girls' side, he's been to nationals the last 3 years. They finished 3rd in 2024. They finished 5th in 2023, and in 2022 they won the national championship. And every time they came into there, and they had like 10 to 15 losses on their record, and you might say, well, they have 15 losses. How good can they be when my team only has 2 losses? Well, they go to Texas and they play Division I, Blinn. That's a JUCO Division I team, and we have a little injury on the court right now, so we'll stop.
Guy hit his head on the court for DuPage.
So injury timeout here. A trainer for Finger Lakes is in there. Noah Murray. So I guess we'll talk about DuPage a little bit with their schedule. Tolis always likes to have a really tough schedule. He doesn't care if he loses 10, 15 matches during the season, because he knows that doesn't matter. It's the playoffs. It's going to nationals and being able to use that tough competition to help you propel you into the playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to be prepared, and especially, depends on how strong your region is going to be during the course of the year.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to take a little break right now as they handle this injury on the court. Yeah, right there on that court, exactly where that happened. I had a pretty serious injury with one of my girls this year. It happened at an open gym right before season, but she had a compound dislocation happen in the exact spot. So hopefully that's the last injury that ever happens on this hardwood.
Yeah. And that's the challenge of, again, all these bodies jumping up and landing in the same space. It's so easy to roll an ankle, if that's indeed what did happen, falling on someone else's foot or ankle when you land down on the court.
So I heard once, and I could be wrong in this, but I know I heard that volleyball is one of the, if not the most injurious sport by not by severity, but by number of injuries, just because there's so much going on at the net. A lot of rolled ankles, and there's been increased concussions too with in recent years, but probably mostly because of the attention to concussions now. But I've heard that the number of injuries in volleyball is greater than almost every other sport. They're not always as severe as maybe in football or hockey or something like that, but
sure,
a lot of injuries. We do have a challenge going on right now, and we're waiting to hear from the officials about this challenge.
I think it was a touch, no touch.
So this is a touch challenge. They're challenging whether or not the ball was touched before it went out of bounds. This challenge is by DuPage.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge by DuPage here because they've really seized momentum in this third set. It was 1-1 early on, and now DuPage has won 7 of the last 9 points. But again, if they take away the challenge and the point then goes back, DuPage is really looking to put their foot on the ground and steal momentum in this match from a team that's really trying to rally in Nassau because they did a good job bouncing back in the second set. So this is, again, one of those big challenge moments, and if they can overturn this, it takes away another point, and DuPage seems like they're on their way to getting a little more momentum here in this pivotal third set.
Right, anytime, like you said, pivotal is exactly right. When you split the first two, that third set is huge. Going up 2-1 is such an advantage.
One, especially we don't know the severity of the injury for the ankle to Braden Zant, how long he may or may not be sidelined. You almost wonder if when it's Tullis coming through coaching DuPage, they want to get this set because you just don't know the status of your star attacker, your star blocker up there, of what's going to happen with Braden. I mean, his stats are so impressive, and he's such a key cog on offense, again, only being a freshman. He leads the team in kills per set at 2.77, so he's an incredibly efficient attacker out there, and you want to seize momentum where you can.
Well, I just heard the officials talking, and it is going to be a successful challenge. And
3 for 3 on those successful challenges.
And there is touch. Well, you know what else that means? That's a big plug for Sporfy because obviously their cameras are good enough that it's undisputable evidence that to overturn that. So they saw that there was no touch, and then they got the kill and the point. And
then when those cameras come to Finger Lakes as part of the new gym, there'll be double the potency, so going to 120 frames per second,
correct,
right, compared to the 60 we have now.
Correct. Good pass by Smalls, going right side swing by Amar, and it is in.
Yeah, Mark took that upon himself and said, no, this run is stopping right here. I'll come up with a decisive kill to slice into this lead. Now it's 10-3, but again, early on it was 1-1, so what a run for DuPage to seize control here.
Outside to number 11, Kevin Jones. So Kevin is in for the injured Braden Zant right now.
He wasn't done any favors on the pass, setting him up for the block. It was off balance, and no wonder it kind of went into the net after that ill-set opportunity right there.
Right. So, and right away, they targeted Kevin Jones on the serve as well. You're going to see you're going to probably see a lot of serves going right to him if they can get it over the net, and that one went into the net. But I would guess they're going to go after number 11 just because, he's fresh meat on the court. They got to go after that. He's obviously wasn't the starting person in that position, so let's test the waters and see if he can pass.
He does have good game experience, though, at least based off of the website. He's played in 19 matches this year, 44 sets appeared in. He'd be 4th on the team in kills per set at 1.75, so he's not a slouch. But again, you compare 266 hitting percentage for Braden Zant compared to 197 for Kevin. Anything's going to be a step down compared to that talent that Braden Zant is for DuPage.
Right. Jones still had 77 kills coming into today, so.
And more than 200 total attack attempts.
So not bad.
So he's not green between the ears.
Pretty good option. And Amar with the kill.
Yeah, trainers are still attending to Zant's ankle over to the far side behind the Nassau bench. We'll be curious to see what that development is, whether he's able to give it a go with the tenderness of that ankle injury, we're assuming.
And outside to Jones.
How about
Smalls.
a campfire? How do you feel about a campfire, Andrew?
That was a campfire, yeah. So
we had the whole gang came out for that one. Get some s'mores, roast some marshmallows before the fire.
So yeah, Libero dug it up and no one took that ball. So when we were talking before about the 6-2 versus the 5-1, there's your answer right now. It is a 5-1 because we see our setter in the front row now.
Solinsky, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Dom Solinsky out there, number 5.
Solinsky's in the front row, so they are running a 5-1. And the last kill was a nice little roll shot that found the floor by Christopher Thomas. And again, they're targeting Jones. DuPage is actually trying to hide Jones, but you can see they still found him.
Yeah, Lubis was in front of him. They had Janowiak in front of him, so they are doing their best to try to make them find him and seek him out.
Back row swing by Amar. It is called out of bounds. DuPage seems to be pulling away now. They're up 16-7. Short serve overpass by Smalls. Picked back up again by Smalls. Sent back over. A lot of talk about this rally and what might have happened in that 4 contacts. So obviously no challenge because the Chaparrals won that point, but Tolis was questioning whether or not that was 4 contacts or not. There was a ball at the net that may or may not have been touched. If DuPage does not touch it, then it would be a 4th hit by Nassau when they picked that ball out of the net.
And you could see Tolis going up to the referees and being like, kind of almost like, hey, was that, wasn't that, should that have been? But you're right, they get the benefit of the doubt with the point being won, so no need to go to the challenge at that point.
Correct.
By the way, Andrew, real quick, I want to recap because we are talking about the championship series here. There's 10 teams that were competing in this tournament. We have places determined for all but these final 2. Monroe Bronx came in 10th place. Poseidon came in 9th. Middlesex was 8th. Monroe University was 7th. We had Northampton 6th. We had Bryant Stratton 5th. Finger Lakes Community College equaled their seeding, going 4th, and Union finished in 3rd place. So the top 2 will be the top 2 seeds in the tournament, but that's your rundown for the other 8 seeds here at this Invitational.
Great. So DuPage has a 10-point lead right now. 1 set apiece. They're looking to go up 2 sets to 1. Outside to Thomas, dug up by Jones. Going outside to Janowiak with the swing. Good dig. And Wallace tries to throw that one
You're starting to see a
over.
little frustration, too, on the Nassau side of things. I can't blame them. DuPage is hitting 412 in this third set. I mean, that's unheard of.
Wallace had to tip that one outside of Janowiak, who hits it wide.
That will take their percentage down a smidge.
Definitely.
But it's never good for the Nassau side when you have more errors than kills in your attack. They have 8 errors and 5 kills so far in this third set.
Kahn with the serve. Hoover, good pass, going for the roll shot. Pancake up by Amar, dug by Jones, going back outside to, and thrown out of bounds, just out of bounds by Justice Barbell, who's hitting on a left pin. Usually he's in the middle, but they'll give him some swings on the outside as well. There must have been touch on that ball, so DuPage takes the point. Oh, Perez with the serve. Selesky outside to Thomas, off the block and kill. Selesky back to serve. Jones with the pass, going right side to Janowiak with the kill.
That was Janowiak's 7th kill of the match out here, his second most on his team behind Braden Zant, who again is sidelined with that ankle injury.
Right side swing by Thomas with a kill.
And he's up to 9 kills on the match so far. And they've needed every single one of those powerful rips from his powerful right arm there.
And it's a service error. DuPage goes up 21-10. Justice Barbell back to serve. Subbing into the game now is Braden Tejeda. And a service error again for Tejeda. Fast set to the outside to Tejeda. Now going back outside to Wildeman. Tries to throw it over, but into the net. Attack error for Wildeman.
Yeah, another attack error for the Lions in a moment when they really cannot afford them, being down now 22-11. Amar with a nice challenge up at the net there of Kevin Jones.
2 jousts in a row, going outside again. And that time Jones puts it down.
Jones showing his mettle and resolve right there, a nice finish.
Overland with a serve. Wildeman outside, trying to go lefty.
A little too long for Tejada there.
Yeah, so Wallace went lefty with that, and then that ball probably looked like a beach ball right there above the net, and Tejada took a swing, hit it out of bounds. That's another one of those green light plays for us, that if you don't have that green light, you shouldn't be ripping that ball. You got to just redirect it. Lots of floor right in front of you. Amar with the serve, going deep, and it's 24-12 now. DuPage, College of DuPage on set point, looking to go up 2-1 in this 2025 National Championship. Cody Seidler into serve. Wide ball to Wallace, who puts it down.
Continuing a sensational day, Dylan Wallace now with his 7th kill.
Luluman serves into the net. And that's the end of the third set. It is now 2-1 for the College of DuPage. They are 1 set away from the 2025 National Championship in NJCAA men's volleyball. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
For all of our student athletes playing today, working, and in the stands, today is National Student Athlete Day. So we just want to congratulate all the hard work you put in and recognize you. And whether you are playing, working, or in the stands. Today is for you. It's National Student Athlete Day.
A little bit more. I'm on a new level. 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 Brought me a new shovel. Put these in the dirt. Chain with the new bezel. Put it work. I'm on a new level. 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 Brought me a new shovel. Put these in the dirt. Chain with the new bezel. Put it work. Used to be sleeping on itchy beds. Bad bugs in the motel. Nigga, give me 20 in the hotel. On a Roman noodle diet. Told life wasn't so well. All my starting riots. Marsh pitting on your toenails. Uncle T doing so well. First class from a hotel. T-Bird did 15. In the feds getting no mail. My daddy died and my cousin too. They ain't let him out of no cell. Provide jobs for my whole block. I could not slow down. I won't stop now. Motherfucker, this is my town. Take the block, make it hot now. 143rd with the drop down. Icy chain with the watch now. Gold piece full of rocks now. Squint when they watch now. Leveling up to the top now. I'm on a new level. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on a new level. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on a new level. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. Brought me a new chef. I'm on a new level. Put these in the dirt. Chain with the new bezel. I'm on a new level. Hold my put it work. I'm on a new level. 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 Brought me a new chef. Brought me a new chef. Put these in the dirt. Chain with the new bezel. Brought me some new bezel. Hold my put it work. Brought me some better belts. Man, I went to see my chula. Woo, and I read up. Went and bought some new shoes. Hit the car dealer. Woo, woo, read up.
Say what?
He wants to change the rule where you can stay on the same side for the whole time versus crossing over. Gotta get your steps in. Thanks.
And we're back here at the 2025 NJCAA Men's National Invitational, where the College of DuPage is up 2-1 over the Nassau Lions. They are 1 set away from winning the 2025 National Championship in men's volleyball. Outside ball dug up by Nassau, going to Thomas, picked up and covered by Nassau, and a tip kill for Christopher Thomas. And back to serve again is setter Dom Selesky. Jones with the pass, going outside to Janowiak for the kill.
Yeah, I believe Raiden was one of the guys who was involved in the middle blocker, preventing that attack from happening from DuPage out there, and even in this critical setup at 1 apiece.
Perez with the ace.
An ace for Nathan Perez out there.
Great dig by Hoover, and unable to bring it back is
Amari had
Janowiak.
another nice one of those little cross-cut kill attempts there that caught DuPage a little bit off guard to, again, even this matchup at 2 apiece here in this 4th set.
Service error by Thomas.
That's only their 12th service error. I say only. It's a lot better than their first match of the day.
Definitely.
Ratio-wise.
Outside attack by Thomas Wildeman. Kind of mishit that one. It goes out of bounds. Right side to Amar. Hits down line. Hoover can't dig it up. And side out for Nassau.
By the way, and an important update for the game here from DuPage, they're going to be playing the Chaparrals the rest of the game, most likely without Braden Zant, their star outside hitter, who exited the match. He does not appear to be coming back into this contest for DuPage.
And that was an apparent ankle injury. It happened close to the net in the third set. Overland reaches up and tips that one down for the point. And Barbell back to serve. Into the game is Tejada. And service error by Justice Barbell. He didn't really do that serve justice.
I see what you did there.
Gotcha. And nice save by Jones, was tight at the net, picked up by Amar and sent back over. Seliski goes to Wallace, who hits it into the net.
A rare miscue for Wallace here in this championship match.
Wildeman back outside to Wildeman. And Perez pushed it all the way across to Jones. Dug up by Thomas, back row to Amar, dug up by Hoover. Perez tips it over, and a kill.
At what point, Andrew, if you're Nassau, knowing you're down 2-1, would you maybe consider going away from the 6-2, trying to change some things up, or would you ride that out because you've committed to it so far?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, the coach knows his players better than me, so you know, it's hard to know. You know, maybe he knows what they do in certain situations or under pressure, and really feels this is his best shot at it.
Well, it really did seem to pay dividends again during that second set when they won 25-21, but they also were more proficient on the attack at that point too. They were accurate. They weren't having the receive errors too. It was an all-around.
Yes.
And now service errors start to compound themselves too.
Just a note though, they did not switch to a 6-2 as it turned out. So Dom Seliski has stayed in the front row. That to me was surprising because he's kind of undersized for a front row blocker. So
yeah,
that's why I thought they were gonna go possibly. They might consider going back to Dunn, but looks like they're sticking with Seliski, who sends it over. And Perez now pushes it outside for a big swing by Adam Janowiak. Small's got an arm on it, but he could not make the dig.
Yeah, Janowiak continues his outstanding play here at the Invitational. Now it's his 9th kill of the match against only 3 errors.
Smalls for the pass. Seliski outside of Thomas, pushes it over. And a wide ball set to number 12, Braden Tejada, for the kill. And it's going to be a timeout. 11-5 for the College of DuPage, the Chaparrals, looking to secure their very first ever national championship.
It's only appropriate that the host site for this Invitational tournament is the one that won the previous 2 champions. So it's almost like the green jacket ceremony at Augusta. You're passing from the previous generation of champion to this year's champion. So that means whoever has it next year, maybe Finger Lakes will make a run back again. I mean,
right. Well, it's kind of interesting that it was at the College of DuPage the first 2 years, and Finger Lakes won. Now it's at Finger Lakes, and it looks like DuPage might win.
And from what I've been told, the hosting site is still up in the air for next year's tournament. So,
sorry. So something really, I was just going to note something very important. So this is considered an NJCAA National Invitational. So what that means is Once they get a certain amount of teams, then the NJCAA is more likely to call it a national championship. There's a slight difference between the two.
Correct.
This is the only national type tournament we have for men's volleyball, but we want it to, as a coach in the NJCAA in volleyball, we want it to be considered the true national championship. And there is a lot of talk of that happening as soon as next year. So I don't think it's been confirmed yet, but if that happens, then the process of where it's going to be changes a little bit. It goes out to bid, and different cities or colleges get to bid on that.
Well, and again, you're right. The big difference being this is an invitational. There aren't regions across. I mean, there are regions, but it isn't like you've got every region having a winner that then goes into the national championship.
Right. For example, here in Region 3 where we are, there is only one team with men's volleyball, and that's Finger Lakes. We're the only team in the region.
But with it being an emerging sport, and we've seen the growth, I believe this year we're up to 19 teams across the country that have men's volleyball. So let's hope that growth trend continues, and we can actually morph this into having a national championship setup like the other sports out there.
Definitely.
Not to take anything away from winning the Invitational, because again, this is the best of the best who are playing men's volleyball at the junior college landscape.
Correct.
And we've seen some incredible volleyball over the course of this tournament here at Finger Lakes.
Right. Essentially, it's just a different label for the championship. Passed up by Jones, going back row now to number 8. And that is Bill Lubas, who's had a few swings. That one is out of bounds. Dom Selesky
that's
back to
Lubas'
serve.
first error of the match. He had 2 kills on 2 previous attacks. Now he's got his first error. Only a 4-point lead for DuPage.
An errant pass leads to, not sure what we're calling here. All right. So DuPage is looking for an over call. And it's only going to be over if that ball was touched, but the official is saying that the ball was not touched. Selesky again to serve. Right side to Omar. Had to be. And that's a back set by Justice
It's
Barbell.
interesting watching that point play out. Colin Radin was really doing a good job playing the decoy. He would run towards the middle of the net, jump up, and then somebody else would come around from the outside and try to hit the attack up there. So Nassau's trying to get creative to come up with ways they can attack. And I mean, it's working. It's 12-10. I still wonder, though, how much of an impact. It's a huge loss for DuPage to not have Braden Zant out there. It's not like that's the reason it's only a 2-point game, but it's certainly a difference. You're missing your leading attacker, your leading weapon out there from the outside.
Right. One of the things we talked about at the beginning of the match was what makes DuPage better this year is their depth. So we're going to see that now it's put to the test. Do they have the depth to survive that injury? And so DuPage has a 12-10 lead. They did call that timeout because Nassau is creeping back into the set. It is 2-1 DuPage for this 2025 NJCAA Men's National Invitational Tournament. Passed up by Hoover. Perez puts it outside to Janowiak. Overpass handled by Barbell, who finds the floor. Perez back to serve. Subbing in is right side hitter Danny Oberlin. And Perez puts it into the net, and it's now 11-13 with DuPage with just a 2-point lead.
The 9th service error of the championship match for DuPage makes this back again a 2-point game.
Right side swing to Janowiak, and that's going to be off the block and out of bounds. So it's a kill for Janowiak.
He's up to 10 now on the match.
Right side to Amar, pushed it over. Janowiak with the dig, going back outside to Jones, who gets on top of it and puts it down in front of Smalls.
That was a nice setup to give Jones a chance to finish that off there. Hoover really does a great job running their offense. I'm really impressed with him.
Outside to Wildeman, off the block and out of bounds. Right side to Overland with the swing. Scramble play picked up by Nassau, given a free ball, going right side again to Overland. This time off the block of Thomas Wildeman, and a kill for DuPage. Overland with another great swing. 6'3" right side hitter from Lombard, Illinois. And he went to Glenbard East High School. Many players here from the Glenbard School District. We have Glenbard North, three players from Glenbard North. We have Glenbard West, Glenbard East. I don't know where Glenbard is, but they're producing a lot of good volleyball players.
Any reason for the bias against Glenbard South? No recruits? Maybe there's no such school.
Maybe there isn't one. Yeah, there could be. Right side to Overland again. He finds the seam, puts it down.
It's starting to slip away a little. I mean, Nassau has been a game competitor and a game opponent, but these are the critical junctions right now. 17-13 the lead for DuPage. Can Nassau answer back?
Wallace with a kill off the block there. Jones kind of hesitated, couldn't pick that ball up. Wildeman back to serve. Oh, great pancake by Hoover. Able to get the ball up to Jones, swings it down, and sent back over by Amar. Perez going outside to Jones again, had to reach back for that one. Overpass and put down by Tejeda. Braden Tejeda, 6'5" middle.
Yeah, Tejeda said no to that accidental the overpass that they did, because that was just a big meatball up there for him to throw down.
That was a green light swing right there.
Right over the center of the net too, just begging to be slammed down.
And subbing in his new outside hitter, Cody Seidler. Sorry, Cody's coming in the back row to serve. He's coming in for Jones. So he's serving the role as DS right now. Defensive specialist. Seidler with the serve. Going back row, blocked by DuPage. Covered up, and Amar sets it outside, but it's blocked by Perez and Tejeda. Seidler again with a great float serve. Passed up by Smalls, going outside to Thomas. Thomas gets the kill off the block. Couldn't be dug up off the deflection by Janowiak. And so back in the game is Jones. So Seidler came in and did his job, got a couple serves in, and now we're back to Jones.
Maintain that 4-point lead.
Do you see what they're doing? All right. Outside again. Good swing by Janowiak. Played back over. One-handed set. Great dig by Wildeman. Back row to Kahn. Oh, and it's blocked by Tejeda.
And Kahn did a great job keeping alive that play earlier, but unfortunately after the second go-around, Tejeda again there to close off the point, and we're 5 points away from having a champion here at Finger Lakes.
I was really hoping that ball would drop in. They would have gone crazy if Kahn got that kill. He's probably the least likely. He's a small DS guy, but he's there for defense and serving, and if he got a kill, that would be pretty cool. Dug up by Amar. Tight ball. Taken by Perez, out of system, set by Tejeda. Jones swings out of the back row, going back outside to Thomas, who puts it away.
You know, I do have Kahn's season-long stats. He has 31 kills on the year compared to 22 errors, so he has put away the ball a couple of times this year. But you're right, I think they would have gone nuts if he had been able to finish that one right there.
Yes.
And they're maintaining, but they're trading points, and when you're getting closer and closer to 25, you just can't be trading. You got to get a run out there. I mean, this is your last-ditch effort to save the season.
Back row to Jones, great dig by Selesky, and that's going to be, the ball is considered 4 touches, so it was in the net, no touch by DuPage, and it's going to be 4 hits by Nassau, which is going to be put DuPage only 4 points away from the championship. Smalls with the pass, going outside to Amar, and a big double block by Justice Barbell and Nathan Perez.
Yeah, Barbell's been a beast at the net up there. Again, he's got now 4 assisted blocks, 1 solo block up there. He and Danny Overland have been just a nightmare up at the front of the net for Nassau, combining for 11 total blocks between the two of them. That's really impressive in a 4th setter. And on the other side of it, Nassau, no blocks.
0 blocks.
0. 0 assisted, 0 solo. It's tough. It's a tough way to go through.
That makes it hard to win,
That's what DuPage does to you. I mean, there's a reason that they're the #1 team in this tournament. They don't make mistakes. They don't do self-inflicted wounds. And Nassau, they got that. It was interesting. When Nassau won that set earlier on, in the 2nd set, that was the first time since March 25th that DuPage has dropped a set. So it hasn't happened very often. But the fact that they were able to go through and actually get a set off of DuPage, it's been a battle. And I give them credit for showing heart and showing the heart of a lion, battling back and making this into the 4th set.
Heart of a lion, good one.
Thank you.
Yes. Right side to Thomas, blocked but covered up. Back row, back row swing from Wilderman.
Barbell's a beast.
Also blocked by Barbell. He looks like he's about 35 years old with that mustache, but maybe he's got some eligibility though. Perez with the serve. Outside to Amar, questionable set over there. Barbell with the swing, out of bounds. Thomas with the serve. Jones passed it up. Perez going right side. And that's a kill by Adam Janowiak.
And here we are, match point, Andrew, after Janowiak's 11th kill of the match.
Championship point. Going outside to Wilderman. He gets the kill. So first championship point is denied. Wilderman. Raiden back to serve. Jones with the pass. Going back outside to Jones. Swinging off the block. Somebody's in the net. And Jones is in the net. And it's 19-24. Not over yet.
Nassau says not quite yet. You can't quite turn DuPage on the national champions from Finger Lakes to DuPage.
Jones again with the pass. Going right side to Overland. He tips it off the block. Covers his own block. Back to the right side. And there's the attack by Amar. Goes off the block and a kill. 20-24. This is match point number 4.
And Amar gets credit with the kill on that one.
Sends it deep. Outside to Wilderman. And in the net. 21-24. We're on our 5th. There's a timeout by Tolos Castanares.
Yeah, it was 23-17, so they're making a little run here to keep alive this chance of pushing for a decisive 5th set. But Andrew, as a coach, it's got to be so hard. It's so hard to close out an opponent and close out a match, but it's also so hard to go when you're down 24-18. That's 6 match points. They've gotten halfway there. How hard is it to finish that deal?
Well, it's funny you ask. It's very hard, and you know, in my career it doesn't happen too much, but in 2021 it did. We were down exactly that, 24-18. We sided out, and my server took it all the way to 24 apiece so we tied it up, and we ended up winning 27-25.
Wow.
And that was in the Region 3 championship in the last set. So it is extremely rare, but not impossible. A lot of things have to go your way. And the big thing is you can't play to lose. You play to lose, you're going to lose. You've got to still go for it.
Be aggressive.
And that's what Nassau has to do right now.
Yeah. No, you're right. Be aggressive and keep playing your style.
And to Jones. Perez puts it up with one hand. Overland with the tip. Back out to the right side. Amar with a swing. Going outside to Jones for the game. And it's blocked. It is now 24-22.
Turn it away, and look at this. We're at 24-22.
This is about 6 or 7 match points. I'm not sure which one. Pass by Jones. Middle swing. And there it is. It is ended by Justin Barbell. And your 2025 NJCAA Men's National Volleyball Invitational Champions are the College of DuPage, led by Tolis Costanaris. Tolis now has a championship on the girls' side and the men's side, the women's side and the men's side.
It's only fitting that Barbell's the one that puts it away because he really had such a dominant performance in that fourth set. He finishes with 7 kills. He had 11 digs, 6 total blocks out there. An incredible performance from the sophomore. Janowiak led the team with 11 kills for DuPage to go with 1 block and 6 digs. Braden Zant did all of his damage in 2+ sets with 9 kills out there. But really for the match out there, Overland too. Danny Overland gets a ton of credit with his 6 total blocks. Nassau was a game opponent, fought hard, battled back from 24-18, got it to 24-22, but in the end, DuPage wins their first national invitational 25-22, taking this 3-1.
Absolutely. Well, Justice Barbell had an awesome match, but I'll tell you, as a middle, he's going to be most proud of those 11 digs.
Heck yeah.
I don't even know how middles get 11 digs. That was impressive.
He was everywhere.
So, yes,
it's
great
one of those
match.
Things where that was honestly, you know, the hitting percentages, everything was so impressive. This was high-quality volleyball to watch. And like you mentioned earlier, DuPage hosting when Finger Lakes won their back-to-back invitational tournament titles. Now DuPage returns the favor to Finger Lakes at our barn, at our gym out here for the 2025 Invitational.
Absolutely. Well, it's a nice rivalry, and we're hoping to see another great championship next year, whether it's here, DuPage, or wherever. And we're also hoping that it's a regular national championship that can be, you know, we can, you know, celebrate that even more probably.
Continue the growth of the sport.
Absolutely. You know, I'm hoping that we get 10 more teams pop up next year. I mean, every year it's literally growing. Every year the championship's gotten bigger and more competitive. I mean, the teams, there's many more strong teams than there were the first couple of years. So it is absolutely growing, a growing sport. But
and if you have women's volleyball, there's really no reason you shouldn't consider adding men's volleyball too. The cost is nominal compared to adding other sports. You've got the infrastructure in place, and hopefully you see with the recruiting aspects of it, the fact you can go on and continue playing your sport at the collegiate level. I really hope we see that growth continue.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is no reason you can't add men's volleyball. It is very inexpensive, so any of those colleges out there, please consider it. You know, keep adding to this, keep making it growing. It's great sport if you don't know volleyball. It's super exciting, and we're very happy to see it growing on the men's side. Obviously, it's one of the biggest sports in the country on the girls' side, but now on the men's side, it continues to become more popular, and you know, it's just a very enjoyable thing to be a part of. So, again, congratulations to DuPage on their first ever championship, and with Tolis Costanaris and the entire coaching staff, I wish them congratulations and the best. I don't know if we're going to stay tuned with the feed to see who the MVP is and to see the championship awards be given out, but for John Boccacino, I'm Andrew Solomon. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
dancing, dancing on me.
Everybody in the booth can tell myself apart from you. Now that we're dancing, people, dancing, people, dancing, people,
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the court as we begin the 2025 NJCAA Men's Volleyball Invitational Award Ceremony. Presenting the awards will be Wolf Breadhorse, NJCAA Representative, Carly Pitts, NJCAA Representative, and Kurt Kohler, NJCAA Men's Volleyball Committee Chair. The Most Valuable Player Award is presented to Justice Barble from the College of DuPage. The coach of the tournament is presented to Tolis Koskinaris from the College of DuPage. Finishing as the runner-up at the 2025 Men's Volleyball Invitational are the Lions of Nassau. Number 1, Don Smalls III. Number 2, Thomas Wildman. Number 4, Hussein Khan. Number 5, Dom Zaleski. Number 6, Jeremy Jara. Number 7, Nicholas James. Number 8, Daniel Duran. Number 10, Sahib Amar. Number 11, Mustafa Pasha. Number 12, Colin Radin. Number 13, Hunter Dunn. Number 15, Christopher Thomas. And number 16, Dylan Wallace. Head coach Nick O'Malley, assistant coach Jason Sarabon. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Men's Volleyball Invitational Champion are the Chaparrals of the College of DuPage. Number 1, Ben Hoover. Number 2, Christian Roldan. Number 3, Nathan Perez. Number 4, Jahir Lopez. Number 5, Cody Seidler. Number 6, Justice Barbel. Number 7, Braden Zant. Number 8, Bill Lubis. Number 9, Lance Mueller. Number 10, Adam Janowiak. Number 11, Kevin Jones. Number 12, Braden Tejeda. Number 13, Nathaniel Casillas. Number 14, Derek Dappert. Number 15, Leo Ainger. And number 16, Danny Overland. Again, head coach Tolis Coscanaris, assistant coaches Frankie Martinez and Braden Woods. The Chaparrals of the College of DuPage. Thank you all for being in attendance today and supporting NJCAA Men's Volleyball. And thank you to everyone who has made this competition possible.